Hello, Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, all backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 306, and this week I'm pleased to be joined by a returning guest. It is Eric, formerly known as Snazzy. I'm going to say now because it's not even your name on the Discord server anymore.
Yeah.
So you're like formerly known as Snazzy, not
yeah.
also known as Snazzy.
I figure once
the artist formerly known as Snazzy. We gotta get you like that big gold dust, like
yeah. No, don't do that one. That one, yeah.
Gotta come out and read from Santa Claus to us with like little fucking, what do they call it? Little like fucking round balls hanging off of you. The ornaments, everybody. Get your minds out of the gutter.
Christmas ornaments, yes.
Christmas ornament, round balls hanging off of you.
Yeah, it felt weird being called by an adjective because people would use it like, hey, that's snazzy. And I'm like, wait, what? So, and once people started to like listen to the podcast and where I'm known as Eric, it was like, okay, I might as well just use my name now. So
yeah,
that's me.
There you go. Now, Eric, formerly known as Snazzy. So
do not attach formerly known as Snazzy to my name.
No longer Snazzy? I don't know.
No longer Snazzy, no. But I'm happy to be here. How are you doing?
I'm good. I mean, I had a really, really, really busy work day. Very tired, but trying to get 7,000 things done because I'm leaving for DC tomorrow. So,
what are you doing in the capital?
So I'm going to overthrow the government. No, I'm actually not.
Don't say that.
No,
he was joking. They were joking.
Parody. No, I'm going to see my horrible, terrible 10-game under 500 baseball team play at Nationals Park. I set up these extra 2 nights many, many months ago, and I thought they would still be good. And I barely even watch them on TV anymore because it's so painful, especially the way last season ended. And then after that, I'm going to Otakon, which also looks like it's going to suck. So I'm spending a lot of money for no reason. Yay!
Wait, which one's that one? I've heard of that one before.
Otakon is like the biggest East Coast con. It's just been really going downhill. I think this is going to be my last year going because like the panel department's run by complete idiots where like they don't know what they're doing.
Is this for Japan or like what's the subject?
Yeah, Otakon's like anime con. Yeah, like
you went there last year, right?
I go almost every year, but now I think it's going to be my last year. And
I remember
they also like there's a lot of like staff drama behind the scenes, which because I know some of the staff, I know about a lot of what's going on, and like they like killed the AMV theater, which is like one of my favorite parts of the convention, and because like I don't know, they didn't like the guy running it or something, but it was like one of the best run things in the convention. So
drama,
yeah, it sucks, drama, and I'm not gonna go no more because it's expensive and it's not fun anymore. But
you do the travel. One, right?
Not this year. They didn't pick up my panel, which is one of the reasons why I hate it. But
wait, why not? Did someone else steal your spot?
There's a lot of other travel panels that they picked up, and they're almost all awful every year now. So I don't know what they. I even tried sending them my PowerPoint to prove that I know what I'm doing, but I guess they didn't go for it. So yes, part of this is bitterness over the fact that they don't pick up my panels, even though I used to fill the room every time. But it's whatever. It's also, I mean, they also just make terrible. Not choosing me is an example of their terrible decisions because they just have a lot of shitty panel, and they also put like, okay, let me give you an example. They didn't take my Japanese pro wrestling panel this year. Just whatever. Okay, you don't want to take my Japanese pro wrestling panel. They took 2 different panels that are both basically Japanese pro wrestling's influence on anime, and they put them 3 hours apart.
Right.
So why would you take both of those panels and not my more general Japanese wrestling panel to go to an anime convention? But then why would you take 2 of them? There's not that much to say about Japanese pro wrestling references in anime that you need 2 1-hour panels on the subject. And second of all, why would you schedule them 3 hours apart? Who's going to go to both of those 3 hours apart?
Yeah, it sounds like one of those master thesis by a wrestling fan.
It's very bad.
Wait, so is it anime specific, this convention?
It's not really. It's supposed to be like Asian culture, and like the K-pop people have also taken it over, kind of.
Oh.
But it's not cool anymore. It's not fun. I mean, I'm going to Colossal Con in September, which seems like it'll be way more fun. That's like at a water park too. So
is that also about Japan? I've never heard of it.
Yeah. It's like another anime con, Colossal Con East. Yeah. Awesome. And then I had way better time at Anime Boston last year. I might go to that again next year.
Oh, that's the one I'm thinking of. That's the one I remember you going to.
Anime Boston, though, it's going to be right after I get back from Japan next year, probably, when I go to Golden Week. So I don't know if I'm going to go to that, but we'll see. But I definitely don't think I'm going to Otakon again. It's too much money for what you get. Because the hotel, especially, sure as fuck isn't cheap. It's probably one of the more expensive con hotels out there. So
in DC?
Yeah.
Is DC like expensive real estate or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is like downtown DC. It used to be in Baltimore, which was much cheaper. And now it's like for 4 nights. Is it 4 nights? Yeah, Thursday through Sunday night at the Residence Inn. It's like $1,350. So it's a lot of money.
Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, America's just incredibly expensive in general right now, but that's a lot of money. So it's like, I don't know. It's not worth it to me anymore. It just kind of sucks. It's like, I'd rather just spend that money on Japan. So
I'm not sure if I remember listening to your Japan travel podcast, and I wrote down so many notes. And even if I didn't end up using all of them, like it like guides you in the right direction to start researching your own stuff anyway, right? So
yeah, my panel's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not just saying that because it's also like the best review I've ever gotten, I think I told the story before, was at Anime Boston last year when I presented it, and these 2 girls who I could tell like did not think I could hear them, like because they were just talking to each other. One of them just went to the other one, just went, that was actually really good. And I loved the tone she said that in, because it implies she walked in and saw a white person presenting a Japanese travel panel by themselves and thought it was going to suck, which I don't really blame her, because again, most Japanese travel panels I've been to at anime cons do fucking suck. I have one of the only ones that gives you actual useful information. Most of the time, the people presenting it either, again, some of this is sour grapes, sort of comment taking my panel, I get it. But like most of the time when I go to these other people's panels, there's a few that are good. A lot of them are like, I went to Japan once in 2014. So let me tell you what it's like, what it was like then. And I'll just assume that it fucking somehow translates to 2026. Or, so they don't have any relevant information, basically. Like all their information is incredibly out of date. Obviously not a problem for me. Or even worse, it's like no information at all. It's just a travel log. It's like, here's all the stuff I saw in Japan. Like, it's basically it's just a fucking photo, a slideshow of photos from your own fucking trip. It's like, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. No, what was good about the episode? I obviously don't know what you did in the con. I assume it was similar.
Very similar, yeah.
Yeah, it was like practical steps. Like when you get off the plane, you need a Suica card or whatever, or a Pasmo card. And I was like, oh, okay, I need to get this card. So I just researched it, and it made the bridge to traveling, because I'm not a traveler, right? I really don't go off. Like, the fact that I'm going to Japan like 3 times in a year is just crazy for me. And I think your episode helped bridge that gap a lot. So I don't know what that con is thinking. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's really stupid, but whatever. I'm gonna do it. If you want to see my travel panel, come to Colossal Con East in the beautiful Poconos in Pennsylvania at the start of September, because I'm gonna have my travel panel and my funny Japanese music video panel for sure. And I got waitlisted for some other ones, but definitely the travel panel and the music video panel will be on there. So they'll both be a good time. I have 2 hours. They gave me 2 hours for the travel panel, which is cool.
2 hours?
Yeah.
I mean, your episode was longer than that, right? So you could
the episode
easily...
was longer. I can easily fill it. Especially since they're one of these cons that don't build it. Like, you have to include setup and teardown time in your time slot, which I hate when they do that.
Oh, I see.
So that's why I apply for 2 hours, when I usually try to apply for either an hour or an hour and a half. But yeah, I always go over when I do an hour, so it's fine. It'll work out. But yeah, it's a good panel. So if you want to come see it, go to Colossal Con's fun in general, because I've never been. I've always wanted to go, and the hotel always sells out before I remember. So I'm glad I'm finally going this year. But yeah, it's like an indoor water park, the Kalahari Resort in the Poconos. So it's like you get the convention that's in like the attached convention center. But if like the convention's boring, you just walk over the water park and go down a bunch of water slides. Sounds awesome.
Oh, where did you say it is? Which city?
The Poconos in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania. Okay.
Yeah. So it's not that far from me, actually. It's much closer than fucking DC. It's like, I think, a 2.5 hour drive or something.
Wait, you driving to DC?
No, we're taking the train.
Okay.
But for the
train in America?
Yeah.
Amtrak, you guys have those?
We have them. I mean, there might be massive delays, but we do have them.
Okay.
The Northeast Corridor is one of the only places you can actually take the train anywhere. Because it's like, we are connected by train. There's just always delays and shit. But like, yeah, I'd say from like Boston to DC is where the trains actually run okay by American standards. Anywhere else, it's really horrible, and I would never do it. But yeah, if I'm going north to Boston or south to DC, I just take the train. I don't bother with the plane.
How long does the train take to DC, you said, from New York?
I think 3 hours.
3 hours. Okay. Not bad.
I can't remember if it's 3 or 3.5. Let me say. Or maybe it's 4. I don't know. I leave at 12:10. Yeah, it's like 3.5. So 12:10, it arrives 3:45. There's a high speed one, but like by high speed, they mean like it'll take 3 hours instead of 3.5, so it doesn't add. It costs so much more money. Although on the way back we did do it, because I'm looking on the way back. It's the Monday it's 12:50 and gets back 3:54. But yeah, I just only did it one way because it's kind of expensive. But yeah, I don't know. It's alright. I mean, it was just it is still, even on Amtrak, it's more comfortable than flying economy. So it's like whatever. And you don't have to deal with all the other flying stuff, obviously. But yeah, once you try to go any further south than DC, it starts to become a pain in the ass. So is
Amtrak like the make of train, or like the company, or what's the?
It's like our national train.
Oh, okay.
I think it's actually owned by the federal government.
Oh, okay. So it's public.
They don't spend any money on it though. So
yeah.
But yeah, I haven't talked to you since I got back from Japan.
No. You have not.
So one of my favorite memories, honestly, from that trip is being at that first King Gotcha show and you like marking out in my DMs, be like, "Oh my god, you're getting babyface Rico.
Oh
this
my
is so
god,
cool."
When I saw Rico come out with her babyface kit, I was like, "No fuck!" And Misa Matsui, I was like, "No fucking way did they get a show like that."
Yeah,
because the first episode was so like average. I was like, "Oh god, this season's not going to be good." And then you went to the second episode. I was like, "What?" Yeah,
that show was so. I mean, that the event was awesome. I really didn't watch back that much at home after I got back, but I watched back that the actress girls match and the softcore match, the main event.
The main event was incredible. Yeah.
They were both incredible, yeah. But I'll never like the actress girls thing. I'll never forget. Like that was just such a fucking funny thing. I mean, Nicole was there with me too, and she started getting grumpy by then. She was like, "Okay, how many times are they going to play the song?" That was also added the comedy. So she did not go to the next week when they did the same thing because I was like, oh, thank God she didn't come because she would have hated this immediately. But because she can be no fun to Cole.
She hates TJPW, right?
She's like, yeah, she's just one. She's like right there with Joe Lanza. She's like, I don't, it's the secret cage match profile. She never wants
a real flagship listener. Yeah.
It's like she never wants anything that's comedy. I mean, she went to one Tokyo Joshi show with me, and she was okay with it. Although I remember when I asked
Yokohama,
her,
right?
Yeah, Yokohama. I asked her. No, was it Yokohama?
Yeah, Yokohama.
Yeah, Yokohama.
That's when you got whipped by Himawari, right?
That's right. We both got whipped by Himawari, which was funny. Like she came down right across both our knees in one blow. But yeah, when I just remember leaving and being like, "Oh, it wasn't so bad, right?" And she's like, "Eh." And I was like, "What was your favorite match?" And she's like, "None of them." It's like, okay.
Oh, damn. Straight shooting Nicole.
Yeah. I mean, she also doesn't like tags, and it was all tags. So
she doesn't like tag matches?
No, she has a weird thing about tag matches. I don't really get it either.
I love tag. They're my favorite format.
She wants to watch you. Apparently her idea was like rings or whatever. She wants two wrestlers to enter, fight each other, and leave.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like, I
was just taking that in.
It's very funny because it's like, she doesn't even watch wrestling, but then when he watches it, she's like, I just want to watch regular singles matches, no comedy. I'm like, okay.
Five Festival, 01 Upper Street.
Yeah. She definitely enjoyed the Stardom show way more in Dominion.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, the Stardom show, she was...
Does she think the like Joshi wrestlers are all like cute girls that wear frilly pink skirts?
No. She doesn't do that. She doesn't do the misogyny.
Okay, that's good. You would hope, yes.
No, she was more into like the, like Suzu Suzuki and Sayaka stuff like that, Yeah.
Are you going back with her in December?
No, she's not coming December. She's coming back with me next April.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's doing
shit, I might see her then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're going too. I forgot.
Yes. I'm going this October and next Golden Week.
Okay. So yeah, we're going you'll meet her for Golden Week then, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna be there. But yeah. I mean it's I forgot. I didn't know you were going October. Wow. What are you going for? Crimson Nightmare?
I'm leaving 3 days before Crimson Nightmare, I think. I'm going for Venny's Cork and Hall produce show. It's her first ever produce show. And I was like, I can't miss her first ever produce show. So
wow. It's like a shorter trip?
Yeah, it's like like 8-9 days. Yeah, something like that. So hoping to go to Ishikawa as well, because that would be cool. Because there's a TJPW show, which I assume is Uta Takami's homecoming, because that's where she's from. Otherwise, why else would you run Ishikawa? And also Senka's homecoming, and they're on the same day. So that would be cool.
That's cool, yeah.
But Ishikawa is so far from... It's like 4 hours, I think I checked. But, got to try new things.
That's like the North Coast, right?
It's Ishikawa? Like northwest of Tokyo, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember
like
there was a show there recently.
Yeah, northwest coast, yeah.
There was like a show there recently, and I was like, where the fuck is this again?
Oh yeah, Stardom was there very recently.
Yeah.
Wait, on this show, with the one we're going to review, actually.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's in the same building that Senka's homecoming.
Okay. I see where it is. It's one of these prefectures I always forget exists.
Yes, for sure. And Fukui next to it, no one ever talks about that one.
Fukui.
Yeah.
There was like this great video I watched on YouTube a while ago that was like stereotypes about every Japanese prefecture, and it was like some of them were so funny. It's like, this prefecture has a lot of sand.
Oh wow!
I think
which one's sand? Which one's
I think
that?
it's Fukui. I think it's
Fukui. Okay, yeah.
But
or your beaches.
Yeah. No, not beaches. Like fucking desert. Like they have a fucking desert in Fukui. That's what I read, or what they made it sound like on the video at least. I don't know if they were exaggerating or what, but it was like all sand everywhere. They have like sand museums and shit. But yeah, I've been trying to.
Okay, I need to watch that video. That sounds funny.
I'll send you a link. It's really funny. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of there are many, many rural prefectures that nobody lives in. Oh, there's one in Shikoku. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it might be
Ehime.
Oh god. It's either I'm looking at the list of Shikoku prefectures, but I can't remember which one it was that had this stereotype. Whichever one it was, the stereotype was basically these people get drunk all the time and get in fights.
Oh wow!
Okay, what? That's the stereotype. Like some of the other ones, like, oh, they like oranges a lot. Then they get to this one, and it's like they fucking get wasted every week. And I was
Jesus.
like, what? We suddenly got really depressing here. It's like this forgotten prefecture full of drugs. It's like, oh, they like oranges. They get wasted.
Not good for tourism, that one.
No, well, nobody goes to Shikoku. That's one of the reasons why I most want to go there someday. Is because what the fuck is in Shikoku? It's like this little island that no one ever talks about.
I don't even remember the other prefectures. I only remember Ehime.
Ehime, Kagawa, Kochi, and Tokushima.
Yeah, no one. Yeah,
no one talks about any of them. Like Ehime, I think, is the coastal one, so I think that's probably
that one gets talked about, and I know Kochi as well because
that's the one that New Japan. So those, I think Kochi's the other coastal one, but whichever one is like the entire. If you look at the map of it, there's like this really big prefecture, basically of half the island, and it's like the entire rear part of the island, and you're like no one lives there because there's this giant mountain range in the dead center of the island.
Oh,
so it's like. I saw this whole YouTube video about the geography of Shikoku. So interesting. Like the mountain range basically cuts the island in half, and it makes it very hard. You basically cannot drive straight to the island. You have to go all the way around the perimeter.
Oh, so it's really not convenient.
So it makes it really hard to get anywhere if you live on that side. So basically, that side gets completely ignored, and there's like nothing there. Like there's nothing. You can't use it like for farmland because of how hilly it is. Like it did not get developed the way all these other places got developed.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's very, very interesting. I mean, but yeah, I'm gonna go to Kyushu for the first time next year, obviously, when we go.
I need to do that one, yeah. Well,
you should do it. We should do it.
We should do it in Golden Week. We should, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna do a Golden Week because I want to go to Dontaku, and then also that's where the big festival is.
Yeah, I should do it because I already had my Sicko Golden Week this year, so I should probably travel next one. That'd be good.
Yeah. I'm going to do... Well, I mean, you still get to go to... You can go to both nights of New Japan Wrestling Dontaku.
Yes, because I haven't done that.
So, yeah.
And also there'll be the post All-Star Grand Queendom tour as well.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. So we can probably make that work. But I mean, we got to wait for the schedules and stuff, obviously. Yeah. But
it's earlier next year, Golden Week, I believe. It's like end of April.
Yeah. You know, I'm fucking pissed at Stardom for opening the Dream Queendom tickets this soon.
Why?
Like they're opening on Friday instead of like late September because I don't have the money together to buy like for it again. Like I could put myself in like credit card debt to do it, I guess, but like I don't really want to do that. And on top of that, they also, but maybe it works out anyway because now there's going to be the Natsupoi retirement show on January 3rd. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they're also going to charge a shit ton of money for like front row for that. And I'd probably rather spend it for that. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I was actually asking in the Discord. I was like, they haven't. I don't think they've even put out the prices yet. But assuming it's just around the same as last year, I was like, okay, well, this because I spent 100,000 yen on front row. If I was like, do I really want to spend like 50,000 yen on second row, or 30,000 yen on like the other ringside seats, or would I rather just spend 20,000 yen on Arena S front? Or no, I mean box S front. I can sit in the box.
I mean,
and have a great view.
The boxes are amazing. Like I don't think they're bad at all. Yes, I've
only done ringside and the second floor, so I've never done the boxes. I've always been intimidated by them because it's like a fucking box.
No, it's
tall.
It's great. It's great.
I also used to be much fatter though, so maybe now it's okay anyway.
Wait, do you know? We don't know what the setup's going to be. It's probably going to be the same.
It's probably going to be two. Well, I think it's going to be two per box. I would bet. We don't know that for sure yet, but I would guess. But even then, now Quinlan and I can fit in a box together.
If you're going with Quinlan, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. 2 years ago, I don't think it would have been great. But yeah,
the boxes are pretty big. I sat in there for the Noah show in May, and I was really surprised how good it was. To be honest,
you didn't. Okay, the boxes are pretty big. You did not meet me before I lost 100 pounds. So.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I mean. Now
you're so small.
Now I'm very small, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, but yeah, that was my idea. That was like, would I rather spend 30,000? 50,000 yen is probably still more than I want to spend. 30,000 yen, okay, I could definitely do that.
I think 50 for second row is good. No, am I going crazy?
Yeah, but I'd just rather save the money, I guess.
Yeah, okay, fine.
And save it for the Natsupoi show.
I spent that for Yokohama. I'm pretty sure.
But I'm like, for 30,000 yen. I could do like rows 3 through 4 or whatever, 3 through 5 of ringside, Or for 20,000 yen, I could be on the front side where they all pose to and be in a front sumo box, which like you get that little elevated view. So I don't know. It just seems like that's a better bang for my buck, probably.
20K, yeah, probably, yeah. I would do that.
20K to 20, because that's like 120 USD or something.
I mean, that's
yeah.
that's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
like
that's
that
what I'm
type
going
of
to do.
Yeah.
It's going to open on Friday, though, and I'm going to do that. And then hopefully fucking Natsupoi's thing opens in like 2 months from now. So I can get ready to drop. God only knows if that fucking demon is going to charge for her returement show. But
what did they charge for? Yeah, I don't know what they charged for their Oat Award show, the produce show.
If I remember correctly, I think it was like more. I think like the front row was like 150,000 yen or something.
Okay, all right, boy. Oh god.
I think I could be making that up, but I remember seeing the price.
I remember it being expensive.
Yeah. So she is gonna get money out of people for that show. That's for sure. So, but yeah, I mean, once she announced that, I was like, obviously, I mean, I guess we're going to talk about it even more. But I mean, you can just talk about it now, I guess. So Natsupoi, people who live under a rock, I guess, or just aren't Stardom fans, she announced she's retiring. She announced she's retiring the morning after I had recorded Omakase already last week, because of course she did. So that was in the episode was in the can already when she announced that. But I think when we talked about this match for her and Shuri, I didn't listen back, but I'm pretty sure I kept saying I think she's going to retire soon. Because it just, she left the she left the P elbow pad on the ground. It just felt like very much like, okay, she's probably done soon. But yeah, so she announced she's retiring. It's a very bittersweet thing for me where obviously I'd rather her wrestle forever. I mean, she's one of my favorite wrestlers ever. My second favorite wrestler in Stardom today. Incredible wrestler. As she got the chance to show again against Shuri in that match with your contender. Then I gave that 4 3/4 for. I knew she was retiring. So, I mean, that was just an incredible fucking match. I think Dave gave it 5 stars. Oh, Dave gave it 5 stars and said he would have gone higher if it wasn't so dangerous.
The headbutts.
And the apron bump, too.
The apron bump, yeah.
Which isn't even the first time she took that fucking bump, Dave.
No.
She took it during the Poi and Sayuri fucking 10th anniversary show we just talked about. She took that in the 5-minute time to draw with Sayuri.
Can you imagine if he watched Amisori and Saida's match from Korakuen? When Saida took that crazy apron bump,
yeah. But yeah, so anyway, so she I'd rather have her wrestle forever. When she announced the date, and I was like, okay, I'm going to be in Japan. That is awesome. I can go to her retirement show at least. So I was happy about that. But, I mean, I think we've all known it's coming. I think we've all kind of had that feeling ever since the marriage announcement. It's just, they've been preparing us for it. I mean, they've been saying...
I'm pretty sure she explicitly said something about wanting her kids to see Shingo wrestle, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was holding out hope maybe she would do a hiatus or something, but I guess that was just, that was probably just false hope. I mean, there's always a chance she gets the itch. I mean, they even said this during her retirement thing. Like during her press conference, Taro Okada I think he actually said if you ever get the itch,
She was basically asked if she'd continue in wrestling by the reporter, if she'd disappear, and she said she definitely won't be wrestling, but she kind of thinks she'll still be around and do things like fan meets and greets because she can't hide her aura. She said
that was funny. That was
funny. And she turned to Okada and she was like asking him, "Is there something I can do?" And then he just kind of gave a standard holding answer because he doesn't want to close the door on her continuing to work with the company. So, but it doesn't really say if it's a wrestler or not. But she does say she doesn't want to be a wrestler. But you know wrestlers, right? So
yeah, I mean, I think there's always a chance. She's only 31. I think you could be 5 or 6 or 7 years from now. It would not surprise me if we get another Natsupoi match. I don't think it's she's not being as dramatic as Tam Nakano was about it. Where I really don't think we're going to see Tam again.
I mean, she's gone.
Ears, I guess, Tim. Plug your ears,
dead.
Tim.
She's dead.
But Poi, I think Poi will be. I would put money on if somebody said even money will Natsupoi ever wrestle again after January 3rd, 2027. I would say yes. I would
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I think she will do something. It might be a one-off. It might be a fucking battle royal. I think she will wrestle a match again. Yeah, I don't think she'll ever be full-time again, but I think she will wrestle again.
She was asked twice, actually. The second time she was asked, it was like, is there a possibility of return? And, quote, she says, there might be or there might not be. So, yeah.
I think she'll get the itch again. There are so many funny quotes, too, with her from the Tokyo Sports article. So she asked her husband, Shingo, to watch her match, which she said she normally didn't do. Or Shingo said she normally never does that, so he was intrigued. And he said he watched that match. He said it was the best women's match he's ever seen. I saw a lot of people making fun of him and being like, well, you haven't seen that many women's matches. I'm like, come on, the match wasn't spectacular. Leave the man alone. Yeah. His wife is in it, and the match was spectacular. Like, people were being too hard on Shingo. I'm sorry. His wife was in it, and it was spectacular. He's allowed to think it was the best match ever.
People are being kind of weird about the Shingo thing. I saw comments, people like assuming like he forced her to retire and stuff like that. It's wild.
I doubt it. But yeah, but there was a really funny moment where basically Shingo's like, oh, I thought it was an amazing match. And then Poi's like, yeah, he turned to me and said, you really are an incredible wrestler, aren't you? And I was like, well, what the hell did you think of me before this? Which I thought was really fun. That is really funny. You totally picture Poi saying that too. But yeah.
She could go for the red belt still, by the way. So
yeah.
She did say she doesn't, she's thinking about retiring as a champion. Like she said, there's no reason she can't challenge for titles still because she's in the best shape she's ever been in. So that might be a cool challenge.
Yeah. I mean, the IWGP was incredible, so they could just fucking run that back as far as I'm concerned.
They could, yeah.
But yeah, she was, like I said, I think it's a bittersweet thing. Obviously you want people to do whatever makes them happy. But it does suck losing one of the best wrestlers going. And yeah, her career, I think we have a lot of time to do retrospectives on her career and stuff. I don't think I've ever been angrier about anything Voices of Wrestling related than when she didn't get on the 30 under 30 in her last year. I mentioned that so many times. I was just like, how the fuck? After the fucking year she had with that white belt, that was coming right after her white belt reign. That fucking incredible match she had with Starlight Kid, which by the way is free on YouTube right now on the Stardom, this new Stardom English channel. So if you want to watch that English commentary, go to the Stardom, the English channel on YouTube on Stardom. But yeah, that incredible match, the match of the year contender. I think it was my number 3 match of the year for 2024, with Starlight Kid on Dream Queendom. And then the artist reign that she had with with Tam Nakano and Suriano, where it's not even just the fucking Joshi nerds or just me saying that was incredible. Dave Meltzer gave a fucking 5-star match during that reign. And, so they got plenty of critical acclaim outside of just strictly Joshi circles. But, it's just, I don't know. The fact that people didn't vote her in, I was so pissed. I was just like, okay. And then on top of that, she drew that giant house. Because that was right when she drew that fucking house for Oda War for the fucking 10th anniversary show.
People still underrate that. I don't think we can put into words how huge it is that a fucking produce show did 2.8k at Oda War. It is biblical. It is insane.
It is ridiculous. And that show was fucking it
was an actress girls produce show basically.
They did it was crowdfunded. So they fucking put up a crowdfunding campaign and raised a shitload of money. So
you know how much New Japan did, right? This past weekend in Oda War, right?
Yeah, they didn't come close.
Yes,
we're gonna get to. They did not even come close to that number.
So that achievement is huge. And
Stardom itself has put less people in there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Stardom's second biggest ever number, if you include the show as Stardom show. Second biggest ever number at the arena. It's crazy.
Yeah. So people are like, oh, well, they gave away some of the tickets. They gave away some of the tickets to elementary school students, but those tickets were paid for. That was the fucking crowdfunding. So I don't know. It's just people are really, really stupid about it. And I guess I'm calling the other voters stupid that year, but I went so hard for her and annoyed the shit out of me that people didn't vote for her. I was just I don't get it. I don't know what this woman could do to not be considered one of the 30 best wrestlers under 30 in her last year, but
I mean, there's a lot of Dragon Gate wrestlers that are under 30. So. Yeah, gotta make room for them.
They really didn't get as many slots this year. I don't know if you noticed.
Well, I think people were realizing, hey, maybe we shouldn't have 6 Dragon Gate guys on this list and 5 CRL guys.
Yeah, it was the list was this is partially my fault because I got you in the voting pool. Yeah. But
hey, we got Saya to number 1.
We got Saya number 1. We got fucking which I don't know we're talking about this much 2 months later. We got covered. We got covered on Nikon Sports for that, which was incredible.
That's cool.
That was just okay. I went through all those Japanese comments, going through and reading the few Japanese WWE people arguing with the other people about it, which is so fucking fun. because there were no WWE people on the list. Oh, it was so awesome.
Good.
I was laughing so hard. But yeah, I mean, the first time when people were confused, they were like, I thought this was Japan only at first, but there's also CMLL and AEW. And then, like, yeah, I don't know. They were like, where's Braun Breaker?
Braun Breaker.
Where's Rhea Ripley? But yeah, so Poi should have been in 30 under 30. I guess that was where I was going with that. But yeah, she's been incredible. I mean, she hasn't had a lot to do recently, but every time they give her something to do, it's great. So, as she showed again.
It's kind of obvious now why, right? So
yeah. Well, it does make me worry about Sayori, that's for sure. Because she's not being given anything to do either.
Yeah, but that's probably because Poi's not, right? And she'll probably do something after Poi's retirement, surely. I imagine.
You think so?
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope it's not that she's also getting ready to pack it up. I would say the other bittersweet thing about this is I assume we will finally get another Poi and Sayori match, which I cannot wait for. That will probably be her retirement match, I would think.
I would be surprised if she was not involved in her retirement match.
Yeah, but I'm hoping they either do the singles match at Dream Queendom or just that is on the retirement show. But so I can be there live, obviously.
She does say she wants to tag with Shingo. Does Sari have a guy that she's close to?
I don't know. It does. Okay, I shouldn't speculate about this. The only time Sayori ever talks about crushes on social media, it's always women. So,
yeah. Okay.
That what's it called? Because I know some people get really mad if you say anyone's a lesbian, but that there was that Gravuri model that she was like fucking fangirling out over meeting, and I'm like, how many women are fucking fangirling to meet a fucking basically a swimsuit model? So I don't know, but I mean, obviously this is speculation on my part.
Yeah, speculation alert. Don't aggregate.
Yeah, don't aggregate. And who the fuck's gonna aggravate me anyway?
Your horde of haters.
That's true. But guess what? My Twitter account's locked now, so they can't even look at that anymore.
It's locked?
Yeah, I locked it during the lovely fucking outreach from the AEW, the all elite fucking goodwill ambassadors, because when I didn't like the fucking artist title change.
Oh. Yeah, that was fun discourse.
Yeah. I mean, I locked it during that and just planned on unlocking after a few days. But I was like, you know what? It's fucking great not reading subtweets from any of these people about everything I say. So I'm just going to keep it locked, I think. And I'm like, whatever. I may have to unlock it at some point. I won't ever tweet at a wrestler again. But yeah.
I don't think anything good ever comes from reading hate messages, like ever.
You know what? People fucking send them to me. I don't know why. I'm just like, I don't want to know what people are saying about me. Yes. Please stop doing that. Like, I don't know. Like, there's always somebody. I'm just like, I don't want. It
happened to me for the first time, and that was not good. So if you read hate about me, just don't send it to me. Because they said something that just stayed rent free in my head. Because they basically said the most rage bait comment ever. They said, "I can't pronounce Japanese names correctly." When I read that, I was like, "That is the best troll comment you could have ever said." So good job, hater.
Good job, hater. Yeah, they said that about me too.
And it makes no sense because
I barely pronounce English correctly. I do my best with Japanese. What do you want me to tell you?
And how many podcasters are actually making the effort to learn the fucking language? Like, which you and me both are doing. So
yeah, I don't know. What are you gonna do? Like, they don't pronounce the name of their own podcast right. I'm like, I went over this with my friend who's fluent in Japanese. I'm like, is it omakase? It's like, yeah, omakase is a perfectly fine way to say the.
What do people think it should be?
I don't know. I forget. There's like you can probably say it a different way, but it's also one of these things where there's also like regional dialects and stuff. Like there's different ways to say the same thing. So
also, who the fuck cares?
I don't know. I think you can also say like omakase instead of omakase. Probably.
Oh, like that. Okay, whatever.
But yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. At this point, I mean, it's kind of. I got really self-conscious about it for a little while. And I was like, after I read that comment, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to fucking say it the same way I've always said it. I don't really give a fuck. So,
yeah. I got self-conscious for one episode where I was like thinking every time I pronounce a name. And it's like, why would you do this to someone? Like, I'm a nobody that just talks about wrestling. Why would you write that comment? Why do you care that much?
I don't get it either. I mean, I've never got why anyone cares about anything I say. I'm like,
Yeah, like,
not that many people do care, to be honest, but like the ones who care really fucking care in a negative way. The ones
maybe
DMing Joe Lanza telling them to drop me from the network. Like,
okay. Obviously, we're not going to talk about finances, but this isn't your full-time job. Like, if people were like paying for it and it was like a full-time job, like well earning, maybe I could see why if people like upset about the service or whatever. But that's not happening here. Like,
I know,
I'm getting nothing from my podcast.
Like, I'm getting not enough to cover the cost I pay in a Zencaster subscription.
Yes,
so
exactly. So just let us be.
Yeah, I don't know, buddy. What do you want me to tell you? Look, I mean, it's a few weirdos, right? I mean,
It is, yeah. So it was literally one person.
The one who really bothered me was this weirdo with a burner account who I don't know who that is, obviously, because it's a burner account, but it's like, oh, Shrek 2 on DVD or something. It's a burner account. Oh. And he tweeted out like, John is a weirdo. They're blah blah age, and this is what happens when you live with your parent. You live off your parents all your life and never get a real job, and you turn out like that. I'm like, why would you make that up about me? It's not even like, first of all, it's not even true. I'm a full-time employee of an office. I live with my girlfriend and her mom because her mom lives with us because there's just a thing that happens, but it's not like we live off of her. And my own parents have not lived with me. I've not lived with my parents for probably 15 years at this point. And my mom unfortunately passed away many, many years ago. So it could not be less true, basically, about like, you're literally just making something up about me.
I mean,
and
that goes just
the fact that you would make this up about me because you don't like my wrestling opinions, to me, is incredibly weird. Because you're mad that I don't like all elite wrestling. You're going to make up a whole story about me living off my parents, one of whom is dead. Like, okay, like, I'm sorry, that bothered me.
It says way more about them, right? That they're spending the time to do this. Like, what does that say?
They also made like an AI image of me.
He did one of Tim as well.
Yeah. Oh, that guy, that Shrek 2 on DVD guy?
Yes, he did an AI image of Tim talking to Joe Lanza and Rich. I was like, why would you do this? Why Tim of all people?
It's so bizarre. I wonder who it is, honestly.
I mean, that person just doesn't like Joshi, but is spending way too much time. Like, you need to spend more time touching grass. These things don't matter, my friend.
Yeah, I don't like American wrestling. Do you know how often I fucking tweet at people who cover American wrestling or make fun of them? 0%.
Exactly. Yeah.
Who gives a shit? It doesn't make any sense. So, I don't know. Very, very weird behavior, but we're probably like, he's probably getting off on the attention right now anyway, so it's like,
good.
I shouldn't even talk about it.
I'm happy I can help you get off, sir, whoever you are.
Sir, or he, or
they,
or she, or they. Yeah. It's going to be inclusive here. Whatever gender one of my stalkers is.
I agree not to give attention, but sometimes it's good to talk about just to say to others, don't be weird like that. It's not worth it. So once in a while, not every time.
Yeah, but anyway. But yeah, I don't know how we got on that. The point is, though, Poi's retiring, and I'm sad about it, but also, she had an incredible career. I mean, she's a wrestler who, like, when you look back at it, and I guess we're just doing a whole Natsupoi retrospective now, like, starts at Actress Girls, jumps to Tokyo Joshi in a pretty, like, not a great way, right? Like, weren't they pissed at her for jumping when she did?
Oh, you're going to need Velke for an episode on that.
I'm pretty sure Velke's going to be on eventually. I'll ask him about it. But I'm pretty sure I remember reading that they were pissed about it when she jumped. And then she jumps from Tokyo Joshi to Stardom and has that infamous quote where she basically like calls it like friends. They're all too close together or something.
Yeah.
Which some people have argued that was kind of mistranslated. But I don't see how it was. At least it was like, it seemed like she was throwing at least a little bit of shade there. Basically being like, they're all too friendly with each other, or they're all like, they're all a little too nice or something. I mean, that kind of felt like the vibe. So she's never been afraid to, like, if not burn bridges, at least lightly toast them.
Lightly toasted, yeah.
Lightly toasted bridges.
I want to do a retrospective on her. Like, I want to watch back the entire Tam Poi series as well. I
Yeah.
think that's something I want to do for my
I
podcast.
love her. I don't know if you've never seen her Tokyo Joshi stuff, right? I mean, you're too old.
No, I haven't seen anything of her Tokyo Joshi stuff.
She was. I really loved her in Tokyo Joshi because she would. I mean, it's funny because the way she left. Obviously, she said like I think they were all friends. She did have a vibe when she was in Tokyo Joshi of almost being like this chaos agent who like wasn't friendly with everybody, like the way the rest of the promotion was friendly. Like she'd come in there, she'd twirl her fucking little stick, and she fucking hit people a lot harder than anyone else was hitting people sometimes in that promotion back then.
That sounds
especially,
awesome.
I mean, there's more people now who hit each other hard in Tokyo Joshi than there used to be. But like, yeah, she was hitting people, and she'd be like, you know, she was like, she felt like a chaos agent in that promotion. You know, in a way, Mizuki did too, obviously. But she had a very similar vibe to Mizuki, where it's like these are like secret heels. Like there's always shit happening around them. But yeah, so I loved her in Tokyo Joshi. That's probably I was not watching Actors Girls. I apologize to Velki, but Tokyo Joshi is where I first saw Natsumi Maki back then, and you know I loved her as a wrestler immediately. And you know she has like several things working against her for me. It's not like I'm not Velky when it comes to short wrestlers, but it's not. I think I naturally tend to be a little dismissive of shorter wrestlers, maybe. But she like is so incredibly intense that she overcomes it immediately. Basically, just like, you know, she kind of just like makes you watch her. She's basically refuses to be like, oh, it's like, oh yeah, I'm short. I don't give a shit. I'm still gonna kick this person in the face as hard as I can. But you know, and then 1 second, she also has that ability to like 1 second she'll be incredibly cute, and she'll be making you laugh. You know, doing that spot in the corner where she's like, I'm not doing anything, and then when she's like hitting them in the you know, choking them with the other side of her boot. It's like very, very cute and very funny. And the next second, she's just fucking tearing the house down. I mean, she's definitely always been one of those wrestlers where she can flip the switch from like cute and funny to badass like in 2 seconds. So, you know, just one of my all-time favorites. You know, a wrestler. There's so much of my room now is covered in Natsupoi stuff.
Oh, you got all the acrylic stands, right?
I have both. I'm looking over right now. I have her. I have a rookie card as Natsumi Maki and Actress Girls that I bought from Joshi City last year. And that I forget what the name of that card set is.
The BBM one. The
BBM. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I have her yellow acrylic block that I found in that store in Akiba, the G store. Like that was like last April, I think. I have the giant acrylic block from the Poi and Sayori 10th anniversary show. I have the Natsu Fest giant acrylic stand. And I have the most recent... Oh, I had the Natsu and Sori giant acrylic stand combined from the 10th anniversary. And her most recent kimono giant acrylic stand. So, yeah, I definitely have a lot of Poi shit in my room now.
The one takeaway I had
for a while.
from the retirement is you got to enjoy... I mean, you got to enjoy your favorites while they're around. Yeah. So that's why I spent a lot of money to do a Shinkansen trip from Tokyo to Osaka in one day, back at the round trip, just to see Manami Katsu and Ice Ribbon, just because I don't know how many more chances I'd get to see that. Just don't be afraid to go and see your favorite wrestlers at meet and greet, stuff like that, or
do you want
take a trip to Japan.
Do you think you could name every other wrestler I have in this room with as an acrylic stand?
No. How many do you have?
Not that many. I don't, because I have a lot, but I have a lot of like duplicate wrestlers. So I'll give you like okay. Let me see this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more Stardom wrestlers. I think.
Starlight Kid.
No, actually.
Azumi.
I don't have it. Azumi, yes.
Sariano.
Yeah, of course. Given that wasn't the first one you said.
Shit. Who else are your favorites? Wait, when was? Are they like newer people as well?
They're newer people. Yeah, they're all newer.
Oh, Sayaka?
Year and a half. Sayaka, yes.
You wouldn't have Ai Sakura, would you?
Yes.
Oh,
I have her and Sayaka's. She's one of the ones I have only in a little. Also, I lied. There's 6 total. There's 2 more. But yeah, she's one of the ones I have only as a little one because I have the 2 of them in the New Blood title. But I also have a giant Sayaka and Azumi one too. But
do you have Shuri?
I don't have Shuri.
You like Amisura, right?
I do, but I don't have her either. I really got to get her.
I'm just going through gods right now. Lady C.
No, I got to get her too. I really want to get her artist one actually, but now it's probably gonna be done already by the time I go to Japan again.
Oh, you like Miyo Misaki?
Yeah, I have her artist reign one
Okay,
actually.
what am I missing now? How many?
One more.
Oh shit!
I don't know if you would get this one. It's not It's not someone I quite describe as my favorite. I just thought this one was kind of cool and I got it.
I probably won't get this then because there's no way you got
Saya Kamatani, and it's the double one when when she briefly had the red belt and the strong women's,
cool.
like her double belt one. Yeah. So you got everybody from Stardom. There's one from Ice Ribbon that's so easy.
Yuka.
Yeah. There's two from Marvelous.
Senka.
No.
What? Oh. Takumi and Mia?
No.
What the fuck? Wait, you got Magenta?
I got Magenta.
Oh, okay.
I bought Magenta from Magenta in Vegas. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So those are the two from Marvelous. I think that's everybody. I'm just looking. I think that's everyone I have. So you did pretty good. And the Saya one you never get because I barely ever talk about Saya being.
No, that's why I was. Yeah.
I just think that acrylic stand is cool. But
wow, I listened to a lot of Omakase.
Yeah. But yeah, you did get everybody. But yeah, the Ice Ribbon one's like, okay, name the one person from Ice Ribbon I have. It's like, yes, really difficult. Really difficult. Yeah. But yeah, the Marvelous one's hard. I don't blame you for not getting that one. But that was when I bought their acrylic stands and like showed them I was buying them, and they didn't give a fuck, which is funny. They were just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Fucking foreigner.
Yeah, they
obviously in character.
No, they're definitely in character at meet and greets.
Yeah. But it's very funny.
I told Midoriya a very nice story about her blog because her blog actually spoke about her losing a brother from a young age. So I was like, I was telling her it was like very beautiful and stuff like that, and she just did not care at all, which I thought was funny.
That's funny. Well, they are punks. Those magenta punks. But
hey, did you notice that Kikyo Furusawa is doing the same thing with her eyebrows? It's makeup, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Maybe it's a new thing.
Yeah.
A new Gyaru thing.
What an interesting start this was the episode. It's like it was not like any of the topics we said we were going to talk about, but it wasn't quite as off topic as usual. It was still wrestling related.
Yes.
We did. That was kind of interesting.
We have good conversations, I like to think.
We do actually. Is there any non-wrestling thing we can talk about?
I would like to ask you one it's about the podcast actually, so it's topical. I was thinking, it's been a year now since you restarted, no? Around that?
A little over, yeah. I think it was like last April.
So, how are you feeling 1 year back?
Huh. How am I feeling 1 year back?
You enjoy every week, or
I enjoy the vast majority of weeks. I enjoy it. Now, I promise I'm not blowing smoke up yours or anybody else's asses. Part of that is because I think all the regular co-hosts, I've gotten into a good rotation of regular co-hosts that I enjoy talking to. So that does help.
Oh, yeah.
The only time it feels like a burden is these weeks like this coming week when I have the con, where I'm like, and if these cons did not come during the tournament week, I'd probably just skip the week. But now like my fucking completionist brain, it's like I cannot skip the week, and I cannot. Yep. If I wait 2 weeks to do an episode, it'll be like too long.
Yep.
Even for this fucking podcast. So yeah, that's the only week it feels like this coming week. I'm gonna have to like record in parts again, like I did last year for Otakon, and it just feels like a pain in the ass when I'm like, trying to enjoy the con. There's less of the con to enjoy than ever. But like Colossal Con will be the same thing, where like I'm gonna have to find time, and that'll be even harder because I'd rather be at the water park too. So, but that also lands during the middle of like a million fucking tournaments. So, and there'll be tournaments I want to watch even less. So I mean, like it'll be the fucking N1 and the Dreamstar and shit. So.
The Dreamstar N1, yes.
Yeah. Like, goddamn. Why did I agree to do that again? Don't know. I guess there's still time for me to back out, but I don't know.
It'll be fun. I'll come on to do some N1 as well.
Thank you. I'm not a coward, and I am a masochist, so we'll make it work.
Well, that's good, because I just wasn't sure if I don't know when the burnout point starts to be, because you're covering a lot, right? I mean, this is a one-stop shop for wrestling. I don't think there's any other podcast. Sorry, for Japanese wrestling, obviously. I don't know if anyone else does this, to be honest. Like I only do Joshi-ing Around with him.
Doesn't what's it called?
Eastern Lariat.
Yeah, Eastern Lariat covers a lot, I think.
Not as much as you in terms of the Joshi side as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's really nobody else who's doing like New Japan and Ice Ribbon, right? I mean,
honestly,
really,
exactly.
it's really not a thing. It's like people either do like the big stuff or the small stuff, and like nobody does all of it. Now, I think also that's probably why we don't have as many listeners as some other podcasts, because besides the fact I'm just generally annoying.
But you serve your audience better than
I serve my audience. Yeah,
exactly.
But like, I think if you're looking to like find X or Y, you know, besides we're just kind of everything. So some people are just like, I don't want to listen to all that. Now I will say, I mean, I probably should have said this way earlier than 52 minutes in, but you know, the Apple Podcasts like chapter feature is pretty useful now if you want to skip like, you know, skip to a topic or skip a topic because you don't care about that promotion, or you only care about X promotion. You could totally do that with the Apple Podcast like chapter feature now. So that's something.
I've also found, because we worried a lot about long podcasts, because we're also covering a lot of promotions, just Joshi only, and you can't shorten it. That's just how long a podcast takes if you're covering as much as we do, right? But I just found like, what?
To be fair, I probably don't need to spend an hour like complete bullshitting every week.
Okay, but sure. I mean, it still would be like 3 hours minimum, right? Like something like that. But people tend to complain less and less. Like once you have your core audience, is what I found. Like,
I don't really get that many complaints. Like there was like one guy in Discord recently who was like, you know, is there any way to make this more palatable or release it in chunks or something? Yeah. And I was just kind of like, no.
you're not the target audience.
Yeah. I'm like, it's, you know, this is, you know, there's people there. I've talked to multiple people though who are like, you know, I have like long drives all the time.
Yes, absolutely.
Somebody like works an overnight subway shift,
or they break it up over days if they're busy. Some of our listeners do that.
Yeah. So like, you know, I get it. I mean, look, I don't listen to that many long podcasts myself anymore, so I get it because I work at home. I just don't need it as much.
Yeah.
But when I do need long podcasts, when I'm going on the road and stuff, or like when I'm going on a fucking 12-hour flight, boy, are they're like invaluable then.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you people, I get it if people don't listen every week too, and it doesn't help too that I end up releasing in odd times. Like this is going to come out only 5 days after the last one, which was already 4 hours long. But like, I can't really do anything about that. You know, I mean, it's like it's when people are available to record.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, or maybe even 4 days after the last one. I don't know. I mean, you know, and there's a lot to cover. Again, if you're going to cover everything, and it's not even like I cover everything anyway. It's like I don't cover 0-1 or Osaka Pro. I don't cover.
That market is fulfilled.
Yeah. I don't cover Glate anymore. There's some Joshi I don't cover, right? I mean, you guys cover all.
Yeah, I mean, like, but you cover broad strokes, like the major promotions, right?
Yeah.
On both sides.
What's the biggest Joshi promotion I don't cover? I'm trying to think.
Like you cover some Sendai Girl shows, I guess, but not all of them. That
I'm just saying, like I never talk about.
Oh, maybe Marvelous. But you have spoken about them, so
Marvelous. I cover Marvelous.
Yeah, you've spoken about them for the Buntai show, so
yeah.
No, I mean,
and we did I think we did something else too. We did
You've also done a seedling show as well.
I did a seedling show, but like as far as like promotion, I never talk about. I'm trying to think what the biggest one is. It might be
Diana, maybe
Diana. Yeah. So our Actress Girls.
Yeah, and these are not big promotions at all.
Yeah. So, because Marvelous, I feel like we cover at least a little bit, and same thing. I mean, there's almost no promotion where I cover every show because it'd just be impossible. No. I mean,
how often do you cover Marigold? Did you drop that? I don't remember.
No, Marigold. I'm doing the Dreamstar.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's just I've been like this is the time of year where I have to start skipping stuff, otherwise I'm going to go insane. Yeah. So, I mean, I think the next time I'm scheduled to do Marigold, I'm taking a break from. I mean, I was not enjoying it anyway, but I think the next time I have Marigold on the schedule. Is the August 9th Oda show. I'll cover that. So I'll cover the Oda show, and then at that point, we'll go to the Dreamstar after that. So I mean, I'm excited to do the Dreamstar. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a lot of these wrestlers now. They're going to get some wrestlers back that I actually really like Victoria, obviously.
They need Mayu for that, to be honest. I really think Mayu's be back. She's like, she carried the Dreamstar so hard last year.
Yeah. I didn't watch it because I was the finals last year, so I'm kind of excited to watch it this year, to be honest. Yeah. But like last year it was head to head with the 5-star, and it's like I can't do it. I mean, the 5-star and the G1 and the Dreamstar is impossible.
No, Seri is a blow too, because Seri was very good last year. So
yeah. Is Sari going to be in it? Because I saw she was in the press conference. Okay.
I don't think she is.
Chi-Chi's going to be in it.
Chi-Chi's going to be in it. Yeah, and some Gaijin.
Yeah, the random gaijin. I saw that.
I think there's going to be 3 of them.
Jesus. Okay.
Oh.
Well, to be fair, we're about to watch 7 Julia Hart matches in the 5 stars. So
Oh, you're true.
that still has not even happened yet, which I guess can be our transition into the Stardom 5-star Grand Prix. So there's 2 shows to talk about here, and I just realized I do not have my iPad in front of me, which has all my notes on it. So very professional here. Okay. The first show was the one in Ishikawa, like you said. It's from the Ishikawa Industrial Exhibition Hall, Building 2. This was night 4, Saturday, July 25th. This did a crowd of 581 people. So there's no direct venue comparison to last year's 5-star. The last time they were in Kanazawa at all, which is is it Ishikawa City, but not Ishikawa Prefecture?
It's Ishikawa Prefecture, Kanazawa City.
Kanazawa City, okay. The last time they were in Kanazawa was last year after the 5-star when they did 502. So it was up from that, but that was just a house show. So it should be up from that, Can't be like, oh, Stardom killed it with that one. I mean, they should be up. So that made sense. It's interesting how they're doing it this year. So they gave the Blue Star people the entire week off. Like the Blue Star people just did not wrestle this weekend. It was just 2 straight Red Star shows. That was not how they did it last year, right?
No.
I remember them alternating Red Star and Blue Star shows. So they're trying to give people more time off, it feels like.
I think it's good.
Yeah, no, I think it's good too. So we have 2 Red Star only shows. Blue Stars gets the weekend off entirely, except Hanan had a tag match on the show. That was the only one. But yeah, that was an interesting way to do it. So the one thing about this format, though, so they've already run 3 shows before this, and they were all shows that were both blocks. But like you have wrestlers that have wrestled 3 matches already at this point, and you have wrestlers who are wrestling their first match. So it is very weird from that standpoint. So like the standings are a little weird, and everything's kind of weird before people catch up with each other. I don't know if I like that, to be honest. That's a little annoying to me, but that's also just might be like the way my brain works. So I'm like, I don't want people to like be all over the place like that. I don't know, but I don't know. Do you really care about it or no?
It will work itself out when they get to the big shows. So that's kind of why. Yeah.
So it opens up with Red A, which was Rina defeating Akira Kuragane in 9 minutes and 21 seconds with the Hydrangea. Rina goes to 1 win and 1 loss for 2 points, and Akira goes to 0-2. One thing I thought about a lot watching this match, especially, I think people on Twitter, which you'll never believe this, people on Twitter are going a little too hard on a fucking narrative. I think people on Twitter have gone a little too hard on the quote, Rina is a bad heel critiques lately. I think she's kind of a lovable goofball at times, and she does sometimes play into her cheers a bit.
She absolutely does. But that doesn't make her a bad heel.
But it's also not like she never gets booed either. She got booed in this fucking match, which is why I wrote this down.
Yes.
Like, the fucking fans boo her. Like, if you listen to people on Twitter, you would think she never gets booed in her life. All she ever does is get cheered, and all she ever does is play into the cheers, which is just, like, factually untrue.
Well, I mean, watch the Sayaka match in her hometown, Sayaka's hometown. Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think people go too far with that one. It's like, you can critique her a little bit if you want to and say, oh, she could try hard to get booed sometimes. But I don't think the people who are like, she's the worst heel of all time, she never tries to get booed ever. I'm like, that's, again, you're over exaggerating. I guess that's what everybody does on Twitter. They go to the most extreme takes possible, but it's just really, you sound kind of stupid when you go that extreme. This ended up being a much more competitive match than I was expecting. Akira really hung in there, took it to the pink devil at times. Rina put her away. Really good opener. I went 3 3/4 on this. I really enjoyed it. I
like Rina's new look. The wavy hair. It's new gear, right? I'm not going crazy.
It's new gear, yeah.
Yes.
Her jacket has like all this English on it. I was trying to read it and I couldn't really make out a lot of it.
Oh,
but
I didn't see that.
I think some of it was just talking about what a pug she is or something. But, yeah.
No, I thought it was a good match. Had good near falls. Akira's knee strike, very good. And I definitely bet on some of the near falls. So like the crucifix driver, because she did it. She set it up so slowly. I was like, oh, is she actually going to win a match with this? But no, she just did it really well. So yeah, good stuff. 3 stars.
Rina Mashita in Red Stars B beat Lady C in 7 minutes and 3 seconds with the implant. That put Rina up to 5 points at this point. She was 2-1-1, while Lady C was now 0-2. Okay, so my take on Lady C is I feel like Dreamtrine has somehow leveled Lady up again in singles matches too. Like she still has that weird, like underdog, like lovable energy for someone so big that's very interesting. But it does feel to me like she's also utilizing her size advantage a bit better at times. Like she's really like running people over the shoulder blocks more. She just feels like she's taking up more space in the ring. But I don't know if she's been taking notes from Ami Sourei or something. I mean, she also just might be a little wider, you know, like I think she actually is getting a little bigger besides just being tall. But in general, she just looks like she's like using her size more in the ring, which is interesting. But yeah, I thought this turned into a really cool slugfest between the two of them. Just a fun power versus power match in general. If anything, I wish they'd gotten a few more minutes than 7 minutes because I thought it was really rocking. I was 3.5 on it. It was a good match.
You are correct. Lady C has definitely improved. I think I saw it last week during, especially the Saida match. Like Lady C was she was great in that match. So she's 100% improved. Yeah, I thought this was a solid match. Big ladies crashing into each other. I went 3 with this.
In A, I'm going to stop saying red stars every time because it's all red stars, everybody. So it's A. We had Itsuki Aoki beating Natsuko Tora in 6:42. That put Aoki up to 2-0 and dropped Tora down to 0-2. There was some, you know, they were doing like the big lady graps. The two of them are running into each other a lot. Rina distracted the ref so Tora could just smash a chair into the side of her face. That looked pretty brutal. Then she hit a Death Valley driver, but Aoki rolls out of the way of the swanton and then gets this roll up that I thought honestly looked a little messy, and that got the pin. So this match was okay. It didn't really do a lot for me past the first minute or so, and the messy ending didn't help. So I was like 2 3/4 on it.
Same, and I was actually a bit surprised because I don't know if you remember Itsuki Aoki and was it Rina Yamashita against BMI 2000 in Korakuen Hall? I think
it was really good.
Yeah, they had really good chemistry there, so I thought this was going to be a lot better, which obviously pains me to say as a Itsuki Aoki superfan. Yeah, this was just okay.
In A, it was Maika beating Sayaka Kurara in 6 minutes and 1 second with an armbar. That put Maika at 2-0. Sayaka also had 4 points, but they've dropped to 2-2. I don't know if Sayaka really got fucked up recently. Like people, there's that spot in the Azumi, not Azumi. Who the fuck did she wrestle the first night? No, but it was even before the Tomoka match, I think.
Oh, on the first night against Akira?
Yeah. Maybe that people thought she got like rocked or something. Or maybe it was even against Suzu or something. I don't know.
No, I thought people thought she got knocked out on the Tomoka one, which I didn't think. But yeah, that was the main one. I think people said.
But they've been keeping her matches really short since. Now, I think the problem with that also is when they keep putting these matches with her against like another main eventer or at least upper mid carder in the middle of the show, and it ends up being kind of obvious they're going really short. So I didn't like them doing that on back-to-back nights, but like they got to do this at one point if they want to like break the streak of like they got to put her in the mid card and have the match go the time limit or something because it's become too obvious that these matches that feel like they should be way higher in the card are like lower because they're going short. Because I remember when watching this live, everyone was like, "Why the fuck isn't this the main event?" But yeah, only went 6 minutes. Utami reversed the Majigatame sleeper into a cross arm breaker, which was targeting Sayaka's taped up arm and tapped her out. I thought it was really good while it lasted, actually, but again, it only went 6 minutes. I went like 3 1/4. But these two, like, I would love to see them have a longer match because they look like they had great chemistry together, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. There's a few possibilities for Sayaka. She could just be telling a story across the whole tournament because, she's kind of that type of wrestler where she would do that. I can't really see what that story is now. If it's just like, because I think Tomoka like worked over the arm, I'm pretty sure. And I don't think like Maika did that here. So I don't think she's going for like a consistent limb selling storyline over the course of the tournament. Could be she's injured, like you say. Or it could just be she needs to take some losses because her group is absolutely stacked. And so some people need to lose in that. And maybe it's fine if you just lose in 6 minutes in the undercard where it doesn't mean as much. So I don't know which of those actually is. But yeah, no, I thought this was good for the time it got. I went like 3 or whatever.
Then we had a tag team match. It was Hanan and Matoi Hamabe defeating Ane Kanaya and Emma Maishima. It was Hanan pinning Ane in 8:38 with a blockbuster hold. first of all, Hanan and Matoi, even when you just look at their pictures side by side, it's like they look like sisters, even more than Hanan looks like sisters with her actual sisters sometimes.
They'd
Like,
matching coat as well, right? Or
yeah,
did
they
I
have
make
like
that up?
matching,
Yeah.
like everything with them matches. Yeah, it's like they just look like, I don't know, they have a very like big sister, little sister vibe to them. It's obviously very cute. The other thing is too, like I saw somebody watch this and be like, when Tori's the future ace. I don't know if I go that far, but like I think she definitely has like future red belt energy. Like she has like that energy of like this could be like a main character of the promotion someday.
The problem is a
But-
lot of the Stardom 6 do. Like
Yeah.
Anakanai, Akira.
Ane does too. Ane does too for sure. I wouldn't say Emma does. Akira does.
Akira, yeah. I wouldn't say Emma either. I wouldn't say Kikya. I mean, they're still really fucking good. I mean,
Yeah.
just I couldn't see them in that top main event spot. But those
And
three are
Yuria-
absolutely good.
Yuria maybe
Yeah, I
like
mean-
white belt. White belt might be her peak, honestly. Like
Maybe.
yeah.
Even that is a
Even that's probably a little high, but
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, Hanan and Matoi. But I mean, I was just thinking like, you know, I was just thinking like Mina won the white belt, so you never know.
true.
but-
true.
But yeah, Hanan and Matoi, you know, I just hope they get like a real tag run someday too. That'd be really cool, I think. Also just felt absurd watching this fucking match, remembering 3 of these 4 wrestlers are in the 5-star, but fucking Julia Hart is. I'm like, nobody can tell me any of those 3 wouldn't have been a way better choice.
I mean,
but-
yeah. We don't need to go there.
But yeah, this was quite fun. Rookie tag battle while it lasted. Easy 3 1/4 for me.
Yeah, 3 stars. I thought this was really good. I really liked Anne's comebacks. I think she's great at that, obviously. It's one of her best talents. And yeah, her comeback against Hanan was great.
Red B. I just said I wasn't going to stop saying red, but I said it again. Azusa Inaba beats Utami Yashishita in 9 minutes and 13 seconds. Gets her first win at this point to go 1-2, and Utami still was winless at 1-1. First of all, people on the fucking Discord were making fun of people who picked Azusa to beat Utami, which is so fun. Like, that was specifically a result they were highlighting. Like, 6 people thought Azusa was going to beat Utami, or whatever the number was. I'm like, I'd like to be them. And then she fucking did it! It was like the funniest fucking thing.
Yeah, it's the 5-star. Anyone can beat anyone.
But yeah, Azusa just fucking pounded Utami's chest with these forearm shots early. I was like, oh my god, this girl is a menace. She's also one of those people that's like, where did she even get the strength to do these fucking forearm shots like with that amount of loudness to them? Because I'm like, she does not look, you know, she's kind of thin and small looking, you know, she's
That's awesome.
not one of the more muscular wrestlers, and she just fucking like pounds on people's chest with these forearms. I'm like, oh my god. They traded German suplexes. They both no-sold it, leaving into the 5-minute call. I was like, hell yeah. Much better move than no-sell. A German suplex than a 450 splash. But anyway. Azusa ends up getting the shocking upset with her cross-legged pin thing after escaping an Argentine backbreaker attempt and just kind of tripping her up. Very cool. Very crafty finish. Really good match. 3 3/4. I'm just not over, like, also, I'm sorry to keep talking when I'm not letting you talk. I am not over just how happy I am to have Utami back. Like, she feels so right in Stardom again. You have that theme music again that's so fucking epic every time she comes out. It's like, hell yeah. And then she just looks happy to be back. And everybody keeps, not Azusa, obviously, but as we'll get to the next night, everybody keeps hugging her every time they wrestle her. Like, it just seems like everyone's so joyful about it. Like, she looks really happy to be back. They look really happy to have her back. The fans seem really happy to have her back. It's like, how many, like, actual feel-good stories like this do you get in wrestling these days? I mean, I get it's not feel-good for Marigold, but everybody else is feel-good. So,
Yeah. Well, also, you don't have to apologize. It's your podcast. People are here to listen to you, John. On Utami.
allegedly.
Yeah. She is one of my favorite wrestlers. Just the more I watch her, the more I love her. I knew she would come back and hit the ground running because I've seen her put a lot of effort into even her like Marigold preview tags. So like the effort and the wrestling ability was never a question, right? But she just looks like a happier person in Stardom. She looks like she's enjoying herself more. So yeah, I'm really, really, really happy that Tommy's back. That's one of my favorite things, I guess, in 2026. Tommy returns to Stardom. So for Azusa, yes, her forums are insane, and I've got to say, in the 5-star so far, I think we're seeing a little bit of Red Azusa coming out. That JTO Azusa. It feels like she's getting a lot more time in her matches, and she's bringing out a lot of the stuff that she would do in a JTO match. Whereas like the previous 5-stars, whatever, she's just being hates Azusa. You know what I mean? Not really got much.
Yeah.
She's getting a lot this tournament, and it's awesome. Like, it's already added so much to the tournament, so I'm really happy about that development. And yeah, this was a really great match. I went 3.5. Really good.
If people don't know, I think we talked about it like 2 episodes ago, but if people don't know what Red Azusa or JTO Azusa is like, go fucking to JTO's YouTube right now. Watch that match she had with Saya Kamatani in the main event of their most recent Korakuen, which is on YouTube for free. Like, that match is fucking incredible.
Or the match against Aoi, right? In November, I think it was. I think you spoke about that.
Yeah, that one's from that little fucking place in, I think, Yamanashi, which is
yeah.
That's another incredible match. I would say you could watch her and Mirai, but you can't.
Nope. I still have it on my schedule. I'm like, when is this coming out? John's the only person that got to see this.
Me and Rob Hart and, the other, like, 103 people there or whatever.
Yeah. So Red Azusa is an incredible wrestler for her age. And whenever the conversation comes up about the two sisters, people think I'm crazy because I think Azusa has more potential. And it's probably only based on the matches I've seen with her in JTO. Like, someone her age and her level of experience shouldn't be having those main level matches against, like, her sister, against Saya Kamatani, against Aoi. So she is incredibly good. And you don't see it in Stardom.
She's better than Tomoka, which I think is kind of a hot take to some people.
No, I have the same take.
I think Tomoka is great too. I mean, it's ridiculous that these two people are like this good at this age.
Yes.
But I also kind of, because we were just talking about this in Discord, like, when are they gonna, like, the question for a long time was like, when are they gonna leave JTO? And now it sort of feels like, well, Tomoka's practically running the promotion with Taka, and Azusa seems to like really like working there too. So I think everybody's like, prior should change. It's like, maybe they're just going to stay there and also be Stardom wrestlers for a long time to come. So,
and if they allow them to do this, like, the problem I had with them staying in JTO was because they're not allowed higher up the card in Stardom, which is, whatever. But they're also not allowed to like wrestle a specific way. Like, Azusa was a completely different person in Stardom, where I can believe why people were like, why do you think Azusa's so good? If they only seen her Stardom stuff. Now, I think people are starting to see, oh, shit, actually.
Yeah.
This is why we want her higher up the card. So I understand why people want her in Stardom, but also, there's a lot of great wrestlers that don't leave their indie promotions.
Watch GTO. Watch GTO. What do you want me to tell you? It's not even hard to watch. It's free on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, if you just fucking put on GTO. Yeah, when they put Fade's tape, that's true. But it seems to be making tape more often, and he finally stopped filming it through an iPhone that he fucking dunked in a jar of Vaseline. So... I don't know. Just watch GTO. I mean, it's not you're allowed to do that. You don't have to just not watch it. I guess some people get really annoyed when you say that though, because it's like, oh, I only want to watch X or I only have time for Y. So I get it. Not everybody's a crazy sicko asshole like you and I.
Yeah, but also I don't.
I just called you an asshole. I'm sorry.
No. I mean,
a crazy sicko like you. I'm an asshole. Not anybody. But yeah, it's a crazy sicko.
No, I was just going to say, when people say, like, oh, I want X wrestler to join a promotion, I do not like that.
Do you know why I added asshole to it at the end, by the way? It's because fucking AEW ruined that sicko word. Like, I felt like I had to add that.
Oh, I see, yeah. No, I get you.
Like, sicko no longer works, because sicko just means you're a fucking AEW fan. That's all.
They've stolen it, they've co-opted it.
They've co-opted it.
But these smaller promotions need to exist. They run like locally as well, like JTO's in Chiba. Like, they're not even like the dojo isn't in Tokyo, and fans in those regions want to see wrestling as well. Like, you can't just raid all of the indies for your favorite talent. Like, we wouldn't have the ecosystem we have right now if we didn't have like a really hot, great indie scene. Like, Ice Ribbon's a great product. You've spoken about that a lot. Like, these promotions need their stars as well. So.
Yeah, like, I mean, I go back and forth because it's like, okay, and what we didn't talk about the horrible news. Yuka broke a rib right when she was about to wrestle Serena.
Oh, it's so sad.
Show. Like, that tweet she wrote, like, broke my heart, where she's like, I'm so sorry for worrying all of you. I'm letting you all down. I'm like, girl, it's not your fault you broke.
Oh, I didn't see the tweet. That would have got me.
Stop apologizing to me for breaking, or to us as fans for breaking a rib. I'm like, I don't want to read this.
Did you hear her quote? So she gave a quote at her birthday dojo show where she said she wants to win the Women's Wrestling Grand Prix prize, the Tokyo Sports one, within 3 years. So she's super ambitious right now, and it means she's probably going to leave Ice Ribbon. But that's why her missing the Sari match is such a big deal, because that's like that could be like a launching platform for her.
Now, Sari did specifically say that she still wants to wrestle her. So
Sari's a homie.
Yeah, Sari's. I would not worry about that. Like, I think whenever you can do it. Now, my dream. Now, this is where I'm getting greedy. I'm like, if hopefully you want to let that broken rib heal, really let it heal for a while before you want to do this match with Sari. And I have a great place you could do it. December 31st, Ribbon Mania, Corkin Hall.
Oh, hell yeah. No,
I will be in attendance again. So yes, please save it for when I'm going to be in the country. That'd be amazing.
They only do one Corkin a year now, so they should load it up. Yeah. Absolutely.
So
and what else happens on 31st of December? I don't think there's like any other major big shows for Joshi. Like, it's mainly Ribbon Mania.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Somebody else ran 31st, didn't they?
I don't remember. I know it was all Japan.
It might have been one of the really tiny ones.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah. Goki Gen has that show at like 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning or whatever, the first show of the new year. Which I've never managed to go to that. I'm just like, I'm not doing that. I mean, although I could have just gone straight from Mogra probably this past year. Yeah. So, because we didn't leave until like 3:30 in the morning. But no, I left Mogra and like passed out immediately as soon as I got back to my room. So that was not going to work. But yeah, so Yuka, Sari, hopefully that happens. I don't remember how we got on that. Oh yeah, so yeah, if Yuka's going to leave Ice Ribbon, I mean, I'm not saying, talented people can't leave the promotion, but like, I don't want to root for it. I don't know.
Exactly. Really, it's the ones that cheer for it. I kind of like, what? Really? Like, it's okay if you want it.
Yeah. If they want to do it, they want to do it. I don't want to root for it.
But some of these wrestlers get harassment for staying with these companies. Like, maybe not from like the fans we're talking to. Like, a lot of Japanese fans are kind of like that as well. Not a lot. I should say some. A very small section.
Yeah. And it's like, I'm trying to think who else. Like, there was somebody I had on the tip of my tongue where I'm like, I could see this person either staying with Ice Ribbon forever, or like Moehiro. Like, she's so young.
Right.
It's like Stardom is clearly aware of her and her sister already because they booked them on New Blood. So like, I could see her staying with Ice Ribbon. I could see her retiring, because sometimes the child wrestlers just disappear, as Yuka herself did at one point.
Yes. She was like 18 when she retired or something.
Yeah. And she was gone for like 10 years and then suddenly came back, which is so crazy. I would love to ask her about that. Like, how did you suddenly... Oh, it was because of that play, right? That was what happened?
Yes, it was because of the Venus theater group, yeah.
But it's like you just decided, like, yeah, I'm going to wrestle again now.
Yeah.
Like, what were you doing for the last 10 years? That's what I'd love to know. Like, was you just trying to get into acting? Was that like...
Probably probably that, or other part-time jobs. Because a lot of these wrestlers on the independent scene already have a part-time job. Yeah, so they just kind of go to focus on that.
Yeah. Well, you imagine it's like maybe something became more regular. I mean, they could have been. I mean, a lot of them have the looks to do like a hostess club or something. I'm sure, but
some of them probably already work at one. Yeah, part time.
Yeah. So, but yeah, what was I thinking? What was I saying? But I could see Moehiro like retiring. I could see her, sticking with Ice Ribbon, or I could see her fucking signing with Stardom the moment she turns 18, or maybe the moment her younger sister turns 18. Like, I could see any of those things. So, but I don't want to see her root for it. Like, the outcome I want to root for the most actually is that she helps Ice Ribbon grow again and get back to like closer to what they used to be. Like, that's the outcome I would love to see. But, obviously it's not the most realistic outcome. So, whatever happens, happens. But yeah, don't root for promotions to lose your talent, I guess is the message we're getting to here.
It's all part of a healthy ecosystem. Trust in the system.
Exactly. In A block, Azumi beat Tomoka Inaba in 9 minutes and 5 seconds. That was her first win. She went to 1-1. Tomoka went to 2-2. So Tomoka gave her some soccer ball kicks and then calmly sat down like, you know what? You want to kick me back? Go ahead. But then that crafty cat, she just crucifixes her instead and very nearly pins her. That was very funny. They got into a form exchange out on the floor. They both tried to hit a destroyer and a Michinoku driver on the other one out there. You can obviously guess who was who. Before they each settled for a front suplex instead, and they both very nearly got counted out in the process. This match was going a mile a minute. Azumi fucking murdered her with a top rope double stomp from like halfway across the ring. There were some real crazy kicks from both girls. This roundhouse kick from Azumi that looked like it nearly took her fucking head off at one point. And Tomoka returned the favor with this huge bicycle kick after a double knockdown tease, and then a spinning kick right to the face while she's kneeling, and that got a 2 count. But Azumi finally planted her with a Canadian Destroyer. And I disagree with some people about Destroyers, by the way, including the guest last week, Sue Williams. I know is writing on her vlog that she has to stop doing her quote-unquote table Destroyers. I think the way she doesn't always get the flip over all the way perfectly actually looks like it kills people even more a lot of the time. Like the flip part, I mean, sometimes she does it really well. Sometimes the flip doesn't quite make it all the way, but it looks like it kills them even more. Like it looks like it plants them. So I thought
people just don't like the move.
Yeah, maybe that too.
Because like suspension of disbelief or whatever. Well, I mean, I never cared about that, to be honest. So.
And then Azumi, after the Canadian Destroyer, she gets the Azumi Sushi for the pin. 4 stars should be. Pretty much exactly what you'd expect. Awesome fucking sprint of a match. Believe this was my match of the night. But yeah, just awesome match. Definitely was my match of the night.
This was my match of the night. Yeah, 3 3/4. Total kick sicko match, I guess. There was buzzsaw kicks, penalty kicks, all sorts of kicks. I actually don't have anything to add from what you said, actually. You said it all. Oh, I actually got one thing. The fucking La Mystica, Azumi Mystica, I want to call it. It pops me every single time. That move I love is Azumi Mystica. The one that fucking great.
Well, she goes straight from the La Mystica into the Azumi Sushi, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yes, is all. I mean, even just the La Mystica by itself, I fucking love it. It's just the way she flies around, it just looks so clean and satisfying. You know when people talk about like Mystico, when he does his or he does his crossbodies, how he like floats in the air for a while. Like Azumi's is like that good. So
she is very, very, very good. That is for sure. Then we have the May Sierra versus Konami match. Konami beat May Sierra in 11:22 with the Triangle Lancer. So Konami gets her first win of the tournament. It's her first match of the tournament, period. So this is one of the ones who hadn't wrestled yet in Red B. So she's 1-0 at this point, and May dropped to 1-2. So Konami worked on May's arm right from the start. This wasn't like the smoothest match ever. There were like a couple small botches here or there, but the two of them were great enough to just power right past it. And I still thought the match was really good. Like Konami hit this fucking brutal punt kick a little after the 10-minute mark. May kicked out, and then Konami took her straight down to the Triangle Lancer after the arm work she did earlier. May had no choice but to tap out. I feel like this would have been a 4-star match if it wasn't for like the kind of like tiny botches I mentioned. Because of that, I took it down to 3 3/4, but still really good.
Did she kicked out with 2 punt kicks, right?
I believe so.
That was a bit excessive because that punt kick destroyed May Sarah's unit mate, right? Starlight Kid in those matches. Like it was literally the story of that feud. So I was even after the first one. Oh no, she dodged the first one. I think she dodged the first one and then kicked out the second. She only took one. Right. Yeah, I just don't even want to kick it out of one, to be honest, just because it was the storyline of the Starlight Kid one. But no, this was a really good match, and I went 3.5 on it. And I also love the storyline of Konami collecting, more Pokemon for her collection. I don't know, she's just a really funny character, and she's still doing that gimmick even after the white belt.
People don't know what she did. She spray paints some with black spray paint, which, Nobody calls this blackface like they did with Jake Lee. But yeah,
I give Konami the pass anyway. There you go.
Then she takes the. Does Jake Lee get the pass?
No, fuck that guy.
I really don't think he was trying to do blackface.
I saw it and I didn't care. I don't know. You don't need to make a deal out of it.
It looked like he was trying to make the black like a really.
Yes, he was just doing inverted paint. I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah, but I think most people were kidding anyway. But who knows?
I think so.
It's hard to tell online sometimes because it was not literally blackface, but
no.
Anyway, because blackface looks like a certain thing, right? And it didn't look like it was. This was like blackface paint.
This was like the inverted paint maker, like Chris.
Yes, that's a good way to put it, actually. But yeah, anyway, she spray paints the black paint on their face, and then takes like a fucking autograph and like fucking rubs it all over a portrait and rubs it all over to get their autograph, which is very funny. So, the main event, unfortunately, this is where the show let me down. Saya Ida beat Maki Ito in 12:57 with a vertical drop brainbuster, improved to 3-0 at this point, while Maki Ito fell to 1-1. This is in Red B. So yeah, had a boring start, I thought, especially compared to some of the earlier matches on this show. There's nothing like super wrong with it. It just was not that exciting. And I know I've talked about this before. I think Maki Ito's biggest flaw as an in-ring worker is that for a character who's like, she's not a total heel, but she's a bit heelish, and she's an aggressive character. She ends up working on top a lot as a result, especially against like pure baby faces. She's actually not particularly compelling during her heat periods. Like she bumps well for comebacks though, which is good. She did bump well here when Ida started getting some offense, but like her actual control period, her heat period was not interesting at all. Ito hit a nice running boot to Ida while she was on the apron, which she really went rolling to the floor for, followed by a hard DDT out there using the apron as well. So I was like, okay, we're getting going again, but then we're getting going finally, but then I thought like it slowed down again back in the ring. We got an Ito forearm versus Ito chop exchange. That was pretty good. Ito was another Joshi wrestler who can throw some harder forearms, you guess, just by looking at her. That was just at the 10-minute mark. The Saida, I don't know if you know, like the thing where she hits the ropes repeatedly to charge up her lariat, it never fucking works anymore. I feel like it gets countered every match. It got countered here, like Ito just drop kicked her. I'm like, Sai, you gotta stop hitting the ropes that many times. It's not working anymore. Ito followed up with a pretty good tornado DDT off the ropes. Ida escaped a double arm DDT with a kind of meh like lariat, did not look that great. But Ito kicked out at 1 for it anyway, so whatever. And then Ida got a better running lariat after that. That came just after the 3-minute remaining call. And then Ida ended up just kind of putting away at the brainbuster after that, and a finish that, felt a little flat to me after I had just finally been getting into it during the closing stretch. So overall, I thought it was just fine. Gentlewoman's 3. I thought it was a disappointing main after the undercard had so many bangers. I was just like, okay, this is kind of a downer main to end on. Wasn't bad. It was fine. But it just could not live up to like pretty much any of the matches that came before it. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm surprised you had that many notes on it. I've got nothing. I just thought it was weird as a main event. It was a completely okay match. I just went 2.5 for. I got no thoughts on it whatsoever. It was it's a match you'd expect Maki Ito to have, I guess. I just don't know why it was the main event.
It was 13 minutes. I don't know. I'm a professional, Eric.
Yes, you are. Yeah, I'm not.
And the undercard was really good though, so still an enjoyable show. But the whatever kind of main definitely brought it down a notch. So the next night, the second of 2 5-star Grand Prix shows we're going to talk about is the one I forgot to write the attendance down for. This was, let me see if Cage Match has it. Duo Cerezo. Okay, Stardom Cage Match.
Pretty sure it
after I just called myself a professional, then I'm like, I don't have the attendance.
542.
Yeah. Okay, it's funny we said that at the exact same time.
Oh.
Where does that go? Oh, actually, here we go. Compare it to Tokyo. Tokyo Joshi only did 216 back in February for that. Last year, Stardom in October did 415, so up from that number. But that was just a house show. They didn't run the 5-star, so no direct comparison. But yeah. This was from, Duo Cerezo and Joetsu Niigata. Very cool looking venue. It has that like wood everywhere, like just like those wooden balconies and stuff. Just very cool looking venue. But yeah, there's another all Red Star show. So it opens up with the A block. Maika defeats Tomoka Inaba in 8 minutes and 3 seconds with the Michinoku Driver 2. That leaves Maika at 3-0 and drops Tomoka down to 2-3. So he started throwing forms in the aisle before Maika even got to the ring. I was like, hell yeah. Tomoka really took it to Maika back in the ring too. For Maika suddenly caught her with a power slam, almost killed her with a standing lariat. We got the trading of Michinoku drivers you'd expect to see from the current and former JTO wrestlers, the former Taka student and the current Taka student, I guess. And it's Maika who puts her away with 2 straight. Really good, all action, exactly what you hope for from an opener like this. 3 3/4. And Maika gave her some condescending little head pats afterward, and Tomoka slapped her away, which is funny. She's like, "Don't fucking head pat me, JTO traitor." That was funny.
I'm guessing Maika was like her senior at JTO. I was trying to wonder the whole match. I was like, where do I know these two? Like, what history do these two have? And then I remember that Maika was in fact in JTO. So I assume she was her senior because she hit her with 2 Michinoku drivers to win this one. So that was funny. Retaining seniority from JTO days. I thought it was good. Tomoka's being really aggressive in these 5-star matches, which I like a lot. There's also a lot of early fighting spirit spots from her, like as in like 3 minutes into the match, which, I love fighting spirit spots, but there's a lot of those. I think there were like 2 in the first 5 minutes of this match. again, if I have to compare to her sister, I am preferring her sister's 5-star GP so far. But it was good. I went 3.25.
Yeah. Then we had Konami defeating Lady C in 8:29. So Konami become in Red Stars B. Konami goes 2-0, and Lady C stays winless at 0-3. Lady cracked Konami with a big boot to the face relatively early, but tried it again and got tripped over the top rope, so the chair tossing could begin. I thought it was a good back and forth match once they got back in the ring. And, again, talking about Lady C leveling up, it finally feels like she has the kind of offense needed to hang with someone like Konami in a match like this. Like, she in the past she didn't really at all. But yeah, Konami did put her down though with 2 straight buzzsaw kicks, followed by a punt kick. Good match, 3.5, and Konami once again got the spray paint autograph because of course she did.
Yes, Lady C, her improvement continues. I think she now has a thigh slap forearm. So I see you, Lady C. I like that a lot.
She had plenty of thigh to slap.
I mean, yeah, I'm a big thigh slap enjoyer. I'm known to be a thigh slap enjoyer. She also has like a sick big boot, obviously. I mean, that's always been like
really sick.
Yeah, that's always been one of the best things about her. And like when you compare her big boot to like Hanako's, it's like even more of a, I guess, striking comparison. Yeah, I thought it was a solid match, and obviously Konami collected Lady C as well. She got a big ass collection now. 3.5.
Red A. Natsuko Tora beat Rina in 10:54 with the Swanton Bomb. So that was Tora's first win. She came in here 0-2, and now she's 1-2. Rina is also 1-2 after this match. So Rina showed no mercy to her senpai. She whipped her, then started choking her with said whip. She hit her with chairs to boot on top of that. And like, okay. Rina really stayed on top in this match, even back in the ring. They traded forearms, and then she took Tora down with this typically excellent judo throw. Like, the judo sisters really do good judo throws. Who knew? Tora eventually did make her comeback. She hit this big splash off the top, but Rita kicked out of it. And I thought Rita had her pinned for a second when Tora missed the swanton, and Rita immediately cradled her, but Tora just barely kicked out. They went into a fucking crazy closing stretch from there. Rina ran right into her arms for this huge sit-out powerbomb that also got a 2 count. For Tora hit the senton the second try for the pin and her first 2 points. Awesome fucking match. 4 stars for this. It delivered just like last year's one did, and this time Tora did not make the mistake of pulling her up and then losing like she did last year. But just I love this match. I mean, Tora, again, she gets dragged down by Raraka so much in the tag team that you sometimes just forget how great she can be by herself, and she was great here. So
I am a massive Natsuko Tora fan. The fact that people lump her in with Raraka, shame on them. Natsuko Tora has been awesome for quite a while now, in my opinion. I thought this was awesome. My first 4 stars of these 2 nights, I guess. Natsuko's striking was so clean in this match. It had a lot of heat. The people are into both of these wrestlers kind of big, especially Rina, of course, who we spoke about her babyface-ish tendencies sometimes, which means it works for the matches like this, right? So it's not necessarily a bad thing that she can drum up a lot of crowd support sometimes. Like even Natsuko was having a bit of fun, getting the crowd participating, when she was like smacking her tummy as she normally does for the cannonball. Yes, sick lariat from Natsuko later on as well, into a fighting spirit spot. That always pops me. Set up powerbomb, that popped the fuck out of me as well. Yeah, awesome match.
In Red A, Azumi beat Sayaka Kurara in just 3 minutes and 2 seconds with the Azumi Sushi. So she went to 2-1 and dropped Sayaka to 2-3. So Azumi offered her a handshake before the match started, but we got angry unicorn mode. She just fucking clubbed her instead. But Azumi hilariously scolded her and demanded the handshake a second time. But when Sayaka was like, okay, I'll give you the fucking handshake, Azumi spun around and German suplexed her. So the unicorn was right not to trust the cat.
Boo. Yep.
It's fucking Cyber Cat was very sneaky again. They almost pinned each other immediately with cradles. There was a great cutback on the Azumi Sushi by Kurara. I'm like, I thought she had her there. Because I kind of figured this was going short just by being buried in the undercard again for no reason. So I was like, oh my God, I thought she had her beat. Azumi caught her coming off the second rope, trying a springboard with his kick to the face. Very sick spot. Then hit a second buzzsaw kick. Sayaka rolled right to the pin attempt and again almost got the 3. She hit the Tokimeki spear, but Azumi kicked out. Azumi dodged the second Tokimeki, got the Azumi Sushi. Kurara kicked out. Azumi rolled right through it into a second one for the pin. The finish was a little awkward because it almost looked like they were in the ropes, but I think Azumi did pull her leg back anyway. It was hard to tell from her angle, but I don't give a shit. I honestly don't give a shit. This match was so fucking great. I thought about giving fucking 4 stars in 3-minute match. That's how much I love this match. I still went 3 3/4. Just they never stopped for the entire 3 minutes. I'm just like, I need a longer match from these two, like, yesterday. But yeah, just really, really, really good stuff. I mean, I already just told everybody I have both their fucking acrylic stands in my room, so I guess I'm biased, but but look, Wrestling Omakase is part of the experience, right? It's like, I'm very on my, I put my heart on my sleeve when it comes to my favorites. Nobody does not know who my favorite wrestlers are when they listen to this podcast, going all the way back to Tetsuya Naito. So
yeah, we had a discussion about this on Joshi-ing Around about favoritism and bias. Like, that's kind of the whole point of fandom. You're supposed to have favorites, and you're supposed to have biases.
Well,
as long as you communicate them, which you do.
I'm very over the top about it too, because I hate the people who act like they don't have any favorites. I'm like, you do have favorites.
It's stupid.
Everyone has favorites.
Yeah.
But some of the ones who do that just act like the people they like are like objectively the best, which I don't really think that's not a fucking thing. Like, okay, I can give you lots of well-reasoned reasons why I think some of these people are really, really good, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that part of the reason why I don't love, Azumi or Naito or Sayaka or whoever is because I just think they look fucking cool. I mean, obviously that's always part of it when you're a fan and it's fandom, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've had this a lot. Yeah.
But so I'm saying, the goal. So just the person at home who's like, 3 3/4 for a 3-minute match, John. Like, first of all, who gives a shit? But second of all, it's two of my favorites, and they had a great match. I don't care. Give a shit how many minutes it was. So.
Absolutely. And I think this is the last Sayaka match we're going to talk about in the pod. So something else we've discussed that I discussed with Tim was Sayaka Kurara's most outstanding case. So I thought it was kind of interesting. So I'm one of those spreadsheet nerds that I like, with you probably, like we rate all our matches, right? And I like to do a point system just to keep track of like who I've rated the highest the most times, because that's not something that I mentally keep track of, right? Because there's so many matches that I watched that I'm obviously going to lose track of that. Like, I know in my head who are my favorites, but I don't know how it stacks up over the year. So yeah, with this point system, I was just surprised. I was looking at it the other day, and Sayaka was like 4th, like on my most outstanding list.
Wow.
I was like, what? She's been having a quietly awesome year. Not even maybe quietly. Like, it's not just her peak. She also has a lot of volume, like a lot of great tag matches, a lot of great like undercard matches as well. She's very much almost getting underrated in a way with how good she is for her level of experience.
Yeah, well, there's there's a bunch of people who don't want to like her because she's like the new Tam or whatever, and like,
sure.
Like, she's an art student and she's not athletic, which I don't even think is true. But like, I get that she's not. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, she doesn't have like the kicks like Aya Sakura has or some of the other younger.
Why does everyone need kicks?
But yeah, well, that's a good point too. But like, I think her offense looks really good, and I think she sells really well. I don't know what she does. She doesn't do well. That people like. If you think she sucks, I really want to hear your explanation. Like, what does she not do well? I don't really get it. But I don't know. Again, I'm biased. I think she's really good. I'm looking right at her, staring at me in a kimono, so I get it, but I just don't really get what she
is not one of my favorite wrestlers in terms of like her character, so that's why I was kind of surprised that she was so high on my list, just because I've enjoyed a lot of her matches. If she was bad, I would say she's bad. I've got no loyalty to Sayaka Kurara. I just think she's having an excellent year. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. And Azumi was my MVP last year for the 5-star. I thought she had an excellent, consistent year last year, where she could have been in the most outstanding, conversation as well. So it was no surprise that this short match was also great. So I want to validate your opinion on this, John. I thought it was also great. I went 3.5.
Red B, May Sierra, and Azusa Inaba went to a 15-minute draw, so they both go to 1-2-1. I seem to be the low one on this. Everybody else seemed to love this, so I assume you probably did too.
I loved it.
I thought it was solid, but it was a little boring to me at times. I mean, it got a lot better down the stretch once they started going at more of the pace I expected from the start of the match. But I guess that was the problem, was they were going 15. I didn't think they had quite enough to fill the 15. But the end was really good, where Azusa kept going back to her ankle lock as time ran down. May made it to the ropes once. Azusa got it right back on. She got the 2-minute remaining call. She kept pulling her away from them. May did a really good job just like flexing her hand and teasing she was about to tap. That was really good. But she finally made the ropes again with less than a minute left. Azusa hit this running boot to the face, only for May to kick out at 1. Then she leapt in the air with this huge drop kick. Now there's where I had to take points off, because she did this giant leaping drop kick, which didn't make any sense when Azusa had just been fucking ankle locking her to hell. Like, I wish she hadn't done that. Azusa came back with rolling suplexes, and time finally expired, and she put the ankle lock back on her because she's a bad girl and all. But yeah, I was like 3.25. I would have easily been 3.5, maybe even 3 3/4 if she hadn't done the drop kick. But you just can't do a drop kick after you just had your leg worked on for like 5 straight minutes. It doesn't work for me, especially a super high, super perfect drop kick. It's like,
so to play devil's advocate on that a bit. Remember, so you were having the conversation in the Voice Wrestling Match of the Year channel, right, about the no sell from Nick what's his second name? Jackson, sorry, yeah, from the AEW Redemption pay-per-view. And I think you were talking about like how fighting spirit spots work really well when it's like a delayed sell, right? It kind of happens. It depends on what happens after the fighting spirit spot. That's what determines like whether it's a no sell or not. I felt here that May Sarah didn't do much after the drop kick. She kind of like used all her power on that drop kick, and then she tried to get up again, but she sort of like hobbled, and then immediately Azusa gets the leg lock on, and she almost lost. Like May Sarah was like about to like lose that match and tap out to that leg lock, probably because she like used all of her energy on that drop kick. So I thought it was I saw it basically as a fighting spirit spot. That's kind of how I saw that. But I guess, it's, up to interpretation. I can see why you saw it differently. I think this is going to be the furthest we are apart on a match. So this is the one I'm not going to validate your opinion on, because I thought this was one of my matches of the tournament, actually. I might be the high person on this in the opposite direction, actually. So I might be the outlier. I went 4.25 on this. I got really excited during this match. I was doing caps lock, notes, just the moves they were pulling out. I am very biased for both Red Azusa and May Sarah. They're two of my favorite wrestlers.
I like them both too a lot. Just why I'm surprised they didn't didn't do as much for me.
So what I say sometimes is, me and Tim have a saying, like, you have to be in the right mood for certain matches, and sometimes things just don't click, and there's literally no reason for that. So that's happened to me a lot, where it's a match that's literally designed for me, and I'm like, oh, that was okay. It happens a lot. Maybe I was in the right mood for this. So I like the story of the leg bars, obviously, early on in the match, and I was going to be like, oh, that didn't really end up mattering later on, but they did keep on going back to it. Like, May did a checkmate attempt, and it was another leg bar from Azusa, and I really thought May was going to tap there. That's when I kind of thought this was awesome. This was like the 13-minute mark, so it also peaked well for me. I didn't feel like they didn't have enough to fill out the time. I was engaged the whole time. When they were counting down 1 minute left, I was getting more and more excited because I actually didn't know if they're going to go to the time limit, and that's pretty hard to do. Normally, when something's going to be a time limit draw, it's very obvious, and I thought that they might get the win before 15 minutes. So I guess I was just completely engrossed. I guess I got suckered in. I got immersed.
That's the goal. So
that is the goal. So I thought I'd represent the other side.
Next up, Red A. It's Aoki beat Akira Kuragane in 11 minutes and 2 seconds. So Aoki improves to 3-0. I know you must be doing jumping jacks. Do you have an Aoki? Yeah. Do you have an Aoki acrylic stand or anything? Do they make that?
No, I have a calendar, a CD calendar of Aoki that I've got on my wall right now. So yeah,
there you go. See, look, the two fanboys here, which I'll take that. That's a gender neutral term, everybody. Fan. You want to call me fangirl too? I don't really give a shit. But either way.
I don't give a fuck either.
yeah. But that's where we are here, two fanboys.
Hell yeah.
But yeah. What do I like? Every time I get to that STARDOM merch stand, I really didn't buy that much on this past trip, but like, just the amount of shit I do.
They have a Movida Loca hoodie. I saw Itsuki wear it here. I absolutely have to get that no matter what. So that's my.
I still have stuff I'm waiting for too, because when Saki Kashima retired, I ordered like the
K-Mot
the final what
the K-Mot Club one, or
the K-Mot, the final K-Mot Club shirt. Because I'm like, nobody will know what that means, which it means like creepy otaku, which is funny to me, and it'll be like funny to wear at like a convention or something. I figured I'd have for Otakon. I do. They haven't even shipped it to they haven't even shipped it to Bai yet, let alone to me. So I don't know how fucking long I'm gonna be waiting for that fucking thing. But yeah, just kind of crazy. One day I'll get the K-Mot Club shirt and whatever else I put in that order. But yeah. Because that was like April or something when I ordered that. Like, Jesus, guys.
3 months.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't have it in stock or something.
It was a pre-order, but like they said June or July. It's fucking July 27th.
Oh yeah.
Like at some point you're gonna have to ship it, guys. Anyway, but yeah, this match, Aoki weirdly did not get muted on this show. And I remember thinking, is this her actual theme music that they've been muting for copyright all this time? I was like, I don't know. I was trying to remember what the fuck she came out to at Oz Academy when I saw her live. And I was like, well, maybe she came out with somebody else and that wasn't her theme. And then literally, as I'm typing out my notes, Eric will know, you fucking posted in the Discord when we were all watching live, like, that's her real theme. I'm like, okay. Well, of course you know that. But why was it muted? So random.
They must have just forgot. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because they muted it on the other shows, right? The other live shows.
They muted every other show up to this, yeah.
So no idea.
This was Akira's home prefecture, by the way, of Niigata. I believe she's actually from Niigata City, I think. But yeah, if you're wondering why she was this high up on the card. And the crowd let you know anyway, because they gave her the big chant right away. But, they did some pretty basic headlock stuff to start. But the match was like a nice showcase for Akira in her home prefecture. She got plenty of offense in her senpai. She got to kick out of an air raid crash. It all looked good. And then she went crazy with headbutts as we were approaching the 10-minute call. For Aoki just sent her fucking flying with a German suplex, followed by a kneeling super kick and another air raid crash for the pin. Another good match. Akira got to show out here big time before Aoki inevitably put her down. So I was 3.5 on this.
Yeah, I thought this was good. Obviously, huge Akira chance. I loved Itsuki smacking the shit out of Akira as well. I love that Akira has that Movida Loca influence with the forearms. Like, she's got probably the hardest forearms out of the Stardom 6. And obviously, she's the only homegrown member of Movida Loca. That's why it's kind of good sometimes bringing in independent talent. I know some people disagree with that. You do get to learn a slightly different style of wrestling because it's not all the same across the scene. It's not homogenous. I obviously they must train at least a little together, I imagine, or at least practice in the ring together before a show, I imagine. So I like that that's rubbing off on Akira as well. And yeah, Akira's developing this knee strike is a good development as well because that sounds and looks very cool and it suits her a lot. So.
Then we had the worst match of the tournament so far, unfortunately.
Oh, shit.
I'm sure Julia Hart will give them a run for their money at some point. Rina Yamashita and Maki Ito went to a double count out in 12:44. So at this point, Rina goes to 2-1-2 for 6 points, while Maki Ito is now 1-1-1 for 3 points. So Yamashita did still get the mute, unlike Aoki. So that was interesting. Both girls were staring each other down at the bell, not even moving at first. They finally stepped in the middle where Ito gently shoved her, and they just started wrestling. It was a weirdly intense start. Now, for a while, I read the Discord was like, oh, these two, Yamashita can be so goofy, and Maki Ito is going to want to do comedy, and they're just going to be horrible. They were wrestling completely straight for a little while. I'm like, okay, this is going fine. Yamashita tries to steal Maki's "Who's the Cutest in the World" bit, and that filled her with the rage that was able to actually powerbomb this Amazon out of the corner despite the size difference. That was funny. Then she instantly switched modes to cute and did the, Sekai no kawaii no wa, Ijo-chan. She did that. I don't know why I did that. But Ito did
why
that.
not? It's your fucking podcast. That was cool.
But yeah, she switched that to that right in the corner and did the whole thing. But they kept playing it straight after that. But then suddenly Maki Ito, I'm like, okay, they're going to keep it straight besides that one spot. Maki Ito produces a fucking pizza cutter. Yamashita pulls out skewers, and they start doing, it's basically like, oh, remember we were in GCW. And referee Daichi is trying to restrain her. They get locked in a mortal struggle. Daichi starts counting to 5, and they finally both drop their weapons. So the skewers spill all over the place, and he keeps reading both the riot acts. They both bow an apology. That was kind of funny. The cameraman just cutting to the mess on the mat was also funny. Ito ends up getting slammed on the skewer pile. I guess it didn't really do anything. It's not like they were pointing up or anything. She knocked Yamashita off the top rope to the floor and tried to dive on her, but she caught her in midair and suplexed her instead. Or Yamashita caught her, I mean. But Ito came back with a pretty poorly executed and slow spinning DDT off the chairs when she tried to throw her into them. It didn't look very good at all. Then they just weirdly brawl out of sight all the way into the lobby of the building as this already not that great match just came to a dead halt. We were watching an empty ring and Daichi count for a very long time, and then that was the finish. And they both came back out, wrapped up in green tape somehow, I guess was a mildly amusing visual gag, but not worth all the time you're just staring at an empty ring and Daichi counting. But yeah, this kind of fucking sucked. It was easily the worst match of the tournament so far. Just, it wasn't very good even before it got wacky. And the wackiness was kind of dumb. And then the ending was really dumb and not funny at all to me. So I was like 1 3/4. I just did not like this at all.
Damn, you're lower than I thought you would be, actually. Yeah, to go back to the comments about Yamashita's goofiness, in particular, like in earlier matches, like the Azusa match and stuff like that on, I think it was opening night. I think the tournament needs stuff like that. I don't think you can have like 8-10 minute bangers on the card. I think the local audience, like, they want to see some stuff like that as well. And I think it breaks up the card a bit. It's good variety, basically. So I don't have any problems with any of that. This one in particular just wasn't funny. And they also they teased the pizza cutters in the conference already, so I kind of knew the pizza cutter was coming out. So I don't really know why this got the same main event, considering all that. I guess they're pushing Maki Ito because she's incredibly popular. This just didn't match the spot it was in, and like you said, I think the main problem with this match is that ending gag wasn't even funny. Like, it wasn't worth what they did for the rest of the match. If they had actually turned it upside down and did this gag at the start and then wrestled the more straight match towards the end, it would have been fine, but they didn't do that. So I went 2 1/4.
Then we had the main event, where thankfully the show got right back on track. Utami Yashishita beat Saya Ida in Red B in 13:45 with the Crusade. So she goes to 1-1-1, gets her first win of the tournament finally. And Saya Ida goes to 3-1 and takes her first loss. So early on, it was good. It felt like the crowd, much like me at home watching this live, was a bit tired and lost a bit of steam. They weren't nearly as into it as I expected them to be early. But, the girls kept, to their credit, the two women, they kept throwing the bombs. They kept hitting the hard lariats. They kept trying and trying and trying, which is not easy to do, I think, when the crowd, I'm not a pro wrestler, but I would imagine when you're trying your heart out and the crowd's just not there with you at first, it can't be easy to just keep fucking hitting each other very hard and keep hoping you'll get them. But it paid off. They did eventually get them. There was this I don't know what the hell that noise was outside.
Is that a thunderstorm?
Oh, is it? Is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Like
I apologize, everybody, for the thunder on that podcast. Lightning and the thunder. Or I actually just watched that. This is like completely off topic, but did you see that movie that's like about the Neil Diamond tribute band?
No, I have not seen that movie.
Oh, and so I watched that with my dad last week because my dad just put it on Netflix, and it was like amazing. It was like one of the best like American movies I think I've seen in a million years, probably.
Oh wow!
I think it's like called Song Sung Blue, but it's about the reason why I bring this up is because they're called Thunder and Lightning, the act. But yeah, so 2 thumbs up for Song Sung Blue, and that's your Omakase movie minute. Definitely,
there you go.
Go watch that on Netflix or whatever else it's on too. But it's a really, really great movie. Anyway, I'm not even like a Neil Diamond fan or anything, but everybody loves Sweet Caroline. I think it's like, except Yankee fans.
I don't know who Neil Diamond is.
You don't know who Neil Diamond is?
I thought, should I say something? And I thought, okay, maybe I should own up. What is so Sweet?
He's a singer.
Sweet Caroline, he sang?
Sweet Caroline. Do you know the song Sweet Caroline?
I do know that, yeah, because there's a wrestler called Sweet Caroline who comes out Sweet Caroline.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
But yes, he comes Sweet. He sings the song Sweet Caroline that Sweet Caroline comes out to.
Like as a part of a band or just only him?
No, it's just only him. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, he has a backup band, but no, he's a solo act.
Good to know. Everyone watched that Neil Diamond movie. I'm sure it's great.
It is really good. That was fucking funny. But yeah, so super, super close near fall with the Ida, the stack pin thing she does, where Ida just takes her fucking head off with another lariat for 2 count. That was like right after the 3-minute remaining call. And Utami immediately returns the favor and almost kills her too. And I was like, okay, this is fucking great now. And the crowd was super into it by this point too. Utami nearly decapitates her again with a huge rolling lariat after the 2-minute remaining call. Then hits her spinning crucifix bomb, the Crusade, to finally get the pin and her first win. 4 stars for this. It got there in the end. And it wasn't like it was bad at the start either. It was just they didn't have the crowd for some reason, but they got the fucking crowd. So
it did take a while to get going compared to like what I thought it would be. Before going in, my friend Chris Whitehead, who's been on this podcast before, I just asked him over under on neck bumps 7.5, and he went with the under, and it was over. There were 8 neck bumps because these two are crazy and they bump on their necks a lot, and they take crazy bumps, and that's why we love them. And also 2 main events in a row for Saida, so don't know if that's anything, but interesting to know, I guess. Yeah, neck bumps, like it a lot. I don't know what else to say about this. It was one of those like matches, once you watch, you'll just get it. No storyline, just hard hitting action. I went 3 3/4.
There you go. The overall very good show, even though it hit that fucking ditch in the semi-main, but other than that, it was a really good show. So enjoyed it. Your Red Stars standings after these 2 shows. In A, we have a tie for first. Micah and It's Karaoke are both 3-0 for 6 points. Then we have Azumi, who is 2-1 for 4 points. Tomoki Naba and Saikakura both also have 4 points, but they're both 2 and 3. And then Saikakura, I just said Saikakura, sorry. Natsuko Tora and Rina are both 1 and 2 for 2 points. Tora has a tiebreaker on Rina, though. And then Akira Kuragane is 0 and 3 for 0 points. In B, you have Saya Ida, 3 and 1 for 6 points. Rina Yamashita also has 6 points, but she's already wrestled 5 matches. She's 2, 1 and 2. Konami has 4 points. She's 2 and 0. Then Maki Ito and Utami Hashishida are both 1, 1 and 1 for 3 points. Mei Sierra and Azuse Naba are both 1, 2 and 1 for 3 points. And Poor Lady C is 0 and 3 for 0 points. To give a reminder where the blue block stands, we didn't see them at all in these 2, but they will be wrestling again. But really, by the time most of you hear this, because there's a show tomorrow at Cork, and that's a mixed block show. So the blue block in A, it is Raka 2 and 0 for 4 points. Suzu Suzuki's 1 and 0 for 2 points. Then Hina, Hanako, and Ayasaka are all 1 and 1. Julia Hart has not wrestled yet. She's 0 and 0. And then Rion is 0 and 1, and Miyu Amasaki is 0 and 2. In the blue B, Momo Watanabe and Hanan are both 2 and 0 for 4 points. Kogama also has 4 points, but she's 2 and 1. We have 2 wrestlers who haven't started yet, interestingly enough. Saya Kamitani and Starlight Kid both have not yet wrestled. Then Ami Sori and Yuna Mizumori are both 0 and 1. And Kikyo Furusawa is 0 and 3 already. What's coming up next, before our next episode, there will be 3 more 5-star shows. I'm going to have to do this all solo, all like on the road, so there'll be a lot. We'll get to see Blue Stars people back in action finally, but first it's a mixed block night. And we don't have the card order for these. I'm just reading them. They just have them by block order. I'm sure I know what the main event's going to be, but I guess you never know. Red A will have Saikakura versus It's Karaoke and Maika versus Natsuko Tora. Red B, Lady C versus Maki Ito and Konami versus Utami Yashishida. Hell yeah. Blue A, Rion versus Julia Hart, which is one of the funnier first matches you could probably give.
That's
Julia
pure
Hart.
comedy.
Blue A also has Miyu Amasaki versus Suzu Suzuki, which I'm here for that. Blue B has Ami Sori versus Yuna Mizumori, which could be really good. And then also the rematch of my current match of the year, the only match I've given 5 stars to so far this year, Saya Kamitani versus Starlight Kid. So I'm sure that will be the main event. And that match in front of a Pat Kirkenhall, because it looks like that's probably going to be it. I mean, the ticket sales look really good for this show.
There's no way they don't sell out. Are they not sold out already?
I think there's like Lawson has reserved A still available and reserved C on few available, but that's it. Like all the other stuff.
Maybe, I mean, the weekday is obviously a real thing there.
Yeah.
Damn, I'll be surprised.
They'll have like 12 or 1300 at minimum, I think.
I mean, if they have less than that would be really surprising to me. I'm expecting like 1.4K plus.
There's also a 6-woman tag on the show: Poi Suyori and Ane Kaniya versus Kyoko Katatsu, Matori Hamabe, and MMA Shima, which that sounds like a banger too, honestly. So there's a really good card.
Who do you think's winning the Starlight Kid match?
Starlight Kid.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
because I think they want to build to a trilogy, and I think Starlight Kid's probably going to win in some funky way. I don't think it's going to be like fully clean, like maybe like a flash pin, even, to be honest. Like that.
But again, most people will see that show before they listen to this, probably, so it's okay.
Yeah, of course.
But because it's tomorrow, which is the 28th on Tuesday, and this show won't go up until Tuesday.
Probably, I think it's literally in 9 hours. I think.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean that'll be cool. I can't wait for that show. The next 2 shows are on the Saturday, August 1st in Sendai Pit. This show is sold out completely already. Wow, I just looked at the ticket, like completely sold out. Like everything's totally sold out for the show. This show is your first Blue Stars only show. So in Blue A, we have Suzu Suzuki, versus Hanako, Aya Sakura versus Raka, Hina versus Julia Hart, and Miyu Amasaki versus Rion. Not a lot there on the Blue A side, I have to say. Blue B, Koguma versus Saya Kamatani, Ami Sori versus versus Momo Watanabe. That could be really good. Yuna Mizumori versus Kikyo Furusawa, and Hanan versus Starlight Kid, which should be really good. So there's your card for Sendai August 1st. August 2nd is in Utsunomiya. Not sold out, but the ring, I guess the ring side is sold out. Let me just look at Lawson real quick to see.
Well, they've got 2 setups there, so I assume it's the half hall setup.
Okay, Lawson is like everything is almost gone. The only thing left is Reserve B and Reserve C.
Okay, that must be half setup.
Are few remaining. Yeah, is like Utsunomiya. Let's see, where the hell's the card? So this is against. Oh no, this is another mix show, red and blue. Okay, so red A has Itsuki Aoki versus Rina. Well, you can't have a show without Rina and Utsunomiya. I guess that's probably why. Blue. Oh, is that the only red black? That's the only red match. We just need to get Rina on the show. That's fine. I mean,
yeah, she's probably main eventing as well.
Yeah. Blue A has Aya Sakura versus Miyu Amasaki. I'm fucking here for that. That sounds really good. It also has Hina versus Hanako, Suzuki versus Rion. Oh god, the match everyone had circled on their calendar since the moment she got out of the tournament. Julia Hart versus Ruaka. Get ready for the match for tournament, everybody. Blue B has Starlight Kid versus Momo Watanabe. Hell fucking yeah to that. Saya Kamatani versus Kiko Furusawa. They have like weird chemistry, those two, I've noticed on their little interactions. So that'll be interesting. Remember when she was trying to like almost felt like she was recruiting her for a little while?
Yep.
So that'll be interesting. Koguma versus Yuna Mizumori, and Hanan versus Ami Sori, which were they in the same block last year? I seem to remember them having like a really good match, but maybe I'm making this up. Actually, I don't think they were in the same block.
Ami Sori and Hanan?
Yeah, I don't think they were.
No, I don't think they were.
So I don't know what I'm thinking of. I think that will be the main event, though.
That's probably, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
But that should be a really good match, too. So yeah, there's some really good stuff on these 5 stars coming up this week. And there's some stuff where I'm like, I don't know. Don't know about that one, Chief. But we'll see.
Good stuff. Julie Hart and Rocker. Can't wait.
But yeah, let's go into... anything else you want to say about Stardom before we move over to New Japan?
Nope.
Okay, cool. But yeah, 5 stars been good so far. I mean,
For sure.
And it was obviously the true bangers probably don't start happening until you get to like Corrigan, and then also especially the actual elimination matches. But
Starlight Kid and Saya Kamatani have not started the 5-star yet. So yeah.
The G1, the Grade 1 Climax. Speaking of some bangers, there's some real bangers in this G1. It's been a good start to the G1 Climax.
Finally, John, you give me a New Japan show. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, when you have me on for some New Japan shows, why don't you give me shows like this all the time? Like, this was fucking awesome. I mean, I think I like this night, the 25th, which we'll get onto, like more than like the Sendai night, which was, I think, considered the best night of G1 before this. This night was so good, rather than that show bullshit you showed me in May.
Yeah. Well, there was one match on the show I thought sucked ass, but we'll get to it right away. So G1 Climax 36, night number 6, July 25th, from Ibar Wave Arena Oda. I'll just give the attention of both right now. So this show did 2,027 because they're in Oda for 2 nights. That was up huge from last night's night 1 at Oda, which was 1,308 for a Tanahashi Finley main event. The next night 7, was 1,580. That was down enormously from last year's night 2, which did 2,250, where they took Takeshita versus Shingo main event. I think that show probably would have drawn better if Shota Umino hadn't gotten hurt and they'd been able to run the plan Umino versus Uemura main. But at least it says like this, for people who think this Gabe Kid character is like money or something. It wasn't money in Oda because the show was down quite a bit from last year with him and Zach on top. But overall combined, the 2 Oda shows were very slightly up. It was 3,607 for the 2 shows in 2026 versus 3,558 for last year. So up about 49 fans overall. So obviously not a lot, but up is up, I mean, better than being down. But yeah, so night 6 here. Not going through any of the non-tournament matches here. Joe Lanza does that. You can go listen to the flagship Patreon for that.
He does?
He does the non-tournament matches. Every time I listen, I'm just like, I haven't listened to his night 6 or 7. And he said he keeps, because I will not listen to anyone else's takes before I record my own podcast, because I'm very paranoid that I'm just going to accidentally repeat my own takes, their takes as my own or something, or be influenced by them. So I haven't listened to his night 6 or 7 yet. But yeah, his night 1 through 5, he was doing it, and like he just kind of like he was saying he was going to stop doing it at some point though, because I just cannot. I know some people are like, oh, you can't do it unless you watch the tags, because they do step in the tags to set up the other stuff.
I mean,
but like Walker tells you anyway though. It's like Walker just fucking tells you whatever it was. It's not like it's like that's what Walker's doing is there for. So he's very good at that. He tells you if you miss something that was on the what's it called. Walker
preview
just
tags.
tells you. Yeah, the preview tags. Walker just tells you. So it's not a big deal. But yeah. But the first G1 match here, these are all A block matches. It's because they split nights. Great Okan beat Hiroki Goto in 10:42 at the Eliminator. This had a pretty boring start. Pretty typical for a 2026 Great Okan match. After the tiniest bit of pretty pedestrian action in the ring, he immediately started stalling. Then we got into more typical dull outside brawling. You'll never guess what he did. He hit him with a chair, and then he set up the chair and he sat on him over it. Oh, didn't see that coming. Very thrilling. Goto started a comeback back in the ring already as we got the 5-minute call. But again, it was pretty pedestrian stuff. Okan quickly cut him off again, though, and then just unceremoniously dumped him over the top rope all the way to the floor, which was probably the first even remotely cool spot in the match. It wasn't that cool. So Goto, I thought he was selling his leg, but given they went nowhere with it after that, I think he may have just legit banged his leg on the apron and was holding it in pain, because they never did anything with the leg. Goto fired up out there, though. He hit a nice bulldog on the floor. That finally got a reaction out of the crowd if they were very sleepy for this very boring match up to that point. He threw Okan back in, then hit an elbow drop off the top, which the announcers also pointed out was a pretty weird move for him, but it looked pretty good. That got a 2 count. Then the ref got bumped not long after that. Then all 3 men, including Goto and Okan, were down. It's always exciting to stare at three men on the mat doing nothing. Okan crawled over and got his chairs from the outside, then just slowly and weakly pushed Goto's head into the setup chair. That did not look good at all. Goto blocked a chair shot attempt by grabbing onto that chair himself, though. Then we fucking got the spot where he fucking threatened to use it on him as Okan begged off, and Goto looked at the chair. He's like, oh, should I do it? Should I do it? Was waiting for the ref to go, this isn't you, Hiroki. The ref in WWE famously did this Seth when he was almost hitting the Fiend with the mallet in that horrible Hell in a Cell match. But
I've still never seen that.
He keeps threatening to use it. Okay, it's one of the funniest bad matches ever. It's definitely worth watching.
Maybe I should.
He threatens to use it on him as Okan begs off. Goto drops the chair like an idiot after way too long of American-style melodrama, and that lets Okan punch him right in the nuts, which was funny, and then hit the Eliminator for the mat pin. But yeah, fuck this match. Boring as hell most of the way. Had a finish that I hated way more than you. I would rather watch a million house interference spots than watch Goto should I hit him? I don't know. It's if you're going to... First of all, to me, it's way cooler when the face is just fuck this guy. He wants to bring this chair in this ring. I'm going to hit him with it right back. But I get that sometimes we're well, really that's for the Unbound company or whatever, the tweener, face-leading tweeners. It's not for your clean-cut faces. Then just fucking take the chair and throw it aside immediately. Do not give me American-style melodrama. Do not fucking stand there doing will they or won't they. I just hate it. So, drag this match that I already didn't like that much down. I gave this 1.5 stars, and even that might be generous. This fucking sucked.
Yeah, Goto's a dumbass. 2 stars.
Goto's personal young lion, Tatsuya Matsumoto, then came in to serve as a human shield. I'm why are we being so overdramatic about this? Great Okan's not going to kill him. But, it didn't matter anyway. Okan still whacked the chair into his head anyway. Barely even got any heat. And I don't, I need somebody to sit down with me and explain to me what they see in the 2026 Great Okan. Apparently he's very popular in, the violent people circle. They were just telling me, that podcast network. I remember Dutch from that podcast network, who I still feel horrible. He tried to introduce himself to me in Vegas outside of I think West Coast Pro. And I couldn't even understand what he was saying for some reason. I was a little drunk too, And I don't know. And then he DM'd me. He was like, by the way, that was me. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I couldn't figure out what you were trying to tell me. Like, I
The
felt
what
horrible.
podcast? I've never heard of this.
Violent People? You never heard of Violent People?
Oh, no. Is it New Japan?
Okay. No, they just do wrestling in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They're, but yeah, they, I don't know. But they're apparently Okan's popular with them. I want to hear the explanation. Like, I'd love for, I'd love to hear someone tell me what they see in him at this point, because he's so
Maybe they like it when he sits on the corner and does like the cross arm thing. That's cool.
I mean, I liked him at one point when he was like just like this legit guy who was like doing his fucking Sambo and whatever. Now he's just a boring heel. Like, he doesn't do anything interesting. So I don't know. Like, I don't really like, oh, he trips the guy and he laughs. I'm like, okay, he does that in every match and it's never fun. It's just he trips him and he laughs at him. Who gives a shit? Like, I don't know. It's like, oh, you're not supposed to like him as a heel. Then we're getting into like Randy Orton's the greatest wrestler of all time then, because I just find him so boring. It doesn't, you can find a heel because if you go into that line of argument, you're basically saying it's impossible to just dislike a heel and think he's bad, which I don't want to hear that argument. Like, that's not a good argument. I can watch a heel and quote unquote not like them and want them to lose without thinking they suck. So anyway.
Good heels make you want to watch them get beat, and babyface do their comebacks, stuff like that. I don't care whenever Great Okan is on my screen. I can't make it. That's why I got no notes on this. I just will not pay attention to any Great Okan match. I simply refuse to. And also, didn't he do that thing with Suzu Suzuki last year? Did I make that up?
What?
Well, no, when the King of Pro Wrestling title was a thing. Yeah, I've hated him ever since that. I think.
What did he do? I don't remember this.
He was basically doing a lot of your typical misogyny, because Japan, stuff like that, and then he actually beat her. I was like, oh, okay, that's good moral of the story. Yeah.
I don't even remember this at all. Wow.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was some fucked up King of Pro Wrestling match. Good, you don't remember it. You probably delete it from your memory.
Yeah. But yeah, that was whatever. I mean, I don't like Great Okan. I don't. It's funny that, like, again, I feel like I'm mentioning too much. Joe Lanza likes the Otaku and I don't, which is very funny. But yeah,
he likes who?
The Otaku, Great Okan.
Oh,
he's also like one of the last Great Okan shooters out there, I think. I mean, I didn't listen to what he thought. I didn't listen to if he tried to defend this match, because I didn't listen.
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
But he likes Great Okan, so I'm just like, he even admits on the podcast, he's like, when I've listened to him on previous episodes, he's like, I'm one of the only people left who will defend Great Okan. I'm just like, well, it's just funny. He likes the Otaku and I don't. They can shop for anime pillows together, like waifu pillow. Sonata beat Jake Lee in 13:30 by countout. After all the fucking bitching and moaning about how bad this match was going to be, I thought it was pretty good. Maybe it was the basement fucking level expectations everybody had for it. I enjoyed this match. I'm not saying it was like some fucking mat classic or whatever, but I did not think it was that bad. It started out kind of pedestrian. Jake went full. I thought Jake was going full Yano, which is funny given how this actually ended, where he like tied Sonata's arm to the guardrail with a belt. But it was actually not to trap him there and take the count out win. It was so he could run in and boot it against the railing, which of course played off Sonata's real life bicep injury. That looked pretty nasty. It was very weird to have a house member portray as a sympathetic babyface, but that was what was happening. Jake kept working over the arm back in the ring. Sonata came back with a drop kick to Jake's bad knee. Then he hit another nice standing drop kick to the chest just for the 5-minute call. He had a plancha to Jake on the floor to roll out there to escape. It was a good plancha. I don't know why this man's in the house of torture. I feel like I say that every week. Sonata was doing a very good job, I thought, selling his bad arm too, even after hitting moves and stuff. We got our first Shining Wizard from Sonata to the back of the head. Jake blocked the one into the front, from the front though, right to the ankle lock. Good transition there. Sonata escaped pretty fast as we hit the 10-minute call, but Jake just nailed him with the bad arm again and then got him into a front chancery. He nearly choked him out before Sonata made the ropes to break. Jake went for the face break shot. Sonata countered with another basement drop kick. With Jake down selling the knee again, he got hit by the front Shining Wizard this time, which Sonata followed up with the moonsault for a very close near fall. They went back and forth from there, just like countering and escaping each other before Jake got a front suplex that sent Sonata rolling out to the floor, selling his arm again. But when Jake went out there after him, Sonata suddenly grabbed the belt Jake used on him much earlier and managed to get the Paradise lock him to the railing. He rolled back in at 19. He took the count out win. So Jake had this. I thought Jake's facial expression afterwards was so fucking funny, where he was just like, you know what? You got me. Like, he was not outraged because he knows he like cheats and does all this shit too. He's just like, gosh darn it. Like, that was kind of the reaction. So I thought that made sense for his character. I thought that was funny. They also started yelling at Milano at ringside, the inventor of the Paradise Lock. That was also funny. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I thought the ending was silly Toriano graps that had absolutely nothing to do with the rest of the match, and that detracted from it for me. So I went up going 3.25 ultimately. Like, pretty good. I think I would have gone higher with an actual finish. I would have rather just seen like fucking like I don't know, like an actual pin or something. Or if I guess Jake couldn't win, but if Jake was going to win, that he could have just won with the arm lock or something. But yeah, it wasn't a spectacular match either. Maybe I would have gone 3.5 if not for the finish. But like, yeah, it was a good solid match. Which again, given that people were acting like they were going to fucking be tortured to death watching this before it happened, I thought that was funny. I think even a lot of people on the Discord, on the Voice Wrestling Discord, were admitting that was fine. So,
yeah, the first Jake Lee match I've seen since he became a clown, because obviously I skip everything else that he was a part of before this. But he didn't have any clown makeup, right? So
yeah, he did not have the makeup on this show for some reason.
It kind of seemed like he just wanted to wrestle this one straight against Sanada. And
well, they went out there like they were going to be like, you know what? Everybody thinks we're going to suck. We're not going to suck. Like that time, didn't it feel like the vibe?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he didn't have the makeup. Like, he actually just wanted to wrestle a match. And thank you, Jake Lee, for choosing to wrestle straight in the only match I'll watch of his this G1. It was, he was attacking Sonada's arm with the, the muscle atrophy, as Walker says. So I thought it was good. I mean, and I'm not a New Japan fan, right? And I gave it like 3.25. Sanada is the baby. I think Sanada's had a really good G1, right?
It's a very weird one because he's a fucking member of the House of Torture.
Sure, of course.
But
what's going on with that? He's a babyface, right? Or what's going on?
He is a heel.
Okay, well, he's not wrestling like on this G1.
Well, I know.
So I've enjoyed like his match with Yota Tsuji. I thought was awesome. Great.
It was awesome,
I like that a lot. So yeah, this is a solid match. Can't complain about anything really in this match. I think they that Tsuji one obviously had like way more heat. Like the heat in that one was fucking off the scale, but this finish that you mentioned, the crowd loved it. Tying him up in the railings with the belt, they popped fucking big for that one. So the ref count obviously helped a bit, right? Because the 16-17 was long as fuck. Like he delayed on that 17, and then he went to like 19-20 really quick. But no, I thought this was a good match.
Then we had in the A block, Konosuke Takeshita defeating Bolton Oleg in a 14-20 with the Raging Fire. First of all, before I start praising the match, I'm going to praise endlessly. It's so stupid that the fucking Strong title still exists. Because as Takeshi was coming out, Walker said, it's champion versus champion on this night. And my brain just went, what fucking belt does Bolton have? And then Walker, before I could think of it, Walker says, it's New Japan World TV versus Strong Open Weight. I'm like, fuck off, Strong Open Weight. You have a belt you've said will only be defended on U.S. shows when you've only won 2 U.S. shows so far. It's the end of July. One of them was a G1 show, so I had no title matches. And we don't have any other U.S. shows in the books for the rest of the year. We very well might not have another one for the rest of the year. Why does this belt still exist? To be defended once a year in America? Anyway, I had to rant about that because it's so fucking stupid. Just fucking unify it already. Who gives a shit? They don't even use the Strong branding anymore on the few U.S. shows they run. Like, I don't understand it.
Yes. Agreed.
I mean, at least Stardom had the sense to fucking send the Strong Women's title into the sun or whatever. Like, give it to fucking Will Ospreay's wife and never see it again.
Oh, I forgot she has that.
Yeah, she has. I'm sorry, I called her Will Ospreay's wife. I can't remember her name.
Alex Windsor.
Thank you. Alex Windsor has the fucking. The last time I remember hearing about her was when Will Ospreay made it sound like, I don't know, like something like he was.
He said that he had sex with her on TV.
He said he had sex with her, but like in a really vulgar sounding way.
He said he went up and banged her. Yeah, went upstairs and banged her.
But I don't think, made her clean herself up and
then clean herself
or something.
Yes.
Yeah. And people were just kind of like, "What the fuck is this? Like, why is a babyface talking like this?" And everybody got mad and pretended to not understand the point.
And then one of the Eve regulars, because obviously Ospreay produces and books Eve, or at least used to book it. I don't know if he still books it right now. One of the fans who goes to every show commented on it that wasn't a good look, especially as he runs a women's promotion. And then he jumped on her, and that was not a good look either.
Yeah, I think that everything else that happened after was way worse than the actual line, probably. But
for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the line. Other than that, though, it's not like Alex Windsor has. Let's see, has she defended the Strong Woman? I'd love it if she defended this woman's title on ROH or something. I'm just going to check. Alex wins
I don't know. Yeah, maybe RH.
She's the Strong Women's Champion. Nope, her only defense was in Vegas at the Stardom show that I was at, where she beat Saya Ida 11:59. So,
I forgot about that match.
She's not defended the title since that V1 on April 17th. So, it's a very forgettable match, by the way. So, I don't blame you. Again, I was there, and I still barely remember it. But yeah, so strong title should not exist. Ban of strong. The tag titles are like lost in Mexico. So, like, let me see if they've been defeated recently. Strong tag team titles, cage match.
Oh, is that the ones that like TJP had?
Yeah. The current champions are Angel de Oro and God, do you think my Japanese is bad? And Nieblerova? I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Nieblerova. The one and only defense was January 2nd, 2026, against the world-class Wrecking Crew, Jordan Nelson and Royce Isaacs. They went down to Arena Mexico to challenge for these belts because they never...
Lasted around? Hell yeah.
Yeah. But they challenged these belts on January 2nd, and they haven't not been defended since, so... But yeah, there you go.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. All backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
Yeah, anyway, so the strong titles does not exist. The two of them, they start colliding with shoulder blocks right away, almost pretty much immediately, which a little surprisingly ends up with Takeshita knocking Bolton down. And then he follows up with a beautiful tope con hilo after Bolton rolls to the floor. Hot start, which this show, kind of needed at this point. I mean, the last two, even Sonata and, the last match was like, it was a good match, but it was still deliberately paced. I kind of wish they had just kept up that pace. They did go into like a bow and arrow hold back at the ring. That's one of the more boring rest holds out there. But Bolton is so good at selling, which again, I've talked about this before. Like for a guy who did not even know what wrestling was before he started wrestling, he's so good at selling that the struggle to get him out of that kept my attention. This fucking rest hold where I could have easily been looking at my phone or something. And then Bolton got out with a front drop kick. They hit the next gear maybe like 6 or 7 minutes in. Well, they just start. I mean, it was already good before that. Well, they just start tossing each other with suplexes and then start running into each other with lariats. And Bolton ultimately wins the lariat battle after neither Mama go down. And they both run out of the corner, and Bolton just kills him with the last lariat, which Takeshita does a great flip bump for. Takeshita tried to come back with a running, jumping knee that had worked from earlier, but this time Bolton caught him in midair and turned it straight into the verdict, or the F5, whatever you want to call it. It was an awesome fucking spot. Takeshita escaped a kamikaze attempt, though. Then they went back to lariats, and this time Takeshita wins the battle. And Bolton Oleg, this giant man, fucking took a flip bump for the lariat, and his head was so fucking close to the mat, I thought he was going to break his neck on it. It was fucking crazy. I'm just like, buddy, I don't know if I'd ever try that again in my life. Like, that was really crazy. He kicks out at 1, though, and Takeshita covers. So Takeshita falls up with the right knee to the face for a 2 count. Takeshita then goes to choke Bolton out, just like he did to Yuto on the last A-Block show. But Bolton was able to power his way out just as he got the 10-minute call. There was like one spot, if I want to nitpick, Bolton hit like a single chop. Takeshita staggered back at the ropes and then staggered forward in like a kind of hokey-looking way, right under his shoulders for the short-range kamikaze. It was both too convenient, and also I don't see why a single chop would do that much damage. But the crowd didn't seem to care. And it's kind of a nitpick anyway, but whatever. It just looked a little bad in a match where everything else looked amazing. They both got back up, and then in an interesting little twist on the typical New Japan Forum Exchange. They both grabbed on the fucking waistband of each other's little tights to keep each other close. That was pretty fucking cool. Takeshita really staggered him at the forums, but Bolton answered with this huge one of his own when Takeshita tried for the roaring version. And then Takeshita finally got the roaring one, though that led to a near fall. That whole sequence was amazing. Takeshita went for the running knee to the face again. Bolton countered with a pop-up powerbomb. He tried for the full kamikaze, the full running one, but Takeshita grabbed the ropes, just like Shingo did on the last match Bolton was in, and Bolton could not force him away this time, so Takeshita escapes and hits the running knee to the back of the head, followed by another one to the face, but Bolton roars and won't go down. That was awesome, but Takeshita just fucking hits another one to the face, followed by the Raging Fire, and that was the pen. Fucking incredible. Minor nitpicks aside, I mean, Bolton's just having an incredible tournament. I mean, there's really not else to say about his tournament. He's just been like one of the best wrestlers in the world probably in this tournament so far. And Takeshita, that is a guy, for people listening to the show, I thought his G1 last year was so disappointing. I mean, I did not think he had a good G1 last year at all, especially by his standards. I mean, for a normal person, it was a perfectly fine G1, but given how good we know he could be, I did not think his G1 was good. This year, he's got a 4.25 star average for me so far through 4 matches. I think he's been amazing in this G1 this year. Back to the level he showed in 2024 in his first G1. So yeah, 4.5 star match here. Amazing fucking match. I would not argue with anyone who had this on their match of the year list. It doesn't quite break into my top 10, but just really, really great stuff.
Yes, John. So people probably know me as, the Joshi freak, right? The guy that only posts in Voices of Wrestling, Miss Joshi, DDT, and the Wrestling Omakase channel. But this match was the favorite match out of all of the ones we're going to review on this podcast. This match was fucking awesome. I went 4.5 on it as well. It was just so fucking great. Takeshita was just bumping his fucking ass off to make Oleg look as awesome as possible. And of course, Oleg is awesome by himself. But I felt like Takeshita was putting in extra effort here to make him look like a fucking monster. And it was awesome. Just the flip bumps that, both of them were doing. I felt like this is the best form of Takeshita. So I know obviously people have a lot of problems with his no selling or the last couple minutes of his matches, very AEW coded, I guess, with the fighting spirit spots, blah, blah, blah. And the one kickouts. This was Takeshita at his best, just bumping like a fucking maniac. More my speed this match. Even at the start of the match, Oleg tossing him across the ring with a body slam, just that sets the tone for the match, right? And the whole crowd are just fucking, they're in shock and awe, how strong Oleg is. And, just the way Takeshita goes flying. There's little detailed spots as well, like the chop into a gut wrench I thought was fucking cool. Oleg chopping him so hard that it just naturally falls into the gut wrench position. And these are early on in the match. So early on, I felt like they went 100 miles an hour, or at least had some really cool spots. It's not like Oleg only gets going in the last few minutes of the match. He gets you engaged from the beginning, and that's one of the things I love. The jumping knee you mentioned, the Akiyama, obviously the Jun Akiyama knee that he learned from his mentor, that was awesome because he obviously hit it earlier in the match, and then the second time Oleg sort of caught on to what Takeshita was doing, and that's when he counted it into a verdict. So that was a really cool adaptation from Oleg. You mentioned the flip bump from Oleg, that was cool as well. I love the dead man's handle. I didn't know it was called that. Thank you, Chris Shelton. When they were holding each other's tights, going for unprotected shots. That was fucking awesome and matched the tone of the match as well. And the rope thing that you mentioned, that Shingo did in Sendai, I believe it was, I also think is really awesome that Takeshita is probably doing research on his opponent, right? And he saw Shingo do that in the match before. And he's like, oh, that's a really good way to fucking counter this. It's kamikaze. Wait, what is it? It's not kamikaze. Is it kamikaze?
Mm-hmm.
It is called kamikaze. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he figured out that was a way to counter it, and it actually worked for him. So, doing your research on your opponent, just all of these things that buy into the authenticity, the realism of the match. It was awesome. I was fully immersed. Incredible match.
Then we had Yuto Ice beating Ryohei Oiwa in 15-18 with the Cruella. So Yuto got the better of Oiwa in the early exchange. The crowd was very happy about that. Oiwa ended up going to the floor. He's kicking the railing in frustration. Then he challenges him to meet him out there, where they just start slugging it out some more. And comparing the high energy brawling here at ringside, the two of them practically tearing up the entire fucking ringside area as they go, and Oiwa actually flying into the chairs at one point to the lethargic shit we got earlier in Goto and Great Okan with their quote-unquote ringside brawling is almost comical. It is comical. It's very, very funny. But yeah, it was still good and physical once they got back in the ring. Both guys just beating the crap out of each other. Yuto hit this ridiculous running PK at one point that it looks like he just killed him on. They just kept elbowing each other in the face as they got to the 10-minute call. Chris and Walker were hilariously talking about how Oiwa came in saying he wanted to get a submission, but Yuto had such a punchable face he just can't help himself. That was funny. Oiwa fucking rocks Yuto with a headbutt to counter another elbow attempt. That looked nasty. And then speaking of nasty, he flipped him off with a double bird, which is not what you expect out of Rihoi Oiwa to do. And then he spit at him, too, for hitting a standing lariat, then gave him repeated back elbows to the neck, almost like Bryan Danielson style. And, the story is basically Yuto Ice makes everybody go insane because he's such an annoying person, which is very funny.
Such a good story.
He then goes into a sort of inverted dragon sleeper. That I didn't think looked that great, to be honest. It looked very loose and not that painful. But whatever. Yuto's able to make it to the ropes before too long anyway. Oiwa just went right back to elbowing the shit out of Yuto on the mat. That again just looked brutal. Marty Asami tried to push him away, but Oiwa just fucking pushed Marty down, then peeled off the tape on Yuto's neck and delivered 2 straight teardrop suplexes, followed by another short range lariat for 2 count. And this practically turned to a squash for Oiwa at this point, and the babyface just become brutal when they fucking face Yuto Ice. But when Oiwa goes for the grip spinning lariat off the ropes, Oiwa just counters with a fucking punch to the face, followed by a buzzsaw kick. Yuto was screaming, but then he ran right into a sleeper from Oiwa. Oiwa added 2 more standing lariats. Yuto blocked the grip, but Oiwa just immediately hit a 3rd straight standing lariat instead for another near fall. He tried for a capture German. Yuto got out and hit this brutal knee to the face when Oiwa shot him for a takedown or something. He ran into another elbow from Oiwa though. Oiwa followed up with the roaring lariat in the corner, but Yuto countered right back with a roundhouse kick to the face and then hit the Cruella running boot, and that was the pin. Kind of an upset win for him. He was still selling the brutality of the match afterward. But yeah, this fucking ruled. For a second, I thought about going 4.5 on 2 straight matches, which, would have been 3 straight, I guess, spoiler alert. But I ended up at 4.25. I mean, this was, awesome fucking match. Just the two of them killed each other. And yeah, they just, this is where New Japan was rocking and rolling here. It's like the Tokan is back, I guess.
Yes, and as a not New Japan guy, I went foreigners, which is really surprising to me because I'm just not normally as high on these New Japan matches, and this was fucking excellent as well. And I think Ice has been a really good sort of grenade, I guess, thrown into New Japan in the parts since bringing him back from Excursion. He's been such a fire starter in the promotion. I'm not in any New Japan fan circle, so I don't know if he gets the credit for it, or if people think that's bullshit. But that's my impression as an outsider looking in. He's had such a unique, fiery presence, I guess, and such unique, fiery matches with so many of the young crop of the talent. Well, young, I guess, less exposed, whatever. I still remember that match with Uemura, right, in Korakuen. That did happen, right? I remember they were going kind of hard in that match. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I thought that match was fucking great. Ice is just basically lighting a fire under the promotion's ass, I guess, and I love it. He's an amazing catalyst. Everyone, like you said, wants to beat the fuck out of this guy, knock some humility into him in a good way, and he has the right amount of pro wrestling cockiness, I guess. So yes, I thought that played into this match as well, where you see Oiwa do things that he normally doesn't do. And, Oiwa is my guy, actually. Out of the young crop or whatever, he's the one I root for wholeheartedly. Out of Sudi, Uemura, Shota, Newman, Ice. I like all of those guys, but Oiwa, I adore. So I thought this match was great. Ice, I'm kind of happy he changed his bomber clut knee. I don't know is that a common thing that he's changed it? Because now he does a PK on it, right? A penalty kick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really happy about that because I used to hate that bomber clut knee because it looked so weak and it was such a major spot. Well, not major, it's just a crowd participation spot. So I'm glad it looks a lot better now. Yeah, the flip off spot I've got noted down as well. Yeah, did you see the Chihiro Hashimoto style clubbing forearms? That was so fucking good from Oiwa. Just wanted to fuck Ice up. So yeah, I just liked Oiwa's period of control in this match. When Chris Charlton's saying he's dog walking Ice right now, hell yeah. It was so fucking good.
Then we had Yota Tsuji in the main event beating Shingo Takagi in 24-12 with the Fire Blaster. So Tsuji cut Shingo off from doing his, it's time thing. just for the 5-minute call. And then he just like elbowed him from behind, which got some boos, but he didn't give a shit. He just smirked about it. That was cool. He's really getting more and more like Okada energy lately as like the champion, where it's like he doesn't give a shit if you cheer the other guy against him. He's just very cocky. Which is funny, obviously, given how Okada left the company and everything what Tsuji did on the way out. But he really reminds me of him now. This is good stuff for the first 10 minutes. Nothing spectacular, as you can probably tell, because I don't have that many notes on it, but all solid wrestling in the first 10, and they went really long anyway, so the spectacular stuff was coming. Shingo hit a big superplex on Tsuji for a 2 count. When Tsuji took back over and tried for the Marlowe crash, Shingo cut him off on the top rope by repeatedly chopping his neck and then lariated him all the way off of there. He immediately followed up with another running lariat that hit the Made in Japan for a 2 count. Then he tried to steal the Gene Blast from Tsuji, but instead ran right into a lariat from Tsuji, and then Tsuji stole the Made in Japan from him for a 2 count as we got the 15-minute call. Then Tsuji hit his own pumping bomber. Shingo kicked out at 1, so Tsuji went right into the Boston Crab, and it's crazy how over he's gotten that fucking Boston Crab. I mean, the crowd was chanting for Shingo, like, don't tap out to the Boston Crab, Shingo. He did escape eventually. They started going crazy leading into the 20-minute call. Shingo faked Tsuji out, acting like they're both going to charge each other with lariats, and instead sent him in the corner and dropped him with this German suplex in a very clever spot. Then he hit a half-hat suplex, followed by an enormous pumping bomber that Tsuji just went fucking flying for. That got a 2 count. Tsuji suddenly dropped Shingo with his own snap German, though. Then he ran forward and hit the Gene Blast Spear, but he couldn't follow up. When he finally tried another one, though, Shingo was able to stuff him and hit that like spinning neck breaker out of the suplex position. Very cool counter. The crowd chanted really loud for Shingo again. They were trading more blows back and forth, where Tsuji exploded up with a second Gene Blast, but Shingo kicked out again. He hit this new lifting slam thing he's been doing. I don't know what it's called, but Shingo kicked out of that too. And then Tsuji ran in to try either for another Gene Blast or the Fire Starter, or the Fire Blaster, I mean. But Shingo got a brilliant front roll counter and very nearly pinned him. He then hit a running elbow to the back of Tsuji's neck. The crowd was, again, super loud for Shingo, louder than they've been all night, just getting behind the veteran against the champion here. But he was slow to follow up from all the punishment. They traded yet more really good strikes back and forth. Tsuji tried something, I think a Poison Rana, but he just ended up kind of leapfrogging over him instead. Not a botch, just like, it just wasn't entirely clear what he was going for, but I think that's what he was going for. And then Shingo gets his own Poison Rana. Tsuji no-sells it, tries for the spear again, but Shingo counters with his own gigantic spear that just leveled him. That was just an amazing spot. Because the way Tsuji lands on the mat, no-sells the Poison Rana, tries to run forward with the spear, only for Shingo to like burst forward and also upward to cut him off from doing the spear. Like I can picture it in my head. Just an amazing looking spot. One of the coolest spots of the year. Then he hits the Burning Dragon. That gets a 2 count. Then Shingo tried with the Pumping Bomber again. Tsuji ducked, bounced off the ropes, hit the Fire Blaster, and that was the pin. Yeah, spectacular fucking match. Again, the first 10 minutes, if the first 10 minutes were also spectacular, this would have been like a fucking 5-star match, like a real match of the year. But the first 10 minutes were still solid, and then the rest of the match was fucking spectacular. So I thought this was just a teensy bit better than Takeshita and Bolton. I was 4.5 on this, the same rating, but I just had this just a teensy bit above it. But I've turned to a big Shuji stan, and I've always liked Shingo a lot, and just really enjoyed this.
Yeah, so I preferred the previous 2 matches more than this one. I still thought this was a great match. I went 4 in it, just for kind of my own personal taste, and I guess I don't have any stake in these 2 characters. I guess this was just really hard hitting. There were so many strikes in this match that I thought, just Jesus Christ, kind of relax, guys. I feel like Tsuji's become such a fucking brawler since I've seen him like last year, at least, compare him to a year ago. Like you said, he's kind of got that I don't give a fuck type of brawler vibe, and that really works for him. And I've just been really impressed with how Tsuji's been elevated into that top star figure. It feels to me like he's undeniably the guy now, right? In New Japan, would you say?
Yeah. It's not even close.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just because he has, he had the title. It's remarkable to me, like when I look back to what it was like during 2025, when I thought they'd like never pull the trigger, right? Like even going back to like Sakura Genesis 2025, like when he lost to Naito, not that he should have won, but it was just kind of clear there was always some hesitation with Tsuji. And now kind of look at him, right? Like they're past the hill, got through the mountain. Things look really good with their crop of young guys led by Tsuji. And I think
Well, you know what?
Yeah, go on.
Well, I was going to say, I want to mention because you made me think of this before it like falls out of my ADHD brain.
Yeah, go
what Tsuji, what they've done with Tsuji now is they've now, even if you as a fan, I'm not you, but like the royal you, the listener, if you as a fan don't like Tsuji and don't think he should be pushed this hard, I guess I get it. I disagree because I think he's been incredible in this tournament. As a, it just has one of the highest average ratings for me, just really, really good stuff. But he's not packing in the crowds yet or anything. But neither was Tanahashi when they first started pushing. We have to start somewhere, right?
Yep.
And I'm not saying he'll ever get to that Tanahashi level, but what the Tsuji run now reminds me of as a longtime New Japan fan, it's like we have an ace again, right? So we have, like, Tsuji is very clearly the ace of this promotion now. He is the guy who's the only one of the younger generation who's won the title. He is the only of the Japanese wrestlers. Obviously, Callum's won it too now, but Callum, foreign wrestlers are not aces. Sorry to Kenny Omega if you're listening. But he's very clearly the ace of the company. And what that means, and you're seeing it in this G1, you're going to have matches like this, and like the Sonata match too, where you have the ace of the company versus the veteran. It happens so many times with Tanahashi, it happens so many times with Okada, where the crowd is going to get behind the opponent super hard because now you've established this fucking pecking order where you have an ace, and now the ace is up against a veteran. And like that, like when you establish that as the level of this guy, it opens up so many better storytelling possibilities in a match like this, and it opens up better crowd reactions. So if you just had meandered along forever without establishing an ace, even if you don't think Tsuji is the right choice for it, which I disagree, I think he clearly is among this generation, but even if you don't think he's the right choice for it, it was super important to establish an ace figure because you play off of the way New Japan is set up and the way really any like male, especially like either gender, like any Japanese wrestling promotion set up, you want to have an ace figure to play off of that in a round robin tournament like this, and to really to set up those stories where you have the natural stories of the veteran trying to knock off the ace and see if you saw it with Goto too, where the crowd can get behind the veteran. You'll have stories where he's facing the outsider or the foreigner, and the crowd will get behind Tsuji as their guy. You'll have stories where the ace is facing a younger guy a notch below him, like it's going to be when he faces Yuya Uemura. I think that's Uemura's in the other block. He faces Oiwa. And, like that, where the crowd will almost certainly get behind the other young guy to pull off the upset. And, like, none of that stuff hits on anywhere near the same level if they don't put Tsuji over at the Dome as the double champion, if they don't have him get this belt right back, and if they haven't said, like, this is our guy. So I think it's super important that they did that. And I think it's, just super important. It really just, you look at how this G1 is shaping up so far. And I really feel like, again, whatever you think of Tsuji's work, I think establishing him as that top guy really makes a big difference for this G1 versus last year.
No, I co-sign all of that. I completely agree. And I will add to that, all the stuff that he said, about not wanting to go to like Forbidden Door and all of that stuff. And you had a lot of people, I guess AEW fans primarily, like say, how much of a geek it makes him look, or like, why doesn't he go to America if he wants to like establish his title? No, all of those comments actually made him look even more like an ace-like figure, actually.
Yeah.
And
he's like the IWGP. He's like, my belt is more important than your fucking American wrestling promotion. I'm more important than your fucking American wrestling promotion. And I'm not going there to face Jungle Boy. That's what he specifically brought out the Jungle Boy match, I believe.
Yeah,
so I'm like,
the Sonata one, yeah.
Yeah. So like that's what he said. And I'm like, you know what? And the Japanese Japan fans fucking loved it. So
exactly, what? It's not for American fans. It's that like that interview is not.
Well, haven't you figured out by now that everything is for American wrestling fans?
Yeah.
And the funniest thing was one of the people that got super mad at me about getting mad about the triangle of madness winning the artist belts was like he quoted me and called me like an elitist, and I'm like, elitist? He's like, oh, the Joshi elitists are mad about this. There's no bigger fucking elitist in the pro wrestling world today than the fucking AEW fan who's convinced they're watching the only wrestling promotion that matters because it's quote unquote way the best wrestle. Like, you're the real fucking elitist here, buddy, first of all. And second of all, the fact that the other funny interaction we had was like, I said this is typical American wrestling fan behavior. And he's like, the worst thing here was calling me an American. Because I guess he was like, some European or whatever. I don't give a fuck what country you're from. You're clearly a fan of American wrestling. American wrestling fan, not a fan of American wrestling, not necessarily American. You could be a fan of American wrestling and an obnoxious jerk off about it, no matter what country you're from, buddy. So shout out to that guy who actually is on the Voice Wrestling Discord. So, if on the off chance he happens to be listening and he knows exactly who he is, I'm doing like the fucking go fuck yourself motion right now. So,
all right, anyway. There you go. Go fuck yourself, random anonymous listener.
But probably.
Yeah. So I really like that interview from Suji. It was like all of these things that he's doing, like these media interviews and stuff like that. Like even Kadani going into a Playboy magazine article and saying, I was going to sell soon. I was going to sell later, but Suji's comments kind of hurt me because we're all human beings and I cared a lot about this. Blah blah blah. All of these things serve to put Suji over as the undisputable ace. And you're absolutely correct. It's not like a men's wrestling thing. It happens in Joshi all the time. Like even the indies, right? Every promotion has its ace, and you get so many easy storylines from that one thing, just setting up that one person as the main star in the promotion. It just makes the product so much easier and fluent. So good job to New Japan, I guess I just wanted to say, for what they've done with Suji. As a non-New Japan fan, as I have to keep, caveating. So yeah, awesome stuff. As with this match, so I guess I'm a bit lower on it just because when I lose interest in like the first 10 minutes, like you said, that matters like way more for me personally, because I just start to lose interest really fast and it's really hard for me to get back into it. All of my favorite matches, I've kind of been immersed almost from like the first moment. That's just, I guess, just my own personal preference. But I still thought this got like the way they pulled it back is actually really impressive. And that's how I ended up on 4, despite me not thinking I would get there. Just how fucking hard they were hitting each other. I think it's one of the best Shingo matches I've seen in a long time. I'm pretty sure it is. Just the way he looked, like, he was like, I think Suji hit a Made in Japan, right? And then hit a massive pumping bomber. And the way Shingo just paid him back with like that lariat when Suji was going for the Gene Blast, I thought that was fucking awesome. Like the sweat flying everywhere. That was my favorite spot of the match, just because, just the visual of that looked awesome. So yeah, really a third awesome match in a row.
Yeah, so the top 3 on this show, incredible. Definitely one of the best nights of the tournament so far, even with the I don't know if by average star rating it was my favorite, just because that 1.5 star match. No, it's third best for me, behind the night 5 in Nagaoka and night 1, which has a giant live bump. But yeah, that horrible Goto Okan match brought down the average, but the top tier here was amazing. So, the standings in the A block, since obviously all the only show we're going to talk about is B block, very easy. Konosuke Takeshi is in first place. He's 3-1 for 6 points. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people tied at 2-2 for 4 points. Goto, Oiwa, Jake Lee, Bolton, Suji, Yuto, Okan, and Sonata. And then Mr. Natsupoi, Shingo Takagi, 1-3 for 2 points. Maybe he should retire instead of Poi.
Damn.
Ba-dum bump. I'm just going by kayfabe here, Poi didn't do this bad in her last round robin.
She didn't, no.
Before we get to night 2, I just saw this come up in posted in the Voice Wrestling Slack, actually. What the fuck is this Chi-Chi Suri Marigold storyline? Did you see some of these quotes?
Oh, they're just being outsiders, right?
It looks so brutal, though. Did you okay? I want to read this one to you. Maybe let's see if you see it.
They buried Miko Ono. Yeah,
they buried the entire roster. I think this is not from the press conference. I think this is from the Tokyo Sports article. Yeah. Chi-Chi, quote, "You hear things like there are too many botches, but the reason those botches stick in the fans' minds is because there's no fighting spirit. We're human, everyone makes mistakes, but the reason they don't show as much in other promotions is because those wrestlers are properly showing that I want to win spirit. That is overwhelmingly lacking here. Rossi Ogawa-san needs to speak up more and educate them. The wrestlers aren't your grandchildren." Suri, quote, "I really think this is a crisis for Marigold. If they bring the atmosphere of that press conference straight into the ring, I will truly finish them off in seconds." Chi-Chi, quote, "There won't even be a need for Suri-san to step in. I will take care of it myself." That's a little brutal. That's working pretty blue here for your outsider heels. Like the storyline is like how much the roster sucks, and the heel bearing the roster is currently being begged by said roster to join their fucking tournament.
But John, this storyline works if you have your roster actually go over them. Like,
are they going to?
No, that is the problem. The problem is they book this stuff and then they still don't beat the outsider. That's not how the outsiders...
It feels like you know what it feels like to me. It feels like New Japan in the early to mid 2000s.
Yeah,
when New Japan used to always like they had these fucking MMA people bury the entire roster, and then they just come in and win all the time too. And it was like, well, I guess they're right. Like the fans at home are like, I guess they're right. I guess this roster sucks. I'm gonna stop watching now.
Chi-Chi 100% needs to get her ass beaten. That is how this storyline needs to end. If they, Rossi Gawa's a bad booker, so they probably won't.
She might, but okay, that's fine. Is Sari gonna get her ass beat? And she's talking just as much shit as Chi-Chi. And is she going to get her ass beat? I really doubt it. I mean, I don't think she's coming to Marigold to lose. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that's going to look. I mean, she's at least
they need anything though. Like when you put it like that, they've had nothing going on. So
yeah, I do think Chi-Chi will lose eventually. But
yeah. So I mean, I think the Chi-Chi stuff has been the best stuff in the promotion, to be honest, because everything else is so bad that any sort of like interest or heat or fire is good. That's I guess my opinion.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It's just I don't know. It's just she's working a little too.
It's a little on the nose. It is a little on the nose.
I wouldn't bring up Marigold botches. I wouldn't bring up.
They do that all the time. It's really weird. Like in Shupro interviews, you'll see Mayu talking about the botches. I'm like, why does everyone talk about botches when it comes to Marigold? Like the roster as well.
Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know. So Marigold talk here in the middle of the New Japan part, but yeah, just very very interesting. All right. New Japan's second night Oda Award. This is much more of a mixed bag this night. This is the B block night from Sunday, July 26th from the Oda Award gym. It opened up with Aaron. So the wrestler who was off here was Yuya. Yuya was the one who's supposed to face Umi now because these B block shows are only 4 matches because of Umino's injury. So the first match of the B block was Oscar beating Aaron Wolf in 950 with the Albtraum. I don't know how to say that. Albtraum? I don't know.
Oh, Albtraum? Yeah, it's some German name.
Okay. Wolf was actually the smaller man here, which is not usually the case for him. He gets to show off some surprisingly good agility. Like he's dodging Oscar repeatedly early on. He's chopping him. You know, he's just sticking and moving. I'm like, for a big dude, he's moving pretty well before Oscar finally catches him and slams him. Simple but effective stuff there. We got a chin lock from Oscar. Not the most exciting submission, but just like Bolton the night before, Wolf did sell it really well. And Wolf hit this nice Uranage that left both guys down. They got back up and ran into each other a few times where Wolf was able to put the larger man down with a shoulder block. And the first 5 minutes here, I'm like, this is, again, very simple stuff, but it's all really good. It's all landing for me. Oscar starts just choking Wolf on the mat for a while before the ref makes him break. And that was a good lead into him getting the sleeper on from behind. But Wolf breaks his grip and then hits a couple kind of whatever looking lariats. It was the first bit of offense I didn't really like in this match. But the third one that knocked him down looked a little better. Then he hit the landslide for the 2 count. He's doing that move really well. So that's cool that he's inherited that move, I guess, from Nakamura. And when Oscar kicked out, immediately grabbed him and got him in a triangle. Or in other words, Oscar kicked out and then Wolf immediately grabbed him in a triangle, And that got a big pop from the crowd. Very realistic looking, no posing or anything. Just really, economy of movement. Just the moment he had a chance to grab this guy's arm, he just got him right in the submission. And he briefly got it on all the way, and Oscar immediately scrambled the ropes to break. Again, very realistic. No struggling in it for hours. And, as Chris Charlton pointed out on commentary, which I thought he and Walker had a really good 2 nights of commentary here. But Charlton pointed out that Oscar's massive height advantage make rope breaks easier for him to get than the average wrestler. Wolf pounded on him with some weak-looking forearms. That was the only complaint with him pretty much in general and in this match, is I think he's got to lay these strikes in more. Like, everything else looks so good. His selling has been good. He's really coming along as his worker. That all the legit submission judo stuff he does looks really good. He's got to start hitting dudes. You got to hit these dudes harder. I mean, there tends to be a fear, I think, for a lot of newer wrestlers, but especially maybe in Japan. But you've got to lay it in. You really stand out when you don't lay it in Japan. Oscar gets him in the sleeper again. Wolf just casually flips him by his arm into a judo throw out of it. The crowd loved that. Wolf then gets a huge power slam. The fans are going nuts. He goes for an Olympic slam, but Oscar rakes the eyes to get out, boots him down, then hits basically his half of the KOB, which is that tombstone front slam he does, where he puts the sleeper back on. Wolf stands up briefly, but Oscar collapses back onto the mat with him, and the referee has no choice but to stop it. So I guess the Alptrom or whatever the fuck it is. If Paul Volch is listening, he's cringing at my German too.
And my co-host Tim.
It's true. Duh. The Germans, Paul and Tim. But yes, great finish. I thought this match was awesome. I mean, I went 4 stars on it. I might have been a little too high on it for a 10-minute match, but like I just thought, everything in this match besides the strikes looked so good. I love like the fucking throwback, like back to basics offense here. And I just, the crowd being so into Wolf, really helped this match for me too. And I think Wolf is a guy, I mean, listeners know who have been listening for months. I was pretty skeptical of him at one point. I did not think he was developing. And I did not think it was all on the House of Torture either, which I know some people like to blame at the time. But I just didn't think he was showing anything in the ring. And, I don't know if I got to say I was wrong. Maybe I can say I was wrong. It's funny. You can look at it either way. You can either say I was wrong and he should have been working with different people all this time. And, if he had been working with other people earlier, he would have been able to see how good he was earlier. Or you could say working with the House for fucking 6 months and doing nothing but simple stuff and learning how to time comebacks and stuff was a huge benefit for him. And now he's getting to show it with other people. Like they let him like slowly, instead of getting dive right in the deep end, he got to go in the shallow end of the pool and, get his feet wet and get his feet under him. And now he's ready to go. So I'm really not even saying which argument is true. I'm putting them both out there. I think either one could be valid. I feel like, honestly, I think like the only way you can answer that probably is to talk to Aaron Wolf and ask him like how he feels about the start of his career. But yeah, awesome match. I won 4 stars on it.
Yeah, definitely a tiny bit higher than me. But I have an Oscar issue. And the issue is, did you hear him on commentary the other night?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's a really nice guy. Like you can tell he's a super nice guy, and that kind of broke the illusion for me because it's so different to like the character he plays in the ring. It's not a really big deal. I'm not saying he's like bad or anything. Just his character doesn't really do it for me. Like it doesn't align. Whereas like Ice, I believe what he's saying. That guy looks and acts like a psycho. If you told me he's like a psycho or a difficulty behind the scenes, I'd fucking believe it. But Oscar's a good wrestler, like you mentioned, all those things you mentioned. So Aaron Wolf is obviously really interesting. He's one of those wrestlers that gets the most out of every move because of his connection with the crowd. And that's really rare and a really special skill to have. So did you like, the sick overhead throw, the judo overhead throw, the power slam was fucking sick. Like if you listen to the fans, they love him doing pro wrestling moves like that. He's so over. So I obviously don't watch New Japan regularly, but I heard all the reports. I don't know if it was like this during the House of Torture stuff. So, but people used to say he was just a guy. Just a guy doesn't get reactions like this. Maybe he was getting just a guy reactions before. I can't say that or not. But yeah, watching this, he seemed like a special person just from his crowd connection. So yeah, I guess that's all I have to say. Different to you. I went like 3.5 on it.
Then
they put Oscar over Big, right? Because like submitting Wolf, is that like not
stoppage? But yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
I think that's a big deal. But
yeah.
Go
on. Then we had the B block. Hanare beat Ren Narita in 10:59 with the Hanare bomb. This was Narita tried to attack Hanare with a chair on the floor. He avoided it and just like threw it at him in the ring to start the match, where he was just beating on him immediately. For Narita to immediately bailed again, but Hanare just went out and tossed him right back in. I thought that was cool. But then Hanare ran to the exposed turnbuckle with his knee after Narita removed the turnbuckle pad. That led Narita to take over and finally beat him up on the floor a bit. He slammed his knee into the floor pretty hard. Togo throwing a chair shot to the leg up against the ring post when Narita distracted the ref. Hanare hit some hard chops back in the ring to try and fight back. Narita just kicked at the leg. He then whipped him in the exposed corner again, but Hanare just no-sold it, ran him over the shoulder block. Kind of made no sense with the leg work. I've been watching the last few minutes, but whatever. He was doing that annoying thing I hate, where he was like running and doing all his moves like normal before suddenly remembering, oh yeah, my leg, and like holding it or slapping it at it here or there. Like I'd honestly prefer people to just drop the injury, like the selling it completely, than just fucking, be like, I'm fine, now it hurts. Now I'm fine, now it hurts. Like you've got to actually change the execution of your moves. Watch a Soriano match. She's really good at that. Narita just kicks the leg again, takes him down to a knee bar, but Hanare quickly gets out and goes for the Ultima, the full Nelson. Narita keeps grabbing Marty Asami's arm to block it. Marty pushes him off and goes to slap him, but Narita ducks, and Marty almost slaps Hanari instead, who looked at him like, what are you doing, bitch? Well, Marty begged off. That was very funny.
Does he normally slap him? I was confused there.
He's done that before, yes, because he's really sick of the house's shit. Narita grabs him, though, so Togo can break a chair over Hanari's head. Then Hanari hands him off to Togo and grabs the chair himself. He breaks another one over Hanari's head, but Hanari's no-selling it the whole way. He pushes him right into Marty in the corner and then goes feral on him. But Togo comes from behind with a spoilers choker. At this point, I'm like, where the fuck is the rest of United Empire? But Hanari fights them both off by himself anyway, so I guess whatever. Crowd actually started lightly chanting for Hanari before he had a pretty great lariat on Narita. He took a nice flying bump for. At this point, I'm like, okay, good. They did forget about the leg work. That's an improvement on earlier. Hanari gets Narita on the Ultima, but as soon as I said they forgot about the knee work, the leg work, Narita kicks him in the leg to break it and goes back to the knee bar. Hanari gets out of it by just grabbing him by the throat. That was pretty great. But as they stood back up, Narita hits this really nice blizzard suplex for the bridge for a 2 count. And at this point, I'm like, why the fuck has Ren Narita completely stopped doing his suplexes? It's like that was like the only thing he was good at when he was doing the strong style stuff. I mean, I don't know if you remember that, but like his strikes were really bad. And everybody's like, why is he in this fucking Son of Shibata gimmick if he can't do strikes? But his suplex is really good. And he like just kind of largely forgot about, like, stopped doing them when he joined the house. I'm like, a heel can do suplexes, buddy. And this blizzard suplex looked really, really good. Togo tried to get involved again, but he gets punched right on the apron by Hanare. And then he hits this enormous side slam on Narita for 2 count as he got the 10-minute call. He went for the powerbomb. I guess the leg wouldn't let him hit it. It wasn't really clear to me from the way it sold. But then Hanare just fights through it anyway. He catches him on a Rana, and he powerbombs him 2 more times for the surprising pin. I say surprising because it puts him all the way at 4-1 now for 8 points. So, yeah, this was, at the end of the day, for a match I was kind of dreading, I thought this was fine. You know, I just think they should have not bothered with the leg work because I didn't think Hanari sold it very well. But other than that, I thought the match was pretty fun. Like, if they hadn't done the leg stuff or if Hanari had sold it better, I would have gone even higher. I went like Gentleman's 3 on it. Narita has been nowhere near as bad in this tournament as he was last year. I mean, I was as down on his work as anybody entering this tournament. I think he's had a horrible year before the G1, but he's been totally fine this tournament so far. So, you know, they've toned down the bullshit a little bit. I know you might find that hard to believe watching this, but there were times where the matches were nothing but the bullshit, or at least they are wrestling around it a little bit. And especially compared to last year, a lot of last year's G1, they're doing a little bit less of it.
John?
And I don't know, his offense has been better. He just hasn't been as boring, I guess, is all it comes down to. Like, he was brutally boring between all the bullshit last year, especially, and this year he has not been. So, not anyone's idea of a G1 MVP, but way more watchable on average. I would take him 100 times out of 100 over Great O'Khan at this point. So, okay, folks, we had a little technical difficulty there, but we're back here, and now Eric is going to give his thoughts on Narita and Inare.
Yeah. So, I mean, you said, you know, he's got the bullshit down. Yeah, I guess I'm just not interested in this character at all. I did not care for this match. I didn't like it. I wouldn't say it was bad. Like, I guess it was better than a lot of the other Red Narita matches that I've seen. Yeah,
the bar is in hell.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. Like, it's better than any of the show stuff during Best of the Super Juniors for sure. So if I'm comparing it to that, yes, it was a lot better. Yeah, I just didn't care that much about this though. So I went like 2.25.
Okay, still 2.25 is not that bad compared to compared to what he was doing last year a little bit. So, Drilla Maloney beat Callum Newman in 14-12 with the Drilla Killer. This started out super fast. Callum also immediately bailed. Drilla stayed on him on the floor, but Callum raked his eyes before he brought him in even further in the stands. But Drilla very quickly took over with a bunch of standing lariats up there. Callum teased suplexing him on the benches, which looked like it would just been awful. So thankfully they didn't go through with that and just started going back toward the ring. Callum ran at Drilla back at ringside, but Drilla just fucking grabbed him and sent him up and over. Just sent him absolutely flying over these rows of chairs. I mean, that looked nasty for Callum on the landing. But yeah, this started a theme for this match for me where I think Callum probably needed to spend some more time selling that. It was so nasty, but whatever. He recovered almost immediately and hit a drop kick over the railing onto Drilla and into another row of chairs. These two seem dead set on killing each other here. I'm guessing they were both in a lot of pain the following morning, just based on the chair shit especially. But back in the ring, they're still doing lots of very high impact looking stuff without selling very much at all. Although we do get a double knockdown eventually, at least. The match suddenly slows down a little bit, which honestly isn't really a bad thing, given I thought they were going a little too crazy. They fight up the top rope, where Drilla knocks him off, and Callum takes this really sick bump on the back of his neck off of there. Not your usual falling off the top rope bump at all. Drilla then hits a pretty mediocre elbow drop off of there for a 2 count. He tries for the spear or the gore, as they call it. What the fuck is the difference between a spear and a gore? I really have no idea. Is there a difference?
No.
There is none, right?
No.
Okay. Somebody, if you know the difference between a spear and the gore, come to the Voice of Wrestling Discord channel, Wrestling Omakase, and let me know. Or you can
Wasn't it just like Rhino called it the gore?
I thought so, but every time he does it, like, is there a difference? I really don't know what the difference is. Drilla, like Callum blocks the spear, gore, whatever the fuck. Grab the Tokimeki spear. He grabs him right into a Prince's Curse position, but Drilla pushes him back into Marty in the corner, bumping him. They're back to just running and going 50 miles per hour like nothing else happened. For Zane J runs in to stop the Drilla Killer. Daiki Nagailo comes in and takes him out with this huge springboard Rana, followed by this even more incredible spinning Rana into this gigantic spinning DDT. Like, I don't even know how to describe the air he got on this. Like, it was incredible. And like I mentioned earlier, I think I love when the faces are just like, fuck these heels, let's cheat too. So, like, that's great. I always love that.
Yeah.
Drilla followed up with this giant spinning crescent kick. Seemingly had him pinned, but Zane pulled out the ref. So Deki came back and nailed him off the apron for doing a giant dive to the floor. Drilla hit a big spear to Callum, but he kicked out at 2. The crowd was totally behind him now. Callum pushed Drilla into the corner, though, and then low blows him, and Marty wasn't looking. Hits the Prince's Curse, but Drilla kicks out. We suddenly slow down again as Callum tried to get him to kiss the crown, which Drilla spits at in defiance instead. He also did a 1 count kick out at some point, which is starting to get a little overplayed in this G1, I think. And the 5-star, to be honest. Like, they're doing that in every show, I feel like. It's like, we don't need every show, everybody. Callum kills him with the kiss the crown, though, but then Drilla escapes to make way and just fucking plants him with the Drilla Killer for the pin to a gigantic pop. So this is one of those matches where I can say it was pretty awesome. It was awesome in spite a bunch of flaws. The really all over the place selling, and especially lack of selling being the biggest one. But the interference stuff to me was not a flaw. I thought it actually added to the match. It was one of these matches where anything increased the excitement. The finish was pretty great too. So I was 4 stars flat in this. I would totally understand. It's one of those matches where if someone's way higher than me, I would get it. If someone's way lower than me, I would get it. Like, I get why someone would either love this match or hate this match. I thought it was pretty awesome. I mean, I liked it a lot. But if someone has it as like a fucking match of the tournament or even match of the year contender, I could see it. I just can't do it when there's this much. When I thought the selling was just like, okay, guys, like, you need to sell something here. Like, like at some point you're just Dragon Gate then. So, which is fine, but like, you know, it's just generally not the house style is to just not sell anything. So,
I thought it was really good. So that's where I landed more on that side. I was just entertained by it. The chaos, the Callum Newman taking the most insane bumps. I don't know why or how, but that chair bowling bump that he took was psychotic. And I guess it did pop me when he went flying into the air, taking that bump. The jumping the barricade into a double foot stomp that you mentioned, that was pretty sick. The crowd popped so fucking hard for that. So yeah, there was just too many cool spots in here that I enjoyed. Sometimes you just gotta like wrestling for it is, and I do like a spot fest, I guess. This wasn't a spot fest, but I mean, kind of. And I do like that from time to time. So at one point, I just thought, what the fuck is Callum doing? Like, taking just random neck bumps on the turnbuckle, right? I don't know if that was intentional or not. The Daiki Nagai DDT. So obviously that reminded me of Kazubasumi's, right, from DDT, because he does a very similar move, and he gets a lot of height on that, especially when Mao does it with him. Yeah, this one was better than any Sumi DDT I've seen. This is actually the best variation of that DDT I've seen. The height he got on this was fucking incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it was like just I don't know how to describe how much height he got. Like, you really just have to see it for yourself.
seriously, you have to see it for yourself. Like I said, watch EDT, I watch all of those versions. These are the best one I've ever seen of that variation.
I was like, why has he never done this in a fucking match? I don't think. I just watched him wrestle how many Best Super Junior matches. He didn't do anything.
Is that the first time he's done it?
As far as I know.
Oh my fuck! I mean, he needs to do that.
Yes,
it was incredible. And obviously, like, props to Callum as well, because he plays a big part in that spot as well. So like, someone can Callum can.
Somebody who watches all these tags will tell me, actually, John, he did it on night 3 on a tag team. I'm like, okay, well, do it in a fucking match that mattered. Yeah. I got breaking news, by the way. The Toronto Blue Jays beat the Washington Nationals 3-2 in Game 1 of their 3-game series, and it's going to be so funny when that's the only one of the 3 they win, and they go, is the one of the 3 I'm not at, and they lose both games I'm going to. So,
no, I believe they're going to win.
High comedy.
They're going to win the next game in DC. I feel it. Fuck the Nationals.
I don't have anything against the Nationals, so it's okay.
Are the Nationals good?
They're okay. They're better than the Blue Jays.
Wait, are these the people that were called the Redskins?
No, that's the football team.
Okay.
They were only ever called the Nationals.
Okay.
The Redskins are now called the Commanders.
Oh, right. That's it. Yeah. Nationals is such a generic name. That's what I thought.
Yeah, they moved from Montreal in like 2001, maybe. I think the Nationals, though, was the old team's name, too, though.
Is Toronto the only Canadian baseball team?
Yeah, Toronto's now the only Canadian baseball team, because the Expos moved.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, good job, Blue Jays. I knew you could do it.
Yeah, they're now only 9 games below 500 now. Let's go.
9 games. How many games have they had?
I don't remember off the top of my head. Like, let's say, there's a lot. The season's more than halfway over. So, yes,
they were in the World Series against the Dodgers last season.
Yes, they're not making the playoffs this year. They're 49-58. So, they would need a fucking miracle to make the playoffs at this point. They're 5 games back in the AL wildcard, even though the AL sucks. So, they would have to go on a hell of a fucking run to make the playoffs at this point.
I feel like that wasn't even that long ago that they were in the World Series.
Last season.
Is it already a year ago?
Yeah, it was like last October.
What the fuck? Okay, time flies.
Yeah.
Anyway, where was I? Yes. The selling. Completely agree with you. Driller no-sold a bit too much.
They're both dead.
Not Newman as well, but I guess I saw some spots from Driller that I thought were pretty egregious.
Well, when Callum, the worst one to me though was Callum when he went into those chairs, because he was like up. That chair whip looked the most brutal I've seen a chair whip look in a long fucking time. He fucking crashed into them, looked like he killed him, and he just leapt right up and was doing moves like a minute later. I'm like, you gotta fucking when you hit the chairs when you take a bump like that, are you gonna fucking kill yourself? Because I bet that there's no way they didn't hurt like a fucking bitch. Just fucking sell it for a minute at least. Like, Jesus Christ.
Nope, I agree. So just the selling did take it down a bit for me, so that's why I went 3 3/4.
Okay. Main event. This has been a very divisive match. I'm curious where you land on this. Gabe Kidd defeating Zack Sabre Jr. in 25-47 with a pile driver. Gabe slapped Zack across the face when he backed him in the ropes. Zack slapped him right back, and they started bad-mouthing each other. They traded European uppercuts, slapping forearms. That was already quite stiff. Zack was telling that he's out after taking one forearm in particular. Gabe was just spitting on him, with the crowd booed. Gabe then hung him up on the apron and put him in a front guillotine using the ropes. Zack caught his arm, put him in an arm tarantula, but Gabe immediately bites him to get out of it. It was funny when Zack complained about that, because it's like, Zack, an arm tarantula over the ropes is also illegal. You're not, like, the ref supposed to count for that too. Yeah. Like, you're complaining about Gabe doing an illegal thing to get out of an illegal move. It's only legal in a Ring of Honor Pure Rules match when all rope breaks have been used, so it's not illegal. Gabe's work was super stiff, but at the same time he's such an annoying jerk off in this role, with the constant yelling and carrying on in between everything, that it borders on the wrong kind of heat, which is kind of close to how they're reacting to him with the kind of booing they're giving him. It's subtle, so I don't know if everyone might not agree. It sure didn't have to show draw, so from that, it's not good heat from that perspective. Now this Gabe heat period was going on for so long, I was starting to get bored, especially when it felt like we went from brutal shots to him breaking his eyes and shit. It felt like we went backward. Gabe did get back some hard chops at least, but I was just, at this point, I was like, okay, can we get to a comeback or something? Gabe telling the famously vegan Zack to taste the dig cow in his boots. That was pretty funny. I got a hand to Isel there. Also amusing that it's finally what got Zack to go on the attack. Zack was like, the taste of meat! That was funny. Not sure I've ever seen the crowd start clapping for Zach to do the double knee breaker thing from the surfboard position, so that was funny. They went back to training European uppercuts. That was starting to feel a bit repetitive. It was like they didn't have enough ideas to fill this time, which maybe makes sense if you think about the fact that there's supposed to be 5 matches on the show, not 4. Obviously, if show, and this wasn't even supposed to be the main. But yeah, it didn't even feel the time well at all to me. They switched to boots to the face of each other, which looked a little light, to be honest, which at least was something different, before Gabe wiped Zach out with a short arm lariat right after the 15-minute call. Gabe won a lariat battle as the crowd had kind of not been reacting as much in the last few minutes. But when Gabe went up and did Tanahashi's pose for yelling "fuck you, Tanahashi," that did finally get the boo birds going again. The crowd cares way more about that than anything AEW related. They don't give a shit when Gabe brings up the Continental Classic. I can't do a British accent. I don't know why I try. But like when he starts trying to yell at the Continental Classic or AEW or whatever, they barely give a shit. When he starts yelling about how much he hates Tanahashi, that they give a shit about. But unfortunately, that's building a match that can never happen. So, or probably never happen. Gabe does probably the worst looking splash off the top I think I've ever seen. I don't know. I'm going to give him a teensy bit of credit and say he did that on purpose. Maybe he didn't, but I think, he's like the heel. He's like, I'm going to do a terrible splash on purpose. I'm going to give him that credit. Zach gets his knees up anyway and transitions beautifully into an arm lock on the mat. Gabe hits a tombstone on the apron. That did look sick. Then he hits a rebound lariat. I'm kind of like the crowd is pretty dead for this, given the work they're doing at certain points, and especially given how crazy they went for Drilla and Callum in the previous match. Gabe kicks out of the Euro clutch as well as the Zach driver. I was like, that's unfortunate because I'm ready for this match to be over. He immediately goes for a cross arm breaker, then Zach does, then turns into a leg hold as well. But Gabe makes the ropes immediately. The crowd does wake up here and start chanting for Zach. Zach goes back to slowly chopping him. I'm really over the strikes at this point, guys. Can we just do a finish, please? Gabe was no selling the chops anyways. We got the 25-minute call, and I was like, thank God there's only 5 minutes left of this at most. They keep chopping and slapping each other in the face, but Gabe then just headbutts him, knees him hard as he's going down, grabs him, hits the short pile driver, then whatever the DDT is called that Mox does. Is it the Death Rider? I think it is, right?
Sure, something like that.
Then he hits another big pile driver for the pin. So yeah, I don't know. It's not like this was bad. I feel like the people calling it bad are, again, over-exaggerating because they don't like Gabe at this point, which I get, believe me. This persona is so annoying. But it just really, really dragged. And again, I think I've been fair with Gabe. I had him with, I gave him 4 stars for the Drilla match. Let me think. What else did I give him? I think I gave him 3 3/4. 3 3/4 against, 4 stars against Aaron Wolf, yeah. I gave him 3 3/4 against Oscar. So this is really the first match of his I was not that high on. But it's just the sheer length of this, like it just really, they did some cool stuff. They did enough cool stuff that I can't go lower than 3, and I feel stupid going any lower than 3. But like it went on so fucking long, and like spending 25 minutes with this version of Gabe Kidd, suck your mom. Like, God, shut the fuck up. Like, he's gotten full circle and he's back to being so annoying. And again, people are going to tell me the annoyingness is the point, but it's not the kind of heat that makes me want to watch him get his ass kicked. It's the kind of heat that's begging for me has me begging for the match to end sooner, which does not seem like good heat. So I don't know. It's not like I'm sitting here angry when he talks about, the Continental. When he goes in the post match about, put me in, coach. I want to be in a real tournament, the Continental Classic. Like, you just look like an idiot doing that, because even the fucking, like, you have to be the biggest fucking AEW stan who's ever fucking lived to think the Continental Classic holds the candle to the G1, because it's just a bunch of television matches that ends. Yeah, the pay-per-view usually ends with some really good ones when it's actually on pay-per-view, but the wrestlers clearly don't take it nearly as seriously as the wrestlers take a G1, and it's just a bunch of matches on TV. They don't even do a fucking, they don't do a press conference like the G1. They don't do an introduction like the Champion Card. They don't do anything special. It's really just a bunch of singles matches. They put a scoreboard up on the graphic for it. It's really got more in common with the Bound for Glory series than it does with the G1. So, they won't even tell you the schedule ahead of time, which is the most absurd thing. So I don't know. When you do that, you look like an idiot, in my opinion. So anyway, 3 stars. And the stunning ending of Gabe just hitting 3 straight moves and winning after all that did not really work for me either. So that's where I was at in this. I know some people love this. Quinlan is going to be on me next week. Thought it was a match either contender.
Holy fuck.
He texted me that before the match, so maybe that even hurt the match for me. Where I'm like watching this, like this is a match of the year contender. I don't know. Buddy.
That I mean that's a spoiler, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate. I was more on your side. I went 3 1/4. Yeah. So it was really hard hitting. Obviously, there were a lot of really kind of disgusting stiff strikes, so that was fun. I just thought it went on too long, to be honest. There were just so many parts of the match. I was like, why is this still going on? They missed their peak, basically. Also, the leg bars, that Zach was doing to Gabe Kidd, and like at one point, Gabe got really angry about it. I was like, fuck you, cunt, and all shit like that. That ended up not mattering until it did at one point towards the end. So there was just like really inconsistent leg selling from Gabe Kidd as well. So missing the peak, some weird selling. Also, Gabe not shutting the fuck up. Every British person has known a Gabe in their life, especially if you're from, down south. All of these roadmen, we call them. And it's just, I don't know. I just don't care about it.
Can you do a Gabe accent for us? Can you break it out with the?
I mean, it's like, shut up, fam. It's like I hate it, and I just know so many guys like that. Suck your mum. I fucking hate that stuff. So
yeah,
I
did not get the vibe meeting you that you would be walking around telling anyone to suck their mom. So
no, but I've known many people who have done that. So a little too close to home. Yeah, he just talks.
Well, I've known that. Well, that goes back to Joel was talking about this to me. I guess in the Voice Posting Slack, we're not supposed to report what they talk about in there, but I don't think Joel would give a fuck for this. So
yeah.
But Joel was saying basically from the Super J Cast that it annoys British people more. Yeah. Than anybody else, because you guys know these people, and you guys,
yes.
So he's saying the exact same thing, and I feel like that goes back to the original Gabe run. But like I was,
it's
like,
way worse.
I was like, I thought the suck your mum thing was really, really annoying too. And Joel was like, well, I'd call you an honorary British person, but that's more of an insult than anything. I thought that was funny. I'm like, well, my ancestors would not be happy with that for sure. But but yeah,
it's more cartoony now. Like way more cartoony.
Yeah, because when he initially was doing the initial run, some people really hated it, and it did not really bother me that much. I mean, I thought the work was so good that I thought the complaining was a little stupid, but now it's like I don't know, like he's gone too far on the other side. And I know what my critics are going to say. They're going to be like, "Good, just because he's in AEW now." I'm like, the problem with the AEW thing is it makes no fucking sense, and it's fucking stupid. It's not.
It's a relevant part of it. It's relevant that he's in AEW now,
and it doesn't make any sense that he'd be in. Like, okay, the question to ask him, again, it's the same question to ask Thekla, but it's even worse with Thekla than it is with Thekla, because Thekla at least can say she's cut here for revenge. She's mad at them for firing her, and then she went to AEW and became a star and won their women's world title, and now she's rubbing it in their face. That would be her version. Because for both these people, though, you can just ask them, if you're going to come here and say how great AEW is, and how AEW is the best, and New Japan sucks, and I hate being in Japan, Japan's a shitty country, blah, 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 why are you here then? Why are you here? The character makes no sense. The Gabe Kidd character basically acts like he's being held at gunpoint to work the fucking G1. Why are you here? If AEW is so much better, why not just go wrestle on Collision then, and leave us the fuck alone? Like, that's why I don't understand. Where is the heat? Doesn't make any sense. I guess the heat is he's so annoying in this gimmick that I sound annoyed, but it's not a good heat. It's not a good gimmick. It's get the fuck off my TV screen. I don't want to watch you anymore. If AEW is so great, go be an AEW. Like, that's all it comes down to. It's not good heat. And the crowd alternates between finding this guy as obnoxious as I think I'm saying I find him, and not giving a shit at all. Like, do you think, like, I feel like he's worked himself into a shoot with this gimmick to a degree, because I think he's convinced himself that, like, the Japanese tweets he sees are, like, representative of the whole fucking audience. Do you really think the fucking Pujoshi, who's there because she thinks Yoda Tsuji's really cute, or the fucking salaryman who's like halfway through his third Asahi who wants to see people chop each other, really gives a shit if you're an AEW or not? They don't give a fuck, Gabe. They really don't. So
also, AEW has a really small footprint in Japan.
Yeah, it's like they don't like. Yes, they don't like it to the degree that like they don't like the fact that AEW keeps signing their people away. But like, you haven't gone anywhere. They haven't even had time to fucking miss you. The heat is that you left. And you did. If you're here every show, you didn't fucking leave. What has he missed since he went to AEW? He didn't show up for New Beginning or the fucking New Japan Cup. Then he was right there at Sakura Genesis. Then he was supposed to be on Dontaku, but he got injured, so it wasn't in AEW either. Then he was back at Dominion attacking people, and now he's been on every G1 show since. Nobody can fucking miss you if you're not going to leave. There can't be any heat for AEW taking you if you're right back in New Japan just saying you're in AEW. Like, it doesn't make any sense, Gabe. Thekla, too, at least she was gone for a fucking year and a half. And I don't even like the Thekla angle either, but it looks better by comparison than this Gabe angle does. So...
Yeah, and for me, his character is just less believable than when he was doing this roadman gimmick before as well. Like, that you can see like a lot of passionate roadmen, I guess, like angry people that still love something, and it was still clear that he loved New Japan, right? Like that was the whole basis of the Kenny Omega feud, right? It really did work. It's not believable now that he's suddenly like in love with AEW, especially when you watch AEW and how he's used at AEW. It just comes off as laughable that he's like so pro AEW.
Yeah, I mean, it makes him look lame too. Like,
he's not doing anything in AEW.
He's not doing anything in AEW. He doesn't have a fucking visa to appear in America.
Yeah.
And when he was like, when he goes on tour, he's like, I want the 6-man titles. Who gives a fuck about the AEW 6-man titles? The 6-man titles don't even fucking matter in that promotion. They went without like a year and a half without fucking defending them at one point, if I remember correctly, with the fucking Death Riders. Remember when the Death Riders had them? They were never defending them.
Yeah.
So like, no one gives a fuck about the 6-man titles. No one thinks you're a big star in AEW, Gabe. You were barely on their TV before you got hurt. And it's like, you know, you look laughable telling Tony Khan to put you in. It's like, you should have, like, I think he knows on some level he fucked this up, and he should have waited longer. Like, well, you should have done what Drilla's doing. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, as I said before, though, it's easy for me to say, whatever the check he got cut, you know, it's easy for me to say I wouldn't take more money. It's easy for me to say.
I can't blame him for leaving. Well, especially moving closer to his partner and stuff like that.
But he should have fucking left then. Then he shouldn't have come back and done this gimmick, especially immediately.
Well, he's dual contracted and he can't get a visa, so.
Like, Jesus Christ, get the fucking the Naito. Like, I'm sorry, you can't. It's the fucking time limit on stealing, throwing a white belt around as a heel has not expired. It's just, you just look like a white Tetsuya Naito, buddy. So.
Yeah. So
not a flattering comparison to you.
All those problems with Gabe's character, and just this match was just extra talking. Like, his really annoying talkative character worked really well in the Aaron Wolf match, in my opinion. Because he got his comeuppance immediately. Like, Aaron Wolf was throwing him around. Gabe Kidd looked like a fucking idiot, like in a good way, like in a comical way. Like, it works as like a comical thing in the mid card, not main eventing Ota Ward with Zack Sabre Jr.
For 28 minutes. For 28
minutes. Went too long, missed its peak. Some really good heavy strikes though. And also just like, I feel like he's got to be, he's like terrorizing these fans. I don't know if you saw it. Like, there was some like woman fan that he just walked up to like really, really close and like stole the towel from her, and she looked fucking terrified. And then he spits on Kushida, tells him to fuck off back to MLW. Some of these wrestlers must hate how much Gabe is getting into this character because it's just so obnoxious.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, 3.5 or whatever I gave. 3.25.
You said quarter, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's your New Japan. I mean, we ended negative, but there was some incredible stuff on the A-Block show, especially.
That other night was fucking amazing.
And this show still had 2 matches I really liked. 2 matches I really liked. 2 matches I ultimately thought were fine, but it ended with the big Gabe Kidd rant because, you know, this character's so annoying. I know people are just going to take it. Joe doesn't like anything AEW related, but it's just.
I watch AEW and I'm going to All In. So.
Oh, you are going to All In, huh?
Yeah.
Are they having as good a year as people say? I feel like you're going to give me the fair answer.
What, AEW?
Yeah.
Oh no, AEW is really bad right now.
Okay.
No, the booking is atrocious. Like Hangman and Swerve weren't on like the last pay-per-view. There's like no excuse. Tony should be voted worst book of the year in a world where WWE doesn't exist because they're just default the worst. But
Tony Khan is best booker again.
Yeah. Tony Khan is just a really not good book. How can you leave your top 2 stars off the pay-per-view? The Will Ospreay Death Rider storyline is one of the worst main event storylines I've seen in AEW. It is actually laughable how bad Will Ospreay is at just portraying a character, and they're just basically giving him all his weak points, which you shouldn't be doing with your next ace, right? You should be playing to their strength. Just have him have good matches and have a proper feud with Kenny Omega. Why is Moxley in this feud? Anyway, really terrible creative. But I guess they have good matches sometimes. So I'm really on the down of AEW. I'm only going to All In because my friends are.
Okay. You still watch it though, right?
I still watch it, and I was an AEW fan before I started watching a lot of Joshi, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's just bad.
Yeah, what do you think of MJF Kenny? Because I thought that was an amazing performance by Kenny Omega and a total dogshit performance by MJF. Maybe the biggest gap between two wrestlers in one match I think I've ever seen.
Yes, I really enjoyed that match. I guess part of it is because I expected Kenny to win as well, so I was really invested in Kenny winning. And you're right, like Kenny selling the way he did. Yeah, it was just a match that did hook me. So I thought it was way better than that Dynasty match, which I assume you didn't see.
No, I didn't see. Kenny MJF is the only AEW match I've seen this year.
Yes,
so.
it was the best version of a Kenny MJF match you could probably have.
Yeah, I mean, I almost went 4 stars on it which is crazy for a match where I thought one wrestler was utter dog shit, but Kenny was just so amazing in that match. So
I went 4, and I think it's one of my highest AEW matches this year.
Where'd you go? Sorry,
I think I went 4 on it.
Okay, that's one of your highest. Okay,
yeah, I mean, look, yes, you don't want to know what I gave Swerve Will. It'll make people upset.
The AEW fans who still listen to this for some reason are not going to be happy with us.
Swerve Will was absolutely.
I've heard some things about it. I've not watched it. Again, I'm not going to talk about matches I haven't watched. I only watched that one match. The problem with MJF in that match, and I guess I'm talking about this now, is you always see him. Did I talk about this in a previous episode? I might have already. But like, he always looks like a man who is, you might as well be like leaping through the screen and like pulling you over and be like, excuse me, have you noticed that I'm wrestling really well? I'm putting over the face I'm wrestling. It's like,
he's Oscar bait.
I'm doing Ric Flair really well.
Yeah, he's Oscar
bait. I don't even like Ric Flair that much. I don't even like Ric Flair to begin with. It's one of the most overrated wrestlers of all time for me. And so I don't want to watch a fucking millennial or Zoomer actually do Ric Flair. And especially the way he does it with like, everything is so over the top. Everything is like,
he doesn't get why those things were good. Yeah.
And there was a face he made in that match when Kenny kicks out at 1 and the camera cuts to him and he starts shaking his face back and forth. He's like, no, and like,
then it cuts to Will Ospreay,
and then it cuts to Will on the fucking ramp making a face too.
Save his life. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my god, what? Can you guys just wrestle? Can you please just wrestle a professional wrestling match? Like that's all I like. When I watch stuff like that, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like, sometimes I'm like, am I too hard on Ameriresu? Are my critics right? And then I see a match like that, and I'm like, no. If anything, I'm too easy on it. Like this is dog shit. Like it's horrible that this is what's won the fucking day, and that people like this. I just don't. And again, it's horrible. The other horrible thing is Kenny Omega was amazing in that match. Like Kenny is out there trying to do this wrestling match and sell that he's like on his last chance and he's doing really well. And he actually is like, you want to talk about someone acting in a match, he's doing acting in this fucking match and it actually looks good. And, I'm not going to say it looks realistic because he's still Kenny Omega and he still goes, but he goes over the top in a way that actually doesn't look revolting.
He sucks you in. Yeah.
Which is what
you're meant to do as a wrestler. Yeah.
And, Kenny understands how to walk that line between melodrama and drama. Whereas MJF, it looks like he's putting on a fucking play. And, it's like, here's a fucking play version of Scooby-Doo for particularly stupid children. And he just saw a ghost. And I'm like, that is MJF in that match. I'm just like, when Kenny kicks out at 1, I'm just like, okay. Like, I cannot take that seriously. So, that is there's your AEW burial of the week. All right. New Japan Pro Wrestling. They have some more G1 shows coming up. So go through these here. There's 4 more for the next fucking episode. Fuck me. Quinlan's going to be on with these for me at least. I won't be solo for these. Wednesday, or 3 of them, I think I'm going to be solo for 1. So this Wednesday from Osaka at the Yamato Arena, an A-Block show. We have Bolton Oleg, Jake Lee. That could be good. I mean, Jake's been pretty solid in this tournament. Ryohei Oiwa and Sonata. Again, Sonata's been good. Takeshita and Great Okan. Last year, I remember they had a weird match. Was kind of a banger even when I was enjoying Okan. So can Takeshita draw something out of Okan here again? I guess we'll see. Goto Shingo. We'll see what that's like. Goto has quietly been a bit underwhelming for me in this tournament so far, especially compared to beyond if you put away the Tsuji match, and Tsuji's having great matches with everybody. but he really hasn't had a lot of his biggest opponents yet, other than Tsuji. So we'll see. And then the main event, speaking of Tsuji, Shuji and Yuto Ice. I mean, that I'm fucking there for that. So Friday in Takamatsu. This is we just talked about back to the start of the episode. It's in Kagawa Prefecture over on Shikoku.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So this is in the B block. This has Drilla Maloney versus Oscar. That could be pretty good. Zach versus Narita. That ends up being Narita's best match of the year every year. Callum Newman versus Gabe Kidd. It should be good. It should be good, but if they don't go 28 minutes and Gabe can stop saying "suck your mom" every 2 seconds, and then the main event
talks a lot as well. That's going to be a talk off.
That's going to be a talk off. The main event, Yuya Uemura versus Aaron Wolf. That sounds fucking great. So I'm there for that. The guy who's missing this show is Hinari, by the way. That was supposed to be Hinari Umino. The second A block show of the week will be in Hiroshima Sun Plaza Hall on Saturday, August 1st. It opens up with Bolton and Sonata. It'll be interesting. Yuto Ice and Jake Lee. Shingo Takagi and Great Okan. Yoda Tsuji, Ryohei Oiwa. That sounds really cool. And then Goto Takeshita as the main. I kind of wish they made Tsuji and Oiwa. I don't know why they made Goto and Takeshita over that, but I'm sure they'll both still get time. But yeah, it's not the most exciting card, but the top two look good. And then Sunday, August 2nd is in Fukuoka, the final show of the week and the final B block show. Aaron Wolf and Drilla Maloney. Oscar versus Zack Sabre Jr. That could be interesting. Yuya Uemura versus Ren Narita. Two young guys going off. The main event is Inari and Gabe Kidd. I don't know about that one, Chief. This one was supposed to have Umino against Zach. Oh, not Zach. Who the fuck was supposed to face? Oh, it was supposed to have Umino against Callum. And yeah, that would have been a better main event than Hinari and Gabe Kidd. That is for sure. So we're definitely missing Umino's match on that show, especially. But yeah, we'll see how the week goes. But of course, 4 shows, but I'm going to be away all week, so that'll be fun trying to get through that. But we'll do our best, folks. I mean, look at this episode. We're 3 hours and 37 minutes in. We still got 3 more promotions to talk about. So let's get through some of this quicker. The Tokyo Joshi Princess Cup. It opened up with nights 1 and 2. Night 1 came back on July 20th from Axe City Hamamatsu at the Osaka Azela Taisho Hall in front of 264 fans. That's night 2. Excuse me. Where the fuck is the night 1 results then? Accidentally opened the night 2 results twice. I'm sorry, everybody. All right. Very professional podcast here that never fucks up. Where the fuck is Princess Cup night 1?
Hamamatsu?
Yeah, it's in Hamamatsu. I just cannot find the results on Dramatic DBT now. Let me see. Hamamatsu. It's really buried down because July 20th was pretty long ago. We didn't have time to cover it last week. All right, I found it. July 20th, Shizuoka City, Axe City Hamamatsu in front of 270 fans. Last year's night 1 was in Shinjuku Face and did 281. And last year, Axe City Hamamatsu had night 2 and did 288. So both of those direct comparisons, very, very slightly down, but obviously, very, very slightly. 18 people, 10 people, basically the same. The opening with all those cool videos they shot and posted on social media was really cool. Just like, here's all the competitors and here's why they're saying they're going to win. It is funny they kept playing it for the next few nights because it's like, oh, okay, half these people are already out. But in night 1, it was really cool. Did you watch either non-tournament matches? I pretty much skipped it.
Nope.
Okay, so we can go right to the... so all the people who are already getting buys, plus Yuki Kamifuku, who isn't in the tournament at all because he's retiring, they did a tag and a 3-way match. It's not really important. The Princess Cup opened up with round 1. Toga beating Momo Sato with a face lock in 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Very quick and simple match here. There's only Momo Sato's second match ever, I believe. So, or definitely one of her first ever. So yeah, Toga won quickly as you expected to. 2.5 stars, completely average match.
Yep, average 2.5. I really like Toga being the bully. I've discussed kind of a lot on my own pod. Toga being the hard striker, the wall for people. That's the next step for her. Yeah, so I like this.
Suzume beat Suzume. I don't know why I said that wrong. Suzume beat Shion Kanzaki with the Hachi Nosu 8 knot and 848. I should have mentioned who, because I have 3 fans that I bought from like actual like those fans you can hold up to support the wrestlers. I have 3 fans that I bought in Japan. 2 of them are Tokyo Joshi, and one of them is Marigold. I bet you could get them all pretty easily. Oh, actually, one is JTO too, which that one might be hard.
One is JTO as well.
Yeah.
Tomoka?
No.
Azusa?
Azusa, yeah.
Okay. Well, Suzume.
Yeah.
Yuki Arai?
No.
Arisu Endo?
Yeah.
And what was your promotion?
Marigold.
Yuzuki?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So you're expert on John Faves.
Yes.
I just saw because I said her name wrong. I looked down at her fan over here, and I'm like, I'm sorry, Suzume. I don't know what I was thinking. Suzume beat Shion Kanzaki with the Hachinosu 8-knot 848. Shion got to put up much more of a fight here, which makes sense compared to Momosato, I mean, given she's been at this for 6 months longer. There was this one unfortunate, awkward spot involving a springboard on the ropes from Suzume that was mistimed and looked pretty bad. But other than that, it was a very solid match. I mean, Shion got some nice little near falls on Suzume, where she eventually tapped out to that head and arm scissors. Gentlewoman's 3 probably would have been a quarter star higher up the botch I mentioned, but mostly enjoyable.
Yeah, 2 3/4. I thought Shion Kanzaki was really solid in this match, actually. I actually thought it was maybe one of her best outings, early on in her career in 6 months. Obviously, wrestling with Suzume helps, but yeah, I kind of like this one.
Then we had Wakana Uehara beating Mifu Ashida with the Shishi Tornado in 737. This was my one I was really hoping for the upset, but the Wakana, we had to stop the Wakana. The Wakana is not stopped yet. Mifu is one of these Tokyo Joshi wrestlers I can never remember the theme music of because she's always a junior partner on these tag teams, so she never gets to come out. And then when I hear it here, I'm reminded I also never remember because it's super generic, apparently. So she's like do a cheer or something for their fucking theme song. But
yeah, I don't remember her theme song.
Mifu pulled out some kind of giant rice ball or something and started chowing down on it just as Wakana's entrance was starting. That was funny. Wakana was very confused when she saw her eating before the match, but then Mifu put it down and pick up her pom-poms, and she did a cheer, because of course she did. She encouraged Wakana to do one too, and then immediately rolled her up. That was funny. As much as I love that goofball cheerleader, and I really do, this quickly became pretty damn boring once she got past the funniness of the start and never really pulled out of it. Wakana's not very good, unfortunately. So 2 stars. Not a good match.
Yep, 2 1/4.
She did take the rice balls at the end, but I guess we're on the line now for some reason. So the eater, everybody, she eats. Did you know she eats? Such a boring character.
I know. Wait, did you hear our rant on Joshi-ing Around about Okada?
I think I did not hear that. Why would you guys?
Okay, we basically said the same thing.
It's so boring. Yeah, you guys are correct.
After the Suzume match, she did a post-match interview, and it was just all about food analogies to Suzume. And like, you just lost the biggest singles match of your entire career, and you still can't stop the gimmick. Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, like, oh my god, we get it. You eat. Competitive eater, okay? Can you do something? Talk about something besides fucking food.
Yeah, I mean, John DK, obviously big TJPW fan, he was telling us that's never going to stop because of the way it's pushed on like social media or whatever. Like, it's really popular. So
yeah. Alistair Endo beat Sakura Hattori with the Ju no Okite in 1048. This was just a level above everything else on the show at this point, by maybe 2 levels above it. I mean, Sakura brought the aggression, and Alistair was very good at selling for her. Sakura at one point was like all wobbly, but like suddenly exploded forward this roundhouse kick to the face before delivered another spinning kick to a kneeling Alisu. She went up to onto the ropes. I mean, like the middle of the ropes, not the turnbuckle. She was balancing herself there. Alisu suddenly jumped up there and gave her basically a one-handed Nodoa Itoshi over there. That fucking rolled. And then Alisu got the pin not long after that. Really good match. I thought about going 4 on this, but I settled on 3 3/4. So blew away the fucking matches leading up to this set for sure. This
was a really good match.
I was hyped for it going again, so it definitely delivered.
I'm almost surprised how long she was Kaya Toribami for, because it feels like she's way more confident in this gimmick. I do think it took her some time for it to click. She was like emoting way too much when she first started out. But she's definitely cleaned up a lot of it, and she was awesome in this match. Arisu is obviously an incredible wrestler. I call Arisu and Suzume, I call them 2 of the best wrestlers in the world, obviously alongside Miyu Watanabe. So Arisu was bumping her ass off. You know, there was a double bump on Sakura's diving elbow. I was like, okay.
I found, this has nothing to do with her wrestling ability. I found a Twitter account that's either her mom or her grandma, I'm pretty sure, because it's like, it's pretty much just, it's like her just taking pictures. It's basically just pictures of Alisu with tiny dogs. And it's like all about her like coming home. It's all the traits
cute.
about like she came home again. So I think it's her mom. But yeah, it's very, very cute. So definitely a Twitter account worth following.
Yeah, and Sakura Hattori did a tornado kick in this match that I swear to God was almost like, it's the one thing Aizawa does like really well, and Sayaka Mitani obviously. Yeah, it was like a really insane tornado kick, and her selling was just really good in this match. Like she was ragdolled like towards the end of that match before the Juno Akite, so I loved the way she sold towards the end. I went 3 3/4 as well.
Mizuki beat Raku with the QD special in 844. It was okay, a bit boring. I've just never really been a Raku person. I much prefer Palm as far as the legacy Tokyo Joshi comedy gimmicks go. I don't hate her as much as Nicole hates her. That'd be very difficult. I think if Nicole could press a button that said fire Raku into the sun, she would press it so fast your head would spin. But, I just don't love her either. It did pick up a bit during the later portions, but I do mean only a bit. And Mizuki, she beat her with her bridging suplex slam thing, which is the QD special. 2 3/4. It was all right, especially for a Raku match, but nothing special.
2 1/4 Raku match.
Miyu Watanabe defeated Renko Natsu with the Canadian backbreaker in 11:50. It's now a rare treat getting to hear Miyu's theme past the point where Rika's always cuts it off now. Miyu Watanabe might have my favorite theme in all of wrestling, and I can't fucking hear it anymore. Like, I love Rika Tatsumi too, but like, I want to hear my LOVA Love Pureess. Like, what the hell's going on? Like, stop cutting off Miyu's theme. That tricky sheep fools Miyu into apologizing for knocking the stuffed sheep off her pants just to step on her hand and smirk about it. That was funny. Miyu paid her back by squeezing the stuffed sheep when she had Ren bent over her knee. That was fucking funny. But because Miyu is like such a baby face, when the crowd actually booed her for this, she stopped immediately. I'm like, okay, Miyu, if she ever actually embraced her inner monster, would be very scary, I think. It was just very, very funny, the push and pull there, where she's like she suddenly starts being a monster, and the crowd's like, boo, and she's like, wait, no, I'm still cute. Which is very funny. Just a very, really, really good big versus little match. Miyu excels at that, of course. But Ren sold really well, too. I already did this on the last episode, where I was like, I don't know why. I'm going to stop doing it with Ren Kanatsu. I'm going to stop forgetting how good she is. She's really good. And Ren, she sold really well. She got enough little hope spots to keep it interesting. You also never felt like Miyu was ever in any trouble at all, though, which is exactly how it should be. I went 4 stars on this. I was like, it's such a well-executed match. Miyu is so good at being the unbreakable wall. And I thought Ren looked impressive as well. So 4-star match for this, which probably overrating it, but I just love this match.
Yeah, I went 4 1/4.
Okay, well, that's a funny fucking trip. Like, I probably overrated. Well, I went higher.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah, so Miyu Watanabe is obviously my TJPW wrestler. I honestly think she's one of the best wrestlers in the world. Don't care about gender. Like, literally one of the best wrestlers in the world. I always rate her top 3 in that category. So that really had Miyu Watanabe up there. But Ren Kanatsu is honestly one of my favorite wrestlers since she's debuted. I think she's excellent. So I talk about a lot about rookies in the independents, the Joshi Indies. But Ren Kanatsu is one of those rookies that I think is just as good as any of the other rookies we talk about, even in Stardom and stuff like that. I think she's excellent. And I often get a lot of flack for how low I am on TGPW on my podcast, just because I don't care about a lot of the undercard. This is, I guess an Eric-coded TGPW match. This is the type of match I love seeing in TGPW. Obviously, the Miyu Watanabe and Yuki Arai feud as well, which is one of my favorite feuds of the year. But no, this match is my TGPW. I think it was beautiful work from both of them. You mentioned the spots with the sheep, and Ren is doing the Momoka Hanazono spot with the crying, and I was so happy watching this match. Like, my cheeks were hurting. I was smiling a lot, and yeah, Miyu did look like kind of a monster at points during this match, though. Not in the way you said, like with the spot with the sheep. Like, she was just throwing some sick forearms to Ren, and Ren looked so pathetic in a great way, like in a believable, sympathetic way. When she tried to fire up, it just looked like, okay, girl, there's no way you're gonna eat through Miyu Watanabe, but I appreciate you for trying. It was
I feel
really
like there's
endearing.
an alternate reality where Miyu is the greatest heel of all time.
So did you watch all of the preview tags between Miyu and Yuki Arai?
Not every single one, but a bunch of them.
Okay, they were fucking incredible.
I know, they were killing each other.
It was incredible. There was one where Miyu Watanabe was essentially heel Miyu Watanabe. She was destroying Yuki Arai, and
was that the Shikiba one?
It was not Shinkiba. I think
Okay.
it's like I think it's in Aichi. I think it's in
Okay.
Karen.
I don't know if I saw that one. I got to go back and watch it now. That
Yeah,
sounds
it was
awesome.
incredible because the whole goal of that match was to destroy Yuki Arai. And I was like, okay, this version of Miyu Watanabe is like giving me fucking goosebumps. I swear to God. I was like, that is the most incredible shit ever. So yeah, Miyu Watanabe has this monster mode. I think she even calls it like Mudorella, actually. Like it's like a thing she taps into for the big moments. And you could see some of that here when she was facing Ren. And yeah, I feel like I'm underrating this match. Like this match was fucking amazing. So yes. Also, one of my favorite TJPW isms, I guess, is when time stands still and like the two wrestlers like stare at each other intensely and the crowd just goes silent. I love that shit. And I think Miyu Watanabe does that better than almost everyone else, like commanding the crowd in big dramatic moments. I love this so much. Yeah.
Then we had Miyu Yamashita beating Ura Takami with the Attitude Adjustment in 827. This was kind of like the last match's not quite as cool little cousin. You know, it was pretty good. It just big versus little again. Another small girl, another pink wearing monster. But you know, it just wasn't anywhere near as competitive as the last match. I guess they wanted to give Miyu an even stronger win coming off her title loss. You know, fun for what it was, but still like I just go 3.25 on this. It more resembled a squash than an actual competitive match.
Yep, 3.25 as well. I thought it was a good match. I'm obviously really into Takami as well. I say regularly she should never win a match ever in her career just because she's an amazing like underdog babyface. So yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Then we had Yuki Arai beating Haru Kazushiro with the Scorpion Deathlock in 940. I still have no idea. Like, why do so many Joshi wrestlers manage to look so like virtually flawless this early in their careers? It's really bizarre to me sometimes. Like Haru never does anything.
Yeah,
Haru never does anything wrong. She pretty much never botches anything. She looks like she's a 10-year veteran when she's been doing this for I think like 3. And it's just really bizarre. Like, I don't know. It's like the training in Joshi is just so much better than the training everywhere else in the world. It's just really bizarre sometimes. But I thought this was a good match for the most part. One big critique is that this was one of those nights where Yuki Arai's boots and kicks just looked really light. Like a few of them just didn't look like they were making any contact at all. So I would end up going 3.25 on this, but it was still pretty good. But yeah, she needs like lay it in, girl. I don't know what to tell you.
So I think Yuki Arai should be champion for a very long time. I love her being champion. She's part of my feud of the year, one of my feuds of the year. Yeah, obviously she's still kind of green. Just in terms of like how many matches she's had, it's actually not that many if you look it up and compare it to like Stardom wrestlers or whatever. And so yeah, some matches she does just look rough. That's just the reality of it. Haru, I sort of caught on to with the Mirai match. I actually didn't kind of like click with her before that. And then when I saw that match, I was like, oh, okay, she's good. So ever since then, I've kind of like been keeping my eye on. I think she's going to become a favorite of mine. She's so early in her career. She's 17, I think, right? Something like that. She looks really good for how old she is and how much experience she is, yeah. And obviously she was the better person in this match, I thought, yeah. Have you seen Yuki Arai's running leg split that she does?
Have I seen Yuki Arai's running leg split?
She does a running leg split and it looks atrocious, and someone needs to tell her to stop doing that. So
yeah, that'd be nice.
Yes, so I wanted to say it on Omakase now, so thank you.
But yeah, overall, fine enough show. It suffered a little from the giant echoey building and not a lot of crowdy coming through as a result, but we still did manage to get 2 bangers at least, and everything else was pretty much fine at least, except the Wakana match. So, night 2 was from July 25th, so much more recently, a couple days ago, from Azalea Taisho Hall in Osaka. 264 attendance, again, pretty much the exact same number they did for a house show in May. 268. It was listed as no vacancies. So I don't think they can fit that many more in there anyway.
It's a pretty small room.
Yeah. So I skipped ahead to the 4 tournament matches here out of, again, time constraints, but there were 3 non-tournament matches. This is half the second round now. So the people who won versus the person who got a bye. So your first second round match was Alisu Endo defeating Chika Nanase with the camel clutch in 840. This felt a little low energy or basic early on. Not like it was bad or anything, just not a whole lot going on. Also, this wasn't the wrestler's fault at all, but I really hate the fucking camera angle for this. I know this happens before when I watched this building, but like we felt, I'm always like, it's always jarring the first time I watch it again, where it's like we feel so weirdly far away from the ring with the hard cam, and it's on this weird partial diagonal angle where it's set up, and the way it keeps zooming in and out just felt really distracting to me. So,
but it makes no sense. Sorry, I don't know why the hard cam is there, because they've had the hard cam in a normal place. I've been in that building. I literally have no idea why the hard cam isn't, like, DDT shoots there as well, and their hard cam isn't in that position. So
okay, I thought I've seen this before. Maybe I'm misremembering.
No, I think it was just a weird hard cam.
Okay. But yeah, so it was annoying. But I wanted to mention it. I mean, might as well mention it in the first match. The match itself picked up a bit when they ended up out to the floor, where Chica hit this spear that knocked Alisu off the apron. They got back in after that, and both girls hit some nice forearms to each other. Chica especially just rocked her with a counter forearm, and then they just kept hitting them after that as she got a near fall. So that was a big step up from the early part of the match. Both girls showed some good fire there. Alisu hit a super kick on Chica, only seemed to fire her up even more. Then she ran right into an exploder suplex from Endo, and then she put her in a camel clutch, and Chica tapped out not that long. The last few minutes were really, really good, but just couldn't make up for, it wasn't that long anyway. So that was like 3.25. Just the whole match was like the last few minutes would have been much higher, but just pretty good at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, I was lower on this. I just went 2.5. Yeah, Chica Nanase is someone who doesn't feel like she quite fits into TJPW. Like, I always call her like an indie wrestler in a TJPW wrestler's body. Just the things that she wants to do, like the elbow strikes, would work a lot better in a different environment, basically. So yeah, no, I mean, it was a solid match.
Then we had Himawari beating Wakana Uehara at the single leg crab hold in 11:28. They could hear me cheering from Osaka probably when Himawari won this match. My very first note here was, please God, let Himawari win this. Stop the Wakana. But they did some basic grappling to start, headlock takeovers and such. But then when Himawari called for a test of strength, as soon as they locked a single hand together, she started whipping Wakana with her hair uncontrollably. So fucking funny. Wakana, though, finally ducked the hair whips by doing a split, which I'll hand to Isol. Second time I used that reference on the show. I'm sorry. That was pretty cool. But when she got Himawari in the front chancery, she was able to get out by whipping her hair some more from under there. It's obviously a pretty unique counter. They traded some pretty hard forearms in the corner. Surprised me how hard they were, actually, before Wakana got her into her head scissors on the mat. Himawari got her hair braid free and whipped it onto the bottom rope, and the ref did in fact count that as a rope break, despite Wakana's complaints, which the crowd really thought was really funny. We got a long submission tease when Himawari has her in the half crab the first time. Wakana was able to escape eventually, straight into a cradle for a near fall. They went back to throwing pretty hard forearms to the chest, which is a battle Himawari eventually won, but Wakana came back with a pretty mediocre-looking enziguri to take back over. But Himawari was able to get a pretty nice takedown back into the half crab, and apparently Wakana tapped. The camera Coley missed it. We just heard the crowd react and then a bell because they're focusing on, with the weird stupid camera on Himawari pulling back in the hold, apparently unaware this is heading for an immediate tap out. So not good by the production people, but the match itself, way over delivered for me for how little I like Wakana. I was 3 3/4 on this. I thought it was really good. Probably benefited from the wrestler I'm cheering for winning. One of those matches where I really liked one wrestler and really disliked the other. So that might have got me to go even higher. But yeah, I think Himawari is just super underrated, super underutilized by her promotion for how good she is, even in straight matches. And the fucking hair thing, yes, it's funny, but like it's just really unique too, and it works. And like she works it into her matches in really thoughtful ways. I mean, the rope breaks, using it to escape a guillotine. I mean, or the front chancery. I mean, she's a very thoughtful wrestler, and she takes a gimmick that could be totally one-note comedy and actually makes it work in a serious match, which is one of the things I respect about her the most. So,
yeah, Himawari is awesome. And this match also worked for me because, like you, I was very invested in the winner and rooting against Wakana with all of my might. And yeah, they got me with the drama in this match because I wanted Himawari to win so bad. So from that perspective, it has to be a well-worked match, right? If it gets me invested, like that's the criteria for me. I was really wondering who the winner was going to be, and I popped big for Himawari winning. So I went 3.25. Yeah, and then in post-match, like she's just talking about food again. It's just never ending.
Yeah, that's our first quarterfinal match confirmed. Alistair Endo versus Himawari. I'm fucking there for that.
Yeah.
Mizuki lost to Hyper Masao with the Lamajistro Cradle in 1358. I really didn't look up. Did you look up what the translation was for this prepared statement Mizuki had?
She said she would never cheat again, and since no one believes her, she has to get Mizuki to read it out.
Yeah. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, so she is so disgusted. I'm reading it right now from the Dramatic DDT. The two shook hands, but then when Mizuki finished ring, the two shook hands. Mizuki tried to kick Masao, but yeah, eventually she did cheat. Of course. But yeah, this was mostly comedy, as you might expect. A lot of it was based around the turnbuckle pad, and then Mizuki got trapped inside the apron. Misao ended up there too and just removed it completely to escape, then wrapped Mizuki up in it before lifting her back in the ring. Mizuki, though, smartly grabbed on the bottom rope, so Misao just ended up pulling the apron curtain off of her while trying to drag her off. But then Misao just threw it back on her and used the cold spray for a near fall. She started working over Mizuki's arm for some reason. It was fine, but it just came out of nowhere after all the comedy and ring apron trapping stuff. That arm work goes nowhere, though, for it just kind of goes back to being a Looney Tunes cartoon. The two of them running all over the place. Really wasn't into it, as you can probably tell by my bored tone of voice recapping it here. Mizuki does eventually do a nice dive to the floor off the top, though. She gets Misao on a crossface in the ring. I was kind of hoping she would just tap, but Misao did. She sold it well, but she did get to the ropes to break. Misao got her I Am a Hero crossbody off the top, but Mizuki kicked out, hit a running double stomp to her face for her own near fall, followed by a roll up. But Misao cut back, and they rolled back and forth before Misao pinned her La Magistral. Not the result I wanted to see personally at all, but to be fair, the crowd popped huge for it. So, it's not like I hate Hyper Misao, but like as a singles wrestler especially, I can find her a little grating. The last minute or two was actually really good and saved this match from being awful or something, but I didn't really like the rest of it. So it's 2.25 for me, a below average match.
Yep, 2.5. I mean, it was a Misao match for the first couple of minutes. So Misao obviously has a strong character, and she deserves credit for obviously how over she gets her character, the hype shows and all that. That's some of my favorite stuff, actually. I love those hype shows. But I'm just kind of not interested in seeing 14-minute Misao singles match.
Yeah, the tag is good, but that's where she always delivers her best stuff, is the tag with Shoko Nakajima. But the singles, it's okay.
Yeah, so I mean, nothing about this match was bad. In fact, the last few minutes were pretty all right. And I kind of really like the La Magistral finish as well, because the crowd knew it was coming and they started to react, and then the big pop when it actually happened. But yeah, just not for me, I guess.
Main event. This fucking match. This was fucking awesome. Rika Tatsumi beats Miyu Yamashita with the White Dragon Sleeper in 1747. They started out with some much more intense grappling than we got in the last match. Both girls looking for an advantage. Miyu ends up on top, but then Rika just starts blatantly choking her from the mat because this girl can just be kind of a psycho sometimes. She's laying on the mat, she's reaching up and just choking her. It was just a great little spot. Miyu rolls to the floor, and Rika tries to dive on her, but Miyu leaps up to the apron and kicks her up there, then runs down to the apron, hits this brutal-looking kick right to the very top of her sternum. We got a long headlock from Miyu back in the ring that turned this sort of head and arm choke, which is always really good at making her submissions look like they actually hurt. She keeps kneeing Rika in the gut when she tries to stand up out of it, but Rika's finally able to fight her way out and hit the big running hip attack. Rika then catches Miyu's leg in the corner, hits the dragon screw over the middle rope. She then pulls her out further and slams her leg into the ring post, followed by hitting a running drop kick to the leg against the same post. And that all set up for the figure 4 from Rika back in the ring. Miyu keeps trying to pound her way out of it. She can't quite do it and is able to turn it over finally instead. Rika, though, turns it back over, but that moved Miyu way too close to the ropes, where she's able to just grab up the break. Miyu hits Senkaku Gary out of the corner. She did do it just a teensy bit slower than she usually does, and make sure to sell the leg after hitting the mat, which was good. Again, she modified her execution of the move. She hit a running kick to the back, followed by a nice lariat. Again, keeps moving just a little bit slower than usual, which is appropriate for the mat leg work in this match, only the last few minutes. We got a hip attack, middle kick, strike exchange. That takes us past the 10-minute call. Finally, Miyu literally just kicks her ass on one of the hip attacks. That was fucking funny. She's done that before, too, though. But Rika throws her out to the apron. It's another hip attack to the face. Then does this cool little hanging face buster out there. They exchange some more blows back in the ring, for Rika ducks a high kick and hits an ace crusher. She goes up top. It gets cut off with a really nice-looking high kick from Miyu all the way up there. Miyu then goes up and goes to the avalanche-style AA. Rika, though, slips out and kind of chokes her up there before putting her in a dragon sleeper on the top rope. The ref makes her break. Miyu ends up in the tree of woe. So Rika hits this big running hip attack right into her midsection. That was super unique and just looked awesome. Miyu dodged Rika's attempt at the hip attack off the top, though. She caught her in midair and hit this huge German suplex. Again, that just the way she caught her and just hit the German just looked so cool. She ran in, hit a running high kick to her in the corner, followed by the AA in the middle of the ring, but Rika kicked out. Rika blocked the skull kick, hit a dragon screw, followed immediately by another running hip attack, but Miyu reverses it into pin into one of her own, hits the running knee to the face, that's the crash rabbit heat, right? The running knee?
Yeah, I think so.
So she tried it again, but Rika dodged it and grabbed her in a sleeper from behind, eventually maneuvering her into the dragon sleeper from there, but Miyu was able to escape and get her into a power slam position, hit these brutal-looking knees to the face with her up there. But as she runs forward, Rika turns it back into the dragon sleeper. That whole sequence was amazing. Rika keeps squeezing it tighter and tighter until Miyu has no choice but to tap out, which the crowd fucking goes crazy for again. Yeah, this was fucking awesome. You know, I guess the only nitpick would be the legwork didn't really go anywhere and they just forgot about it. But again, as I said earlier, Hanare, I prefer just like forgetting about it completely than just fucking slapping at it for the whole match when, you know, you're still doing moves like it doesn't really hurt. But yeah, I just love this match. I thought Miyu's whole "don't forget how awesome I am" tour she's been on lately has been great. And Rika Tatsumi got to remind everybody she can be great in singles as well as tags too. So 4.25, awesome match. And now we get Rika Tatsumi versus Misao in the quarterfinal, which obviously has a lot of history. So
The thing I really like about Tokyo Princess Cup is, well, I guess TJPW in general, is they protect singles matches a lot. So you would think that these people, like me, Master, and Rika Tatsumi have had a lot of singles matches. They've only got 5 going back like 12 years to 2014. So it's really cool seeing interactions like this between people with a lot of history, I guess. Yeah, I guess I don't have anything different to say because I feel like you covered a lot of it, and I will co-sign that I thought it was a really great match. I went 3 3/4, so just a bit lower, but that's just, you know, character connection. Rika Tatsumi's never been someone I vibed with. Mia Mashita I think she's fucking awesome, and I think even when she was lower down the card during the past year, she played a big part in having awesome matches on the undercard for like the past year, and it's only in the past, I guess, few months she went back in the title picture, so... this was a great match. That reverse dragon obviously looked fucking brutal for the tap as well. Great match.
Yeah, I am a big Rika fan. So much like Rika Tatsumi on the Discord, I'm a big Rika fan. So I'm not surprised I'm higher than you then, I guess. But
yeah, but it was a really great match. Like, I would recommend this match. So this one, the Arisu Endo Sakura Hattori one, and the Miyu Watanabe Ren Kanatsu one. Those are the 3 I would recommend people go out their way to watch.
Totally. So yeah, Princess Cup night 2, hell of a show here, which is 4 matches, but like, you know. Really liked 3 out of 4 of them. So, I mean, really like 2 out of 4, and one was pretty good and one was but you know. Princess Cup coming up on the 30th this week. So there's one show this week that we'll cover on next week's show, or I'll cover by myself actually, which is the other half of round 2. So it's Toga versus Mahiro Kiryu. Miyu Watanabe versus Yuki Aino. That could be awesome. Suzume versus
they had the title match last year.
Yeah, right. That was like was that Oda?
No, I think it was in Korakuen Hall because I remember them crashing into each other.
Oh, right. Okay, so she challenged Oda. I think she came out at the end of Oda and challenged.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, that was an awesome title match. I remember that now.
Yeah.
Suzume versus Palm Harajuku. That could be funny. I mean, Suzume can be a funny straight person when she works with people like that. So, and as a Suzume fan, I'm not really. Well, I shouldn't say that. The moment I say I'm not worried about her losing, she'll just lose somehow.
Yeah, don't say that. TJPW.
Yuki Arai versus Shoko Nakajima, which could be awesome. But yeah, that is your second half of the second round on July 30th. And then the quarterfinals are on August 8th at Ryogoku KFC Hall. So there's a bit of a wait for that. Yeah, like an 8-day or a 9-day wait between this other half of the second round and the quarterfinals. But yeah. All right, there's your Tokyo Joshi. We've gotten really long. So for people who don't know, we were originally going to do the DDT Korakuen. I did not get a chance to watch it because I was planning to watch it today, and my work day was so crazy. We said we'd do a preview of Peter Pan maybe, but like again, we've gone really, really long. We should probably just go to the All Japan show, I think. But it looks like a good card overall. You know, I'm just looking at it. I mean, Yuki Ueno versus Mao, I'm pretty excited for. Takeshi versus Takeshi, I'm excited for. I don't really know what to make of Kazuya Masumi versus Ryusuke Taguchi. I hope Taguchi's not the Universal title.
That is not a good match for Sumi whatsoever. No. I don't care what anyone says. Like, Sumi deserves a better match than that on one of the biggest shows of the year.
Okatani versus Shuma, that could be good.
That's going to be great.
We'll have to see what the Extreme title gimmick is. We got Endo coming back. He'll be teaming with Antonio Honda against Daisuke Sasaki and Doki. That could be cool. Yamato versus Dino could be funny.
That's going to be really funny, yeah.
Yeah. Chris Brooks and Harashima against Shinya Aoki and Junta Miyawaki. The tag titles could be good. The 6-man titles, we have Kanon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Naya, and Viento. Can't remember how to fucking pronounce his last name. Levente, thank you. Challenging Masada, Yukoroku, and Daichi Sato. That should kick ass. Hinata Kasai, first anniversary debut match. Jun Kasai and Hinata Kasai against Yu Nakayama and Rukia. That's interesting. Minoru Suzuki and Shinshiro Takagi versus Kazuki Hirata and Tori. I think that sounds great. And then the opener, the Iron Man Heavy Metal White title, time delay battle royal. Somehow Raku got this belt back again. I assume that happened on the DDT Korkin. I didn't say. And she's defending against Yuki Ino, Toru Iwashi, Akito, Soma Takao, Fuminori Abe, Naomi Yoshimura, Sasadango, MJ Paul, Illusion, Uni, Yuki Ishida, and Masami Inahara. So, typical Iron Man Heavy Metal White title.
I'm surprised Sumire Uesaka didn't win it back. The voice actress, that White Crown Princess.
Yeah.
Maybe she wins it back from Rocco at some point. We'll
see. But yeah, it's a pretty cool card. It's a pretty typical DDT Big Show card. But I think the only disappointment is like, I don't know if Taguchi threw from the top of the Universal title.
The Sumi match is definitely a disappointment. The 6-man tag team title, so Pale Youth against SLC. I'm guessing Pale Youth are going to lose that one just because if they win the defense record. And it just seems like it's SLC's time to win the titles, especially with Viento. He's probably wanting a title at some point, especially after he had that Shinya Aoki storyline and his unmasking, I guess, that everyone now knows it's Kaigo Nakamura. But Power Youth, obviously my favorite unit, so I'm sad that they're going to be losing here. Okutani, it's kind of crazy that he's had as good as an Extreme title reign as he has compared to, he had Toy to compare to, right? And Toy's reign was fucking incredible. So Okutani's done really well. Shunwa will obviously have a good match for him. Takechi and Takeshita, obviously, I can't wait for that match. Mao and Ueno, have you seen their 2024 Peter Pan match?
I don't think so. I think that was when I wasn't paying attention to DDT. Maybe that was one of my first big DDT shows. And they went 37 minutes and it was so much. It was so long. It was too much. Yeah. Thankfully, both are much better wrestlers in 2026. Both have improved a lot. So I'm hoping they show that improvement in this match. And I'm sure they're going to have a great match. I think Mal's winning though. I don't know what you think. I don't know. I think Mao's winning. Yeah, it feels like he's winning. I mean, you never know. Also, when you have the what's it called?
The right to challenge.
The right to challenge. Yeah. So now there's
Masami and someone else that has it. I don't remember.
Well, remember there's a new one this year. So there is the purple right to challenge, which is the right to challenge. The right to challenge.
Oh yeah, Illusion has that.
So you can Well, I think Illusion lost it already, but let me get. Most updated after the Korakuen. Okay, I thought I had this down, but maybe I don't. Okay.
Fuck, who won the other one?
Okay,
it was King of Drunk.
I think somebody said it in the Discord at least. Let me just get that. I thought it was on DDT. I can't find it on Dramatic DDT, so let me try to find it on the Discord real quick. I'm sorry, but Nicole had to unzip something, so I don't know what was going on there. So that might have.
That's all right.
But yeah, let me see what the right to challenge is. I'm starting to lose my voice. Okay.
Did something happen at the Korakuen? I don't even remember.
Yeah, at the Korakuen, I think.
Oh, I didn't. I watched it. I didn't know.
Okay, I can't fucking find it now. But maybe it was actually not the Korakuen. Maybe it might have been right away, the Shinjuku face or something.
Yeah. So it was Shunma Katsumata who had the red one, and Masami who had the blue one, and Illusion had the purple one. I don't know what's happened since then. That was at Shinjuku face.
All right, so we'll figure. Somebody will correct us if somebody else has lost it. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's a puppy problem or something. I don't know what's going on with Nicole.
Oh, don't worry about it. But no, it's a very good Peter Pan card. So if you're not into DDT, it's one of the big shows of the year. They're at Sumo Hall this year as well. So last year they were at some Higashi Arena or whatever. It was 2K people, and then they were at Korakuen Hall for the second night of Peter Pan. This one's Sumo Hall, so it'll be good.
Yeah. Okay, so that will be as I'm still trying to find who the fuck the current holders of the. Oh, here we go. It's Rukia. Rukia has a purple gauntlet.
When the fuck did he win it?
Thanks to Sexy Rukia on the Super JCast Discord. which is funny they posted it. But yeah, Shuma has the red, Viento has the blue, and Ruki has the purple. So the purple.
Okay, I missed a bunch then.
Yeah, the purple. You can challenge for the people don't know the purple. You can challenge for another gauntlet anytime. So you can't challenge for a title like you normally can with the gauntlets. The gauntlet's basically Money in the Bank on any title you want, but the purple can only be challenged. You can only be casted into challenge for a gauntlet because the whole gimmick is if you get pinned, you can keep the gauntlet for I think until the end of September or something before you have to cash it in. But there's a much bigger risk factor than Money in the Bank because if you get pinned or submitted or whatever, you lose a direct fall in any match. You lose the gauntlet to the person who beats you. So that's the risk reward with the gauntlets. So if you have the red or the blue gauntlet, if you lose any match, a tag match, doesn't matter. If you lose the fall, you lose your gauntlet to that person. The purple gauntlet person can cash it in on either one of them to, I guess, do an instant match for their gauntlet, just like you can do an instant match for a title. So it's a new complication, basically. It's a little confusing, I feel like. But yes, it's a new twist they've added this year. We'll see if it lasts, I guess.
I think Rukia won it at the Korakuen Hall. Yeah.
Okay. So Rukia announced the purple gauntlet. So we'll see if he casts it.
Oh, and then Viento pinned Illusion. Yeah. Okay. This happened at Korakuen.
Okay. So there you go. Let us go to All Japan. Our last topic here is we're at 4 hours and 16 minutes. I did not think this episode was going to go that long. What a fucking dipshit I am.
We just got that chemistry.
We got the chemistry, and I love to yap. This is from Kobe Sambo Hall on July 25th, the Summer Action Series. A crowd of 895 people. This was announced as a sellout. It's up quite a bit from the last time All Japan ran this venue.
895?
Yeah. The last time they ran this venue, they did 615 for night 3 of the Odo tournament on August 31st last year. As for what other promotions are drawing here lately, Dragon Gate, I can't find a number for the July 26th show. They did the next day on Cage Match or Shoot Pro. They did just
Stardom
4.
Was there, right?
Yeah, this is Dragon Gate. They did 492 on June 28th, not for nearly as old up card as this. 566 on May 31st, and that's like their home city, obviously. Stardom did 595 for a standard house show on May 30th. Probably the best direct comparison, because it actually did have title matches, was Noah did 804 on March 20th for a show headlined by Naito and Bushi defending the GHC tag titles against Soya and Kondo. So much closer to what All Japan did here, but still not quite as much. So yeah, 895. It's the best number I think of anybody but taking Kobe Sambo this year. So
well, we've been to that venue. 895 in there sounds fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's not a very nice venue either, but I
yeah.
think it's my least favorite venue I've been to in Japan, to be honest. It's a fucking big.
It's literally just a room on the second floor.
yeah, big bright room. The opener, Jun Saito beat Shota Kofuji in 7-11 with a jackhammer. I think this is a pretty fun big versus little match here. Jun can be really boring at times, especially as a singles wrestler, but I thought he was actually fun here. And Kofuji sold for him really well, which always helps. Jun was moving pretty well here in general, which was nice to see. He, of course, finished Kofuji off with the jackhammer. 3 1/4. Very enjoyable opener for what it was.
I went 2 3/4. So Ray Saito smacked the shit out of Kofuji at Shinkiba literally days before this. So I was kind of curious what they'd do here and if the June or Ray match would be better. The Ray Saito match was much better. That was fucking awesome. They just chopped the shit out of each other. June not as good as his brother in this type of format. By the way, did you go back and watch that 19th of July Korakuen Hall All Asia tag match?
No. I did. I didn't. Yeah, I was like 3 and 3.5 or 3 3/4 on it. I think I didn't like it as much as everybody else seemed
interesting.
to. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was my favorite All Japan match of the year, so I guess I was very hard on it. I thought Kofuji was just amazing in it. Obviously the rookie. So.
Match 2, Shotaro Ashino. Sorry, I almost called you Shota, buddy. Shotaro Ashino and Kuma Arashi beat Musashi and Seki Yoshioka. Kuma Arashi pinned Musashi in 9:27 with the Argentine backbreaker. Or it submitted him, I guess, with the Argentine backbreaker. Interesting seeing Ashino and Kuma on the same team again here, but I just thought this was kind of boring, you know. And the finish of Musashi tapping out really felt like it came out of nowhere, not in a good way. Deeply average match, 2.5.
Yep, 2.5, yep.
All right, match 3. I don't watch matches with Yasutaka Yano, so I'll just read it real quick. Okoto Omori, Seiko Tachibana, and Leon De Oro beat Atsuki Aoyagi, Rising Hayato, and Yasutaka Yano. Tachibana pinned Yano in 12:59 at the Yankee Hammer. I would have been interested to see what Hokoto looks like doing as a junior, having to kick down this division, especially since I'm not going to have time to watch their junior tournament. But not just enough to watch a Yano match. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I just wish he wasn't featured. Like, if he was just an opener guy, it would be fine, but he's like regularly being featured. He teamed with Yuma, obviously, and now he's teaming with Atsuhaya. He's in the Junior Festival tournament. So, I mean, like, what can you do? I don't know why they're featuring him so much, because he's actually not even good. Like, he's not even that good to like be worth the effort. Like, when you watch him, he's just like some, out of shape chubby guy that does moves. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Hokuto, it's weird he's back in the junior division. I was wondering what you thought about that, because obviously he's your guy.
Yeah, I mean, he kind
Down
of
back in the junior division.
after
his unit disbanding, right?
I like Hokuto. I think he's funny. I think he's a little better of a wrestler people give him credit for. But it's one of these things where I can't argue with All Japan pulling back on the comedy, because, as funny as the Hokuto Goon had been at one point, the comedy had gotten so hokey in general in All Japan that it became such a drag on the promotion last year. Like, they just weren't doing it well. So, and when you look at the way the promotion is this year versus last year, you can't argue with the success of pulling back on the comedy. So I get it. And if he's not going to be a comedic guy, there's really not a spot for him in the heavyweights at this point. I don't know where you'd slot him in. So yeah, why not put him back in the juniors? I get it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We'll see how well he does in the tournament. I don't know how far he's going to make it. I feel like it's just going to be another Ryzen Hiato Atsuki final, but we'll see.
Match 4, this was a 6-man tag. Go Shiozaki, Ryuki Honda, and Yuma Anzai beat Rei Saito, Hideki Suzuki, and Yuma Aoyagi. It was Yuma Anzai beating Hideki in 14:29 with the gimlet. This match was pretty fun for what it was. There was a lot of chopping on the floor. One of those matches where if Wada actually bothered applying All Japan's supposed 10 count on the floor, this match would have been about 2 minutes long at most, but whatever. But yeah, a lot of outside brawling. The live crowd was eating it all up, though. And Jun Saito on commentary also seemed very amused. So, as long as he was being entertained, right? Cool little exchange between Rei Saito and Go Shiozaki back in the ring a little bit later. They traded some hard chops before Rei wiped him out with a crossbody. Hideki hit a double arm suplex on Yuma Anzai. I thought that was going to be the finish, but Anzai kicked out. Actually went into an even better closing stretch from there. Anzai hit him with multiple running knees to the face. Then that big powerbomb thing he does, and that got him, not really a power, it's like, yeah, the gimlet. That got him the pin over the tournament winner. Closing stretch really took this over the top for me. Very good match. 3 3/4.
Your typical All Japan fun all-star type of match. They've been doing this regularly throughout the year on the undercard, and I really, really like it because they're not afraid to pin any of these guys. They're always hot, fun matches. And I think All Japan deserve credit for their card construction this year. It's improved the shows a lot, and it makes them look so fucking hot when they have half woman crowd screaming their heads off for the stars.
Well, this match, I was thinking about this during the match. This felt like more like the type of match All Japan would have run on an undercard back in the day, right? Where it's like we have 6 heavyweights and they got nothing to do, so here's a 6-fan. Like that's sort of like classic All Japan 90s booking.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I feel like they're getting back to the roots a little bit.
Yep, absolutely.
Semi-main event, junior title. My match of the night here very easily. Dan Tamura beat Naruki Doi in 17:25 of the last ride. It was his V1 attempt, so he did make V1 here. And Doi getting the title shot in Kobe, obviously fitting, given this is like his backyard with Dragon Gate. So they started by just smacking each other in the chest before Doi raked his eyes, but Don hit him with a big shoulder block that sent Doi rolling out to the floor. When Dan, I keep switching to saying Dan, the American way and the Japanese way. But Don followed him out there. Doi hit him with an umbrella. Not very nice of him. All right, folks. So a little puppy emergency, new puppy emergency there that caused the pause here this time. If you hear a puppy making noise in a second, whining about being in this room instead of with her brother, has to go get emergency got his tooth looked at. That is that might be a little bit of a thing, but she's actually doing okay so far. She hasn't cried or whined or anything, but we'll see. She's a bit of a trooper. But yeah, so Tamura got Doi in a sleeper hold back in the ring. Doi made the ropes to break. I was a little surprised at the almost total lack of crowd here up to this point in the match. Would have thought a Kobe crowd would have been behind Doi, if anything, but they're mostly just quiet. The few calls were for Dan, so they clearly were not the same fans as Dragon Gate fans, But I was waiting for it to pace to pick up, and thankfully they both got at it before too much longer. There was this big exchange where they traded these really fast-paced arm breakers, followed by Dan no-selling the Doi fives and grabbing him to a Death Valley driver, where he bounced off the ropes for the Bakatari sliding kick. That was really good. Dan had Doi up to seemingly hit the Death Valley drop off the second turnbuckle, but Doi dropped down and hit this fucking sick sunset flip powerbomb that Dan took this enormous crashing bump on. He covered for a 2 count, but when Dan kicked out, he stayed right on top of him with a quick front suplex, another Doi fives, and then the Bakatari sliding kick. Tamura just barely managed to kick out after that. And I was enjoying this more in the live crowd at this point for sure, although they did start clapping at that point at least. Tamura managed to fight back with a big powerbomb for a 2 count. Just for the 15-minute call, Tamura hit this big lariat on Doi. I was just really getting into this now. And Doi again kicked out at 2. Doi tried for another big powerbomb, or Dan tried for another big powerbomb. Doi blocked it at first. He kept trying to punch his way out of it, but finally Dan planted him for the pin. I thought this was awesome. I don't really understand why the crowd was so meh here. I would go 4 stars on it. Really enjoyed it.
So, okay. So before, when you had to leave, I sort of said what I thought. Is that going to get cut? Or should I repeat it?
Yeah. It's going to get cut, so I guess just repeat it.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay, it's okay. Fine. It's okay, but girlie, it's okay.
Don't worry.
She can't hear you.
Done. So yeah, Naruki Doi, obviously in the twilight of his career, but he's had a big year because he had the Ryo Tanaka match in Dragon Gate, right, for the Brave Gate title, and now this Dan match. And I prefer the Tanaka match, to be honest, but this one was a bit slow to get started, whereas the Tanaka one kind of grabbed my attention from the start, but this one really picked up in the final stretch. It took some time to get going, but they really got there towards the end. And I gotta say, like, Naruki Doi, I think, is great at these final stretches. I think he's actually one of the best at like gripping the crowd in like those final few minutes with those near falls. He's so good at convincing the crowd that he's going to win and make them believe that he's going to win with the way he like hits his combo of moves before finishing off with a sliding kick. It's awesome. And yeah, my first spot of the match was, him no-selling Dan's lariats and just walking into them and basically baiting Dan into running the ropes and then almost catching with a flash pin. It's just that sort of like wily veteran stuff that works really well and gets everyone into the last few minutes of his matches. So awesome match. I went 3 3/4.
So yeah, you might hear a whining puppy. I muted myself here. She's not happy about being separated from her brother. But your brother has to go get him to look at his tooth because he hurt his tooth. I'm sorry, honey. You guys stay here while my brother goes get the tooth. They can't take you too. Okay.
Oh, separation anxiety.
Yeah, like Nicole was playing with the they're only 3 months apart. He's like 3 months older, and I guess Nicole was playing with the pulley, and he hurt his tooth. So like there was while we were back here recording, so they're going to like an emergency vet to go look at it, but she can't come too. Sweetie, it's okay. Your brother will be back. They are very close. Very close. They're 3 months apart. They're very close siblings.
That's cute.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll try to get through this quick since we have I'm sure the sound of a whining puppy is not helping. Triple Crown title, Kento Miyahara versus Ren Ayabe. Kento won in 22:59 with a shutdown German suplex hold. It really is loud, right?
I mean, people understand.
Okay. I thought, I'm just going to say, I'm not going to, I took a lot of notes as usual. I'm not going to go through all these notes anyway. This episode's already really long. I was like 3 1/4 in this match. I did not hate it, but the Kento formula really only works for me on a certain level after so many years, unless the matches are really spectacular. And This definitely wasn't spectacular. Like, Ren was solid. I don't think he could have even this level of match in this spot until fairly recently, but it just got so repetitive to me, and I lost a lot of interest down the stretch, which is unfortunately the opposite of what a closing stretch is supposed to do. So yeah, like 3 1/4. I liked Ren in this match, but it's just the typical Kento match for me, where it's just never those matches just don't really hit for me at that kind of level at this point. So,
yep, I went 3 1/4, and so I'll try and be quick. But ever since Titans of Calamity have been a thing, I think Ren's been pretty good. Before that, he was less consistent, but he did have some sparks in him. Like, he faced Jun Saito in the Royal Road tournament last year, and I thought he was really good in that. I think we reviewed that together on Omakase last August. Yeah, but he was like so inconsistent that he would only bring that Ren out like one every 100 matches. Then Titans of Calamity came along and it clicked more frequently for him. He's still not perfect, but definitely way more than before. I thought he was great in the Champions Carnival this year, at least. The problem I had with this match is exactly as you said. This didn't need the Kento formula. I did mention him as most overrated in the half-year awards, and I meant just that people kind of see him as like the best wrestler on the planet, but then he's like kind of unable to adapt his formula where it needs to be. This match did not need the Kento formula whatsoever. It did not need to be 20 minutes plus. There was so much dead time in this match. Just compare this to like a Stardom big main event. This was like so excessive and not needed, especially when you know exactly how it will end, and nothing in the match leading up to that shutdown suplex changed your mind on what was going to happen. And I think that's my main issue with the Kento formula. Obviously, it works like 99% of the time, but he needs to adapt it for the opponent. I think he's amazing. One of the best, not the best. What he does works. He's the rightful ace of All Japan, extremely popular for a reason, but personally I struggle with this formula and not adapting it unless it's Yuma Anzai, because he's pretty great with Yuma Anzai.
And speaking of Yuma Anzai, he is going to be wrestling Yuma Anzai as the next challenger. He came out here to challenge, and that's definitely an Oda level match.
Awesome. Yeah.
So that is your August 29th main. Anzai should win this time, unlike on December 31st at
Absolutely.
Oda. At Yoyogi. I assume that will happen. So, it's okay, sweetie. I brought her up on the bed with me, which is a little risky given that she's not quite potty trained yet, but I was hoping that would make her a little less whiny. And she is actually
she's less whiny.
She is less whiny, but she's still doing a little bit. It's okay, sweetie. Your brother's
right,
gonna
let's
be
wrap
back.
It up so you can take care of her.
Your brother's gonna be back in an hour. I know, and you want to go to bed. You're a real trooper. It's so late over there. But yeah, overall, pretty good show. I thought the 6-man tag and especially the junior title match were well worth your time. But the crowd being so dead for most of the night did not help anything here. So, put it back down because I think she's about to pee or something. Go ahead, sweetie. Go pee on the pee pad. I'm like, I might be even paranoid, but the way she was stretching, I'm like, okay. And of course, it's going to make her whine more again. Yeah, but the crowd being so dead for most of the night did not help anything here. And Kento Ayabi is really only worth it, I think, if you really still love the Kento Formula title matches. If you do, I'm sure you'll enjoy this one too. But otherwise, I think the juice probably won't be worth the squeeze for how long the match is, especially. As I'm saying that on 4 hours and 40 minutes into a podcast. But the sickle word, I guess, would be puppy, since this puppy won't shut up. It's okay, True. Sweetie. It's okay. Your brother's going to be right back, you silly puppy. Your brother is just going to get his tooth looked at and be back in an hour. I promise. They have no concept of time. He thinks your brother's gone forever. So, puppies are so funny. Yeah, pretty good show. Not the best All Japan show of the year or anything. So, Korakuen Hall has the opener of the Zennichi Junior Festival. Not really a lot to that anyway. I don't think I'm going to watch that show. It's August 9th, Korakuen. But the Oda Award show, August 29th, has the Kento versus Yuma title match, Go Shiozaki versus Suwama. That sounds great. And Odyssey and Zion challenging the Saito brothers to tag titles. That sounds much less great, but do your plugs. Do your plugs, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Joshi-ing Around with Tim and Eric. Talk about everything in Joshi. And Social Suplex newsletter. Released a new issue very recently. I write around 100,000 words on everything happening in Japan. So there you go. Yes.
You can follow us on Twitter. Wrestle Omakase. Wrestling would not fit this poor puppy. You can follow me on Blue Sky at just one enby. And I got to wrap this up and go down there and sit with her so she stops being so upset. All right. Thank you for listening, everybody. I'll see you next week for mostly solo, but with Quinlan on the road as we continue with the tournaments we've been covering, the G1, the 5-star, and the Princess Cup. See you later, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of The Good, The Bad, and The Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines, And we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, The Bad, and The Hungy every week on the Voices of Wrestling Network.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, all backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.